Seeking Out My Mother in Another World. By Yu Fujiwara. Volume 10. The Child's Cry, The World's Tears. Translated by SHM Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 53. Imprisoned Alice. Chapter 53.1. First Steps. Investigation. The next morning, preparations began immediately. The first and foremost task was to investigate the barrier, specifically, the magic that had frozen Watanuki-san and the Demon King in suspended time. At a glance, it was clear that this spell functioned along the same principles as my Shinko Teitai, a delay of causality. However, whether I could interfere with it was another matter entirely. Could I disable it, alter it, or even reinforce it? The investigation had to start with verifying those possibilities. We're ready on our end, Suikuen. Whenever you're set. Leave it to me. Bark. Understood. Let's go. And so, here we were. In District 0, a rather awkward scene was unfolding. A rope was tied securely around my waist, the other end firmly held by Mother. Karen and Chocola stood nearby, poised and radiating magic power. Meanwhile, I inched cautiously toward the barrier, leaving my lifeline to Mother. Naturally, there was a good reason for this elaborate setup. Analyzing magic requires close observation, but this particular causality delay spell had been cast upon the very fabric of the space itself. From outside its effective range, it was utterly imperceptible, no magic circuits, no flow of magic power, nothing. The only way to observe it was to get closer and make direct contact with the spell structure. However, carelessness could mean stepping into the barrier's effective range, where I'd be caught, and my time would freeze as well. Hence, the necessity of this cautious approach, to inch as close as possible, identify the flow of magic power composing the spell, and do so without having my own time stopped. The solution we settled on was this rope. The plan was simple. I'd inch forward with the rope around my waist, while my family stood by, ready to pull me back if anything went wrong. The rope had been imbued with an indestructible property to ensure it wouldn't snap. Karen was prepared to activate Magic Cancel at any moment if necessary. Chocola stood ready to take down any mutant that might escape the barrier as a result. In short, if I was on the verge of being drawn in, my family would pull me out. If I can just touch it, even with my fingertips, I should be able to figure something out. Slowly, cautiously, I took one step after another, muttering to myself as I extended my hand. I approached from the direction where the number of mutants was the smallest, maintaining a distance of about 20 meters. At 18 meters, I still couldn't sense any magic. 17 meters, still nothing. 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Finally, when I was about 10 meters away from Watanuki-san and the Demon King, my outstretched fingers detected the spell structure. There it is. Immediately, I activated my spell analysis, reading the memory embedded within the detected magic. I attempted to comprehend its composition not intellectually, but through raw intuition. S. The moment I heard a faint voice behind me, everything shifted. RRKND, are you okay? Suikuen, what? Suddenly, my entire perspective, vision, balance, and gravity was thrown into chaos. A compressed sound roared in my ears, followed by a loud voice that made my eardrums thrum. What was that? That scared me. Are you all right? You're not hurt. Ha! What? Before I knew it, I was being hugged tightly from behind by Mother. Thank goodness. I was so worried. That was close. Bark, 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 bark. Mother slumped to the ground with a look of relief. Karen, her face on the verge of tears, clutched my hand tightly. Chocola barked repeatedly, then started licking my cheek fervently. Wait, what? What just happened? Suikuen, you stopped moving. For about 3 minutes. What? Emisha-san, who had been standing by, spoke in a slightly strained voice. His face looked noticeably pale. Hearing that, my face drained of color. 3 minutes. I was frozen. Yes. Even when Viol called out to you, there was no response. We panicked and began rescue efforts. However, No matter how hard we pulled on the rope, you wouldn't budge. In the end, Karen used her magic to dispel the magic power around you. You used magic cancel. What about the mutants? 2 escaped the barrier, but Yusuf took care of them. Unbelievable. It's like time completely skipped for me. Bark. Good boy, good boy. And thank you both. I patted Chocola, who was wagging his tail and playfully nuzzling me, then turned to Karen and Mother, both visibly shaken, to express my gratitude. Standing up, I moved my arms and focused on the flow of magic within my body, performing a quick self-check. Everything seemed to be in working order. That gave me such a fright. Suekuan wouldn't respond at all, didn't so much as twitch, and no matter how hard we pulled the rope, it wouldn't budge. It's probably because even the force transmitted through the rope was delayed. Causal delay is a type of magic that postpones the results of actions. But my nullification worked. Thank goodness it did. Probably because you broke down the magic power itself. Though it seems the mutant got caught in it as well. Bark. And Chocola took them out right away. Vile-sama sealed them in an ice prison, so there wasn't any collateral damage from their explosions. I see. Once again, thank you, everyone. And Amisha-san, I'm sorry for worrying you all. Standing behind us wasn't just Amisha-san, but the entire Elder Council. Yuzuriha-san, Moata-san, and Mayako-san were there as well. Even Meishel-san, who had maintained a stoic demeanor yesterday, was wide-eyed in shock. It was amusing to see. They were likely blown away by my family's skillful teamwork, the nullification of the spell and the swift handling of the mutant. Foo. Honestly, I couldn't help but feel a little smug, especially toward Moata-san and Mayako-san. So, how do you like that? This is the power of the Hateno family. Though, technically, I didn't actually see it. What's that? Nothing. Anyway, I think the risk was worth it. Although 3 minutes had passed in real time, it felt like less than an instant to me. Between the moment I touched the magic and the moment its effects began to flow into me when the spell activated and began to trap me, there was approximately a 2-second window, both in real and perceived time. And in those 2 seconds, I managed to observe and record everything I needed. I glanced around at everyone, then nodded decisively. I analyzed the spell. I have a general idea of what it is. I'll need to examine the finer details, but I think we can find a way to resolve this. What? In just that brief moment, the members of the Elder Council gaped, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Thank goodness. If you'd said you needed to do it again, I might have broken down in tears from fear. I really didn't want to weaken that barrier any further. Bark. In contrast to the stunned elders, the Hateno family collectively let out a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting their heartfelt gratitude and reassurance. Chapter 53.2 One Step at a Time. First, let me explain the barrier that surrounds that place. We had moved to a different location. Though we could have stayed in the corner of District 0, it was decided that a formal report deserved a more appropriate setting. The room we chose was a reception room located at the far end of the castle, typically used for meetings with foreign dignitaries. Despite being a space for diplomatic purposes, the interior was unadorned. While the furniture, such as the sofa and table, gave off an air of sophistication, the lack of decorations and muted colors made the austerity feel deliberate. I couldn't help but think that this simplicity might be a reflection of the national character. Perhaps it stemmed from the unique history of this country, a nation that had developed while harboring a ticking time bomb in the form of the Demon King. Living side by side with potential destruction at any moment, they must have come to see ornamentation as unnecessary. Even after the people began to forget the Demon King's existence and embrace peace, the frugal spirit seemed to have persisted. Anyway, I sat down on the sofa opposite the elders. Tea was served. Brought in by Yuzuriha-san. Don't you have staff for this sort of thing? We can't let outsiders over here, can we? Does your surface world involve servants even in situations like this? He gave me a look that seemed to say, what are you even talking about? In my world, maids and butlers are expected to keep secrets as part of their duties, also I thought. Then again, I've never actually been to a castle before, so I don't really know the customs here. Maybe I should ask Noah about it sometime. Kuan. Sure, hang in there. Come here. Bark. Translation, probably no milk. Oh. No milk, huh? Chocola always seemed to get milk or treats in settings like this before. Stroking his slightly disappointed head, I turned back to the group of elders. Now then, about the barrier. That you were able to grasp its nature so quickly is truly remarkable. Prompted by Yuzuriha-san, who had set the tea in front of everyone and taken her seat again, I resumed my explanation. Let me explain. First, it is indeed a magic of causal delay. However, it's been constructed with exceptional strength. I believe it wasn't created by Alice. No, by that progenitor. It's likely the work of other progenitors, multiple ones, in fact, working together to build the spell. How can you know that? You only touched it, didn't you? I read the memories left in the magic. You're saying that's possible? I responded to Moata-san's doubtful gaze. By touching the barrier and performing an appraisal, I managed to glean fragments of the caster's residual memories left within the magic. The scenes I saw revealed that those who activated the spell were different individuals. Alice-san, if anything, seemed to have played the role of stalling the Demon King. The magic is embedded directly into the space itself. Most likely, its center is the Demon King, where the density is highest, thinning as it radiates outward. In other words, the degree of causal delay decreases the farther you go from the center. This might have been one of the factors behind the Great Outbreak 20 years ago. For example, if the time flow at the center of the barrier moves at 1/10 of a second over 1,000 years, then the outermost edge might move at 1 second over the same period. The numbers are just a rough estimate, though. So, is the magic itself still intact? Unfortunately, no. There are visible flaws in the spell structure. It was hard to deliver such news to Mayako-san, whose voice sounded almost pleading, but it was the truth. It's likely due to the wear and tear of time. And to share some bad news, your assessment that the effective range is shrinking isn't entirely accurate. The reality is that it's beginning to break. It was a fact that filled me with anxiety as well, but withholding it wasn't an option. Of course, the fact that it lasted 2,000 years is incredible. However, if left unchecked, the barrier is unlikely to gradually shrink and disappear. Instead, it's far more probable that the entire structure will suddenly collapse. Not today or tomorrow, but it's a possibility nonetheless. What intrigued me, however, was the method that had kept the magic operational for 2 millennia. The key was an attribute of indestructible added directly to the spell structure. Coincidentally, it was the same approach I used when installing the observation device in the Void Forest. When launching my familiar into the sky, I had first considered what would happen after my death. No matter how much magic power I imbued into the core made from fairy droplet, if my death caused the magic I had activated to vanish, it would all be meaningless. Adding indestructible to the spell was a measure to prevent that. Though the theory was sound, I couldn't help but feel a lingering doubt, would my familiar truly remain in the sky after my death, never falling? Having a real-world example here was, though perhaps an inappropriate way to express it, incredibly reassuring. At the same time, this revealed something crucial. Even though the barrier was called a grand magic, it wasn't some forbidden art. It didn't seem to be on the level of rewriting the fabric of the world itself, like the kind of magic 4 Seasons-san and the others had used. That's a bit of a relief. Only the Hateno family could hear that voice. 4 Seasons-san and Color-san stood side by side, positioned beyond the elder's sofa. True grand magic comes with a heavy cost. Just like how we lost our human forms, fell into the hidden world, and how our comrades became elves. It's fortunate that they didn't stray any further from this world. I nodded silently at 4 Seasons-san's words. Their thoughtful gesture appearing in a spot where their presence wouldn't seem unnatural almost made me smile. Not that their spirits haunting me or anything. Hearing my bad news, the elders had uniformly darkened expressions. The barrier on the verge of collapse. Is it possible for you to repair it? It would be extremely difficult. It's like a piece of fabric riddled with small holes. If we're to do anything, It would have to be reinforcement rather than patching each individual tear, more like overlaying new fabric atop it. But, yes, but, there's not just bad news. I also have good news. It won't resolve the situation entirely, but it will allow us to take a significant step forward. I recalled the sensation from a few minutes ago when I touched the barrier. The analysis of the spell structure and the immense magical power contained within it, coupled with a comparison to my own abilities, gave me certainty. I could do this. After taking a sip of tea to wet my throat, exchanging a glance with Karen and Mother, and stroking Chocola for reassurance, I steeled myself and declared, "The fact that she wasn't the one who cast the barrier works in our favor. We'll rescue the progenitor. Without disturbing the barrier, we'll first bring her back to us, into this time, 2,000 years later." Chapter 53.3 Diving into the Unknown. When asked if I needed anything prepared, I requested milk for Chocola. That's not what they meant. Amisha-san and the others looked troubled, but I laughed it off. I don't need any special magical tools or catalysts. If anything, I'd just appreciate a little rest and some thanks afterward. This is probably going to leave me completely drained for the day. Taking on the Demon King immediately afterward was out of the question. We simply didn't have enough information about that monster. Rescuing Alice-san and hearing her out would likely give us a better foundation to work with. Alright then, break time's over. Sorry for the rush, but let's head out right away. I stood up from the sofa, gauging that everyone had finished their tea. Of course, claiming the break was over was just a convenient excuse. Thank you, Sui-san. You hurried for our sake, didn't you? I'm sorry, but I can't wait any longer. After all, Four Seasons-san and Color-san, standing behind the elders, looked like they were barely holding themselves together, their faces tight with urgency. Section. And so, after just 30 minutes of rest, we returned to District 0. When the elders insisted that we report in a separate room, I had thought it was a hassle. But standing here again, I couldn't deny that this place was unsettling. The oppressive silence felt anything but calming, the massive monstrosity looming before us was unnerving, and yet there wasn't even the slightest hint of its presence. It felt like being in a fossil museum, but also trapped inside an animal's cage. The tension was unbearable. Honestly, even as a fellow wielder of darkness, its scale is so far beyond my comprehension that I cannot begin to fathom it. But I must ask, how do you intend to rescue the progenitor? As we passed through the entrance to District 0, Moata-san posed his question. It was understandable. A vague "trust me, it'll work" wouldn't be convincing, especially with state secrets on the line. But this was the perfect opportunity. I decided to tell a lie I had just come up with moments ago. Before I explain, let me share something I learned from analyzing the magic's residual memory. I discovered something about this person. The progenitor elf's name is Alice-san. This was all tied to my appraisal ability. Four Seasons-san and Color-san's existence. The world-altering events from 2,000 years ago. The progenitor's name and origins. These were all mysteries we knew the answers to, but they didn't. And we couldn't exactly explain how we came by that knowledge. I'd been pondering this for a while. In the end, I decided to blame it all on appraisal. It wasn't a complete lie. I really could extract memories from magical energy. They had no way of verifying what I learned or didn't learn. If I framed it this way, I could avoid giving anything away. After my earlier slip of calling her Alice-san, this would also give me a fallback excuse for any future missteps. I learned it through appraisal. Alice. I see. Alice-sama. Alice-sama. Oh. As expected, Moata-san and Mayako-san were overcome with emotion, trembling visibly. Even Amisha-san and the others straightened their posture, as if deeply moved. Suikuin, that was brilliant. Perfect. Bark. Mother and Karen praised me in hushed tones. And Chocola. You're not dozing off, are you? Kuan. With a soft snort, Chocola curled up on the spot. To be so relaxed in a place like this guy really has nerves of steel. Now, about the method. The key is how to counteract causal delay. Causal delay refers to postponing a result. If dropping a ball is the cause, The result is the ball hitting the ground. By delaying this falling result, the ball, which would normally fall in 1 second, remains suspended. To an observer, it seems to be frozen in midair. Applied to a living being, it halts all movement. All of their life processes, the results of every action, are delayed, creating the illusion of time stopping. In this case, however, it's not just the Demon King and Alisan whose time is frozen. The entire space itself is subject to causal delay. If my spell Shinku Teitai is like a single target attack, this is an area of effect spell. Anyone who enters the domain will have their causality delayed, effectively freezing them. So, the question is how to interact with it. The crucial point is, we could simply use Karen's magic to erase the spell entirely. But doing so would revive not only Alisan but also the Demon King. For now, let's set the Demon King aside. At the very least, we need to maintain the barrier as long as possible. That's why the plan is to infiltrate the barrier without breaking it and pull Alisan out of its range. Unbelievable. Even hearing the explanation feels hopeless. It's like being told to swim without creating a ripple. Emisha-san shook his head, as if giving up. And yet, that metaphor, it was actually quite fitting. Exactly. Swim without causing ripples. In other words, dive beneath the water. If you move underwater, the surface remains undisturbed, doesn't it? What do you mean? I spoke with conviction. This must be the answer, this must work. If causality is delayed, then all I need to do is accelerate it. I drew the sword at my hip. Riddle. The magic sword passed down to me by father. It resonated perfectly with my magic and was ideal for weaving dark attribute spells around it. Dark attribute magic manipulates time and space. Cause and effect, present to future, it controls the threads that spin them. In other words, a single chain emerged from the blade. It floated lightly before clinking as it coiled around. Jet black, it resembled a fishing line. When I cast this chain, it will reach Alisan and ensnare her. The cause is the chain's throw, the result is its arrival at Alisan. Normally, within the barrier, causality is delayed, so an ordinary chain would freeze in midair. But what if the chain moved at an incredible speed? What if I could pull the arrival at Alisan, a distant future result, right to the present? I rested the sword against my shoulder, readying it. Then, with a swing, I cast the magical chain. Here goes. Reimai Kasoku. Chapter 53.4. Welcome back, Alice. Compared to causal delay, causal acceleration is far more challenging. Perhaps it's more accurate to say that the technique itself is simple, but the magic power it requires is immense. The act itself is straightforward. Reel in the threads of causality and bring a result meant to occur 10 seconds later forward to just 1 second away. Choosing a single possibility from countless potential futures is far easier to visualize than delaying or erasing the result altogether. However, this acceleration consumes an absurd amount of magic power far beyond what delay requires. I don't fully understand the theory. It feels more like causal delay involves not choosing, whereas causal pull involves choosing. That seems to be the difference. Choosing requires effort far more than not choosing. For instance, the protective barrier I subconsciously activate is the ultimate not choosing. It simply discards undesired futures, flinging them far away as if they never existed. And so, the spell's construction was simple, requiring no incantation. But the magic power and determination I poured into it were far greater than usual. Here goes. Reimai Kasoku, dimming of dawn. I swung the sword, casting the chain of causality forward. The chain, tipped with a weight resembling a plumb bob, wasn't strictly necessary. It was more of a mental image, a tool to help aim. In practice, the chain responded to my will, extending with precision toward my intended target. I'm terrible at fishing, but I've never once missed when casting this chain of causality. It's as if all my luck is reserved for this. But any room for idle thoughts vanished instantly. The scene was deceptively quiet. The chain arced in a parabola, reaching toward Alisan, only to freeze partway. The future I desired was for the chain to reach Alisan and ensnare her. The future the barrier enforced was a postponement, delaying the chain's movement. tch. A tug-of-war began. I accelerated the causality, while the barrier delayed it. I pulled the causality closer, while the barrier pushed it farther away. I forced the causality forward, while the barrier made it stagnate. I reeled in the thread of causality, while the barrier deferred it further. A clash of wills, a struggle between causality and causality. I could feel my magic power draining rapidly, a sensation I was experiencing for the first time. Until now, no matter what spell I cast, I had rarely felt any sense of using up my magic. My magic reserves had always been vast, so vast that even the most intensive spells barely made a dent. But now, it was as though the plug had been pulled on a massive pool, and the chain was greedily siphoning it away. Magic, by its nature, is an omnipresent force. Organic or inorganic, every material in this world generates magic power. From living beings to plants, rocks, water, air, and even the stars themselves, all things possess magic and emit it continuously to varying degrees. In my case, I was born with an exceptional capacity for producing magic. To make matters worse, or perhaps better, I was raised on Earth, a world far richer in magic than here, further amplifying my potential. Until now, no matter how much magic I used, my reserves always regenerated faster than I could deplete them. And yet now the balance had tipped into the negative. It had to, given how overwhelmingly powerful this barrier's causal delay was. As expected. Of a spell woven by the progenitor, I couldn't help but grimace. My clenched teeth ground together audibly as I struggled to resist the waves of exhaustion threatening to overtake me, clinging to my focus as I reeled in the threads of causality. We were at a stalemate, barely. The delay and acceleration cancelled each other out just enough for the chain to creep forward, ever so slowly, toward Alice-san. But the closer I got, the farther she seemed. It was the tortoise and hare paradox. The closer I drew to the center of the barrier, the stronger its causal delay became. The magic cost and time required to traverse each successive fraction of distance kept compounding. The first 5 meters were hard, the next 2.5 meters were harder still. The closer I came, the more insurmountable the distance became. What now? Do I gamble everything? Pour all my magic power into this one attempt? But what if it's not enough? If I fall short by even a millimeter, it's over. And it's not just the way there, I'll need enough strength to pull her back, too. The tug-of-war doesn't end with reaching her. A blind gamble in this situation. No. There was a way. A means to amplify my magic. I shifted Riddle from both hands to one, freeing my left hand to grasp at my collar. Collar-san. I'm borrowing your strength. The pendant around my neck. I seized the gemstone in my palm. Since the incident in Sidera, when I accidentally terrified the Agisha twins, I'd unconsciously restricted its use, fearing I might activate it again by mistake. But if not now, when? The jewel that amplifies magic power in my hand, the fairy's tear. A crystallized drop shed by Color-san, tears born of her sorrow for this world and her dearest friend, Alice-san. A fragment of their feelings, their love and longing. Such emotions could never lose to the flow of time. I channeled the surging magic power within me. My power, amplified manyfold, fueled the spell with overwhelming force. The acceleration of causality sped up at an unprecedented rate, pushing the boundaries of what I thought possible. My vision blurred and shimmered, either from the strain of concentration or the sheer density of magic coursing through me. And then, I felt it, the chain's resistance breaking. With all my strength, I shouted. There are people waiting for you. People who want to see you again, so come back to us. Pouring every ounce of magic and willpower I had, I pulled on the sword and the chain with all my might. And finally, section. Bark. Bark. Chocola barked ferociously, baring his fangs to stop the members of the Elder Council from rushing over. Thank you, Chocola. Just moments ago, you were curled up yawning, but you really know how to read the room. It wasn't that I didn't understand the Elder's urgency, especially Mayako-san and Moata-san. To them, the progenitor elf wasn't just an important figure, she was the foundation of their ideology. For Mayako-san, she'd been an object of devotion for over a century. For their nation, she was a key figure, a treasure they couldn't afford to lose. But still, right now, they needed to wait. Because if Mayako-san's devotion spanned 100 years, then ours stretched back 2,000. I'm checking for any magical after effect. If you're careless, you might get caught up in unstable causality. Don't come closer yet, I called out, my voice firm. It wasn't true, of course. There were no lingering effects, and I'd already confirmed through appraisal that her health was intact. She had only fainted, likely overwhelmed by the sudden flood of sensations after 2 millennia of frozen time collapsing back onto her. In my arms, the elf with a Japanese face and jet-black hair lay limp, breathing softly. Her delicate hand rested gently against a cheek. Her large, glistening eyes gazed at the woman before her. Her small, trembling body clung tightly to the figure she had longed for. Ha, ha. The voice cracked with emotion. Mother sniffled audibly, while Karen turned her head away, her shoulders trembling. As for me, torn between exhaustion and a profound sense of accomplishment, I tilted my head back, willing myself not to cry. Thank you, Suekuen. Truly, thank you. Four Seasons San smiled as she placed a comforting hand on her wife's back. With her husband standing beside her, supporting her, Color-san's voice was soft and trembling. Welcome back, Alice. Chapter 53.5, In the Dead of Night. Alice-san remained unconscious as she was taken under the protection of the elven nation of Alfheim. From what I could tell, she was merely sleeping. The backlash of being trapped in a space of causal delay for over 18 centuries had finally caught up with her. It was like watching a movie only to have the screen suddenly and without warning switch to an entirely different film mid-scene. Your senses and mind would struggle to adjust, leaving you dizzy and disoriented. What Alice-san was experiencing was an extreme version of this. It wasn't an illness or injury, though, and I estimated vaguely that she would likely wake up within a day or two. Of course, this was just an intuitive guess, informed by my affinity with dark attribute magic. There was no concrete evidence or scientific validation for it. It wasn't unreasonable for the elves to insist on running thorough tests out of concern. Emotionally, though, I wanted to keep her with us. Sure, the elves were her descendants, but right here were her closest friends, Four Seasons San and Color-san. It seemed only natural to prioritize their long-awaited reunion over a formal introduction to distant relatives. But given that we couldn't exactly disclose who Four Seasons San and his wife really were, we were just helpful outsiders. Handing over Alice-san's care to the elves was inevitable. Section. That marked the end of the day. Without being told where Alice-san was being kept, we returned not to our lodgings but, due to certain circumstances, to Amisha-san's home. Sorry for the trouble, but we'll be imposing on you just for tonight. Mother settled herself comfortably on the couch in the parlor, sipping tea as though she owned the place. I don't mind, but as you know, I can't formally host you. My wife and daughter are in the same position. Amisha-san's tone was even as he made this clear, but his unease was palpable. Meanwhile, Chocola, fully embracing his role as a guest, was devouring his dinner with gusto. The meal, resembling dog food, consisted of small dumplings. Apparently, they were made by kneading corn and millet flour into dough and boiling it, a thoughtful gesture from Amisha-san's wife. I was grateful. Unfortunately, both his wife and his daughter, Hajime-san, had excused themselves. Apparently, our presence here, tied to certain classified matters, meant they couldn't meet us. I felt guilty that I couldn't personally thank her for Chocola's meal. Still, why my house of all places? Not that I'm complaining about your visit, of course. Amisha-san looked at us with a mix of curiosity and mild exasperation. I, too, sat with Karen, sipping tea. Though I tried to be modest about it, Karen showed no such restraint, munching on cookies with an air of complete entitlement. It seemed every single one of us had made ourselves far too comfortable. Sorry about this. I'm just concerned about Alice-san. I wanted to stay as close to her as possible. Being stuck back in District 3, separated by walls, felt too far removed. Our nation's medical expertise is second to none. Besides, you were the one who confirmed that she's in good health, merely unconscious. Well, that's true, but... I trailed off, feeling a little guilty about my hesitation. There's always a chance, no matter how slim. I have a responsibility here, and honestly, I would have preferred to stay by her side. Your concern is understandable, but this is ultimately a matter for our nation to resolve. Or, perhaps it's more accurate to say that even those advocating for bloodline supremacy need their peace of mind. So entrusting Alice-san's care to them helps ease their worries about the progenitor. Precisely. And this arrangement isn't necessarily disadvantageous for you either. If anything, Elder Mayako, who leads the bloodline supremacists, likely feels gratitude toward you. But if you overstep here, there's a risk that this goodwill might start to feel burdensome to them. Emisha-san's words drew a wry smile from me. I could tell he harbored his own distaste for bloodline supremacist ideologies. And because of that, he carried a certain concern. Precisely for that reason, the progenitor herself is a potential source of uncertainty. When she awakens, what thoughts will she harbor? What words will she choose to speak? Depending on her response, the course of events could shift dramatically. After all, the very reason Mayako-san embraced such an ideology was Alice-san. Her devotion stemmed from the hope that, when Alice-san awakened, she would take joy in seeing the Six Clans bloodline preserved. Fueled by this wish, she had dedicated herself wholly to that goal. For Mayako-san, Alice-san's words would likely carry an almost sacred weight. What worried Emisha-san was the possibility that Alice-san might endorse Mayako-san's beliefs. A simple thank you for preserving our lineage would be fine, but if she went so far as to say something like please continue preserving it for the future, then Mayako-san's ideology would gain unshakable legitimacy under the progenitor's blessing. Of course, I wasn't particularly worried about Alice-san. After all, she's Color-san's dear friend, a person who once sacrificed herself to protect her descendants. I believed, no, trusted that she would bring solace to Mayako-san's heart. That 100-year journey, born from a desire to protect something precious, had inadvertently caused other perspectives to slip from her grasp. I was confident Alice-san could help her find them again. But setting that aside for now, while exchanging these thoughts with Emisha-san, interspersed with moments of quiet conversation, I took short naps to recover from the exhaustion of expending so much magic. Time passed, and as the night deepened, a hush fell over the Aquano estate. We retreated to the bedrooms assigned to us, lay in bed and waited. If anything were to happen, it would most likely be tonight. While Alice-san was still unconscious. There was no solid evidence for this assumption. It was, quite frankly, a gut feeling. But as someone who manipulates causality with dark attribute magic, my instincts in such matters are rarely wrong, especially when malice is involved. Suikuen. And then, it happened deep in the night, at the stroke of midnight. A loud voice rang out, shaking my eardrums. It was the Fairy King's call, audible only to my family. He has made his move. Understood. I sat up. So did Karen, Mother, and even Chocola. Looks like your bad feeling was spot on. Poor Alice-san. She just got back, and now this. We can't help it. Let's go. Bark. We'd anticipated this and were already dressed. Leaving the bedroom, I quickly passed a message to the startled maid stationed nearby. Wake Emisha-san and have him join us later. Let's move fast. Four Season-san, guide us via the fairy realm as needed. Got it. Thanks for the assist. Colors already on site. I'm counting on you. We darted through the shadowed alleys of District 2. The enemy's goal was likely to kill Alice-san. They wouldn't succeed, her protective wards would hold, but we couldn't risk letting them escape. Section. I thought back to earlier that day, when I pulled Alice-san out of the causality-lagged space, and everyone celebrated her return. For the briefest moment, someone's deep, raw hatred broke through. It was a loathing as murky as a swamp, as destructive as blind rage, a chaotic mixture of festering emotions honed to a sharp edge. For just an instant, it spilled forth a glimpse of something carefully hidden under a facade of calm, leaking out despite their best efforts to contain it. That's why I stayed in District 2. Why I prepared for this. The source of that hatred? Maciel Fuzuajik, a member of the Elder Council. Since introducing himself at our first meeting, the young man hadn't uttered another word. Chapter 54, To 4 Seasons and Color. Chapter 54.1, If you ask why such a thing happened. Let's go back a little, to the events right after we pulled Alice-san out of the barrier. When I felt that momentary surge of intense hatred and realized it came from Meishal Fuzuajic, I discreetly took action, making sure not to let it show on my face. I had wanted to keep Alice-san under my protection, but since that wasn't possible, I had to be even more vigilant. On the way back, I typed out a message on my phone and quietly showed it to 4 Seasons-san. In situations like this, a smartphone is incredibly useful. Explaining it as a tool from another world stops people from asking questions, and no one would suspect that it can draft longer, more detailed messages than a communication crystal. Not to mention, no one else can see who I'm showing the screen to. The message detailed that one of the Elder Council members likely bore malicious intent toward Alice-san, that something could happen, and that we would remain awake and alert, so if anything happened, they should notify us immediately. 4 Seasons-san's expression grew stern as he gave a curt reply, understood. It seemed that neither 4 Seasons-san nor Color-san had any intention of leaving Alice-san's side anyway, so all that was left was for us to stay vigilant. After that, I placed my protective barrier on Alice-san. It takes conscious effort to maintain it for anyone outside my family, and it also has the drawback of losing effectiveness if I move too far away. However, thanks to the boost in magical output from the fairy's tear, I was confident it would hold. To ensure the barrier wouldn't weaken and that I could respond immediately, I made up an excuse to stay at Amisha-san's place, and then we waited. Half a day passed. At midnight, when the entire household seemed to have fallen silent, it finally happened. Section. We sprinted down alleyways, leapt over parks, and cut straight through the forest, following a direct route with all possible speed. With 4 Seasons-san's guidance and the magical tracking I had used when Verde and the others were stranded, we knew exactly where to go. It couldn't have taken us more than 2 minutes. We arrived at a mansion, likely Mayako-san's residence. This is an emergency. We're going in. Let's keep it quiet. Leave it to me. Karen raised her hand toward the first-floor window. Regardless of dreams, it seeps in, and stumbles, and scrawls. Breaking through the mist. The magic activated. A mist slowly emerged, covering the glass pane. Without a sound, it crumbled away into grains finer than sand. Thank you, Karen. 4 Seasons-san, do you know the route from here? Watanuki is on the 3rd floor. But if you want the shortest path. Got it. Chocola, I'm counting on you. Bark. Chocola barked once, turning back to us as if urging us forward, then leaped inside the mansion. He had remembered Alice-san's scent perfectly. What a clever boy. Following Chocola's lead, we ran down the corridor and up the stairs. Along the way, we spotted what appeared to be a servant's form slumped in the corner. A quick scan of their magical presence told me they were simply unconscious, with no injuries needing treatment. With no time to spare, we moved on. Finally, we reached our destination. We paused, then quietly opened the door. This is it. I spoke as Mother turned on the magical ceiling lamp, illuminating the scene before us. On the bed lay Alice-san, still unconscious. Standing over her, knife raised, or perhaps faltering mid-swing, was Meishal Fuzuajic. And pinning him down, glaring up at him fiercely, was Color-san. Even Meishal seemed stunned, his eyes widening as he turned to face us. How did you get here? Trade secret. Now, drop the knife. TCH. Drop it. At that moment, there was a loud crash behind us, the sound of glass shattering. It was 4 Seasons-san, likely breaking the window to summon help. What's going on? What is this? Before long, Mayako-san rushed in, her panicked footsteps stopping abruptly as she froze, speechless at the scene. I glanced at her briefly before turning my glare back to Meishal. It's over. Even if you swing that knife, it's useless. My barrier can withstand the attacks of mutants. No, rare existence class beings. And escape is impossible. Chocola has your scent now. Bark. Grr. Chocola growled, baring his teeth. Meishal, now surrounded and facing our magical pressure, finally gave up. Grinding his teeth, he tossed the knife aside. Yet, even as he did so, his resentful gaze remained fixed on the unconscious Alice-san, as though he didn't even register our combat-ready stances. The tension in the air was suffocating, a mixture of unease and heaviness. Breaking the silence, her voice trembling, Mayako-san finally spoke. "Why, Fuzuajik?" It was a perfectly reasonable question. Why would you do something so horrifying? Horrifying, is it? Meishel-san laughed bitterly. This laugh, was the first smile he had ever shown us. His eyes darkened as he began to speak. "I find your ideology far more horrifying. You twist and trample the lives of those who live in the present, leaving them miserable, all for the sake of your so-called progenitors. And yet, you show not a shred of guilt, your eyes sparkling like naive children as you prattle on about the progenitors' wishes or how you want to make the progenitors proud." His lips curled, distorting his face. "How charming it must be, Mayako Ueda, to carry the same innocent convictions you held as a child. Truly enviable. I never had such a childhood." "What do you mean?" "At this point, you might as well explain it so we can understand. It has nothing to do with you. Also, I'd like to say. But since you're the one who brought the progenitors back, I'll make an exception. Even if it was just a commission, I won't deny I despise you as well." "Fine, I'll tell you. But it's no intricate tale, no grand tragedy. Just a dull story that wouldn't draw an audience even as a stage play. That doesn't matter. You're not a character in a play, you're a living person. I'm not interested in the circumstances, I want to know your feelings. What you're thinking." At my reply, Meishel Fuzuajik let out a sigh that carried a faint sadness. Then, fixing Mayako-san with a sharp glare, he began. "About 30 years ago, a man from a branch family of the Silkia lineage fell in love with a woman. But the two were forcibly separated by one of your elders. The man was made to marry a daughter of the main Silkia house. And the woman, left in despair, eventually found another man. A man whose life, like hers, had been ruined by those bloodline supremacists." He chuckled a dry, nervous sound as his fingers clawed at his neck. "I was born to those parents, raised for one purpose, to exact their revenge. To infiltrate the Elder Council and act as a tool to bring down the bloodline supremacists." Chapter 54.2 The Consequences of Karma Unfold, and yet. "I was born to such parents, raised solely for their revenge. Groomed to infiltrate the Council of Elders as a tool to bring down the bloodline supremacists." Meishel Fuzuajik's confession, tinged with self-mockery, seemed to chill the room. Forcing apart two people who loved each other, reducing them to mere tools for maintaining bloodlines, and coercing them into unwanted marriages, this was far from a distant issue for Karen and me. Learning that such examples existed made the senselessness and sorrow of it all hit even harder. But what followed was even more harrowing. The choice the woman, torn from her lover, made afterward. Then, Meishel-san. You. Yes, that's right. I was born of hatred for the bloodline supremacists, raised on resentment, and taught nothing but vengeance. To not only destroy their own lives but also entangle their child's life in their plot for revenge. Even if their circumstances felt close to home, their methods were horrifying. Karen clutched my hand tightly. Her trembling fingers, cold with fear, gripped mine. I held them back, and thought. But what if? What if we were powerless, with no means of resistance, like Meishel-san's parents? If Karen were torn away from me, or I from Karen, would we remain sane? Would we resist crossing that line, throwing away our lives, and sacrificing everything to the cause? Honestly, I couldn't care less about the ideology of bloodline supremacy. I have no grand principles. A child raised solely on hatred and curses can't possibly have anything of substance within, can they? Meishel-san's words were dismissive, almost self-destructive. Yet the hatred burning in his eyes was so intense, it made me freeze. So, at the very least, I thought I'd kill her. The progenitor. Mayako, if I could destroy your pillar of faith, if I could upend every foundation you've built, then perhaps I could fill this emptiness inside me. The infamous sinner who killed the progenitor, the enemy of all elves, if I could fill this void with such infamy, perhaps I could find meaning in my existence. The truth is, After killing the progenitor, I intended to bring this nation to its knees. I couldn't help but gasp, and Meishal-san turned to face me. His next words were even more shocking. I planned to kill the progenitor, bring down the bloodline supremacists, and throw the country into chaos. Then, I would take advantage of the confusion, seize control of Alfheim's central functions, and move this floating island away from the continent, out into the open sea. And then, I would sink this nation, along with its rare existence, into the depths of the ocean. What? It's simple, with the least number of sacrifices, and the most certain method. There's also the grand cause of saving the world. To carry out that cause, you sacrifice the few. Mayako, you understand, don't you? This is the right way. The biting sarcasm left Mayako-san speechless. She trembled in shock, her lips quivering until she eventually collapsed to her knees. I. She muttered something, perhaps that it wasn't true, or it wasn't right, but her words no longer made sense. She had likely been broken. In the midst of her unwavering devotion to the progenitor, someone she had trampled upon in the past stood in her way, intent on killing that very progenitor. The consequences of her own actions had now harmed her most treasured beliefs. Having spent a century praying, only for it to turn into a curse, could she ever rise again? But Meishal-san, too, had been broken. Staring blankly at the discarded knife, he let out a weak laugh. Well, all of this is just theoretical now. Sui Hateno, you stopped me. I will never become the elf who killed the progenitor, nor the hero who saved the world. Neither of those will happen anymore. Even if you had succeeded in killing Alice-san and sinking this country into the sea, I don't believe you would have ever felt fulfilled. Perhaps you're right. With a sigh, he looked up at the ceiling. Looking upwards, he said. Then, what? What was my life really all about? We couldn't answer him. We couldn't imagine the path he had walked, nor could we fathom the depths of his heart. Because we didn't know him, not beyond what he had chosen to tell us. And perhaps Meishal-san didn't expect an answer, either. He simply moved sluggishly, reaching into his jacket pocket to pull out a small vial. By the time I realized what he was doing, the cap was already off. No. It must be. For suicide. Meishal-san, wait. I shouted in panic. No, this can't happen. I instinctively tried to stop him, but he didn't stop. He brought the vial to his lips, tilting it to drink its contents, and just before he could stop that, a quiet voice rang out. It was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The sound made Meishal-san pause, the vial just shy of his lips. It made Mayako-san, who had been stunned into silence, raise her head in surprise. And then, what's going on here? Arriving late, Emisha-san burst into the room, followed by Yuzuriha-san and Moata-san. Likely brought along by him, they all froze at the sight before them. Their gazes, like ours, were drawn toward the bed at the far end of the room. Stop it, Meishal, was it? No suicides. At the very least, not in my presence. I won't allow it. I don't want you to. She had risen. The woman lying in the bed, cocooned in blankets, had sat up. Color-san, who had been protectively hovering over her, was left gaping in shock. Four Seasons-san behind me was no different, both wore identical astonished expressions. She brushed aside a loose strand of hair, her gaze sweeping across the room. Are you a descendant of Komachi and Fen? Fufu, you look just like them. Puck. She addressed Chocola, then turned to me. You're Japanese, aren't you? From a similar era to mine, I'd guess. Let's talk in more detail later, shall we? Ah, yes. She smiled at me before continuing. Actually, I've been conscious ever since I left the delayed realm. But I felt like I had the worst jet lag ever, my body just wouldn't move. I could hear most of the conversation, though. Finally, she shifted to sit on the edge of the bed, turning to face us. Elves. My distant children. My name is Alice, the one you call the progenitor, the first of the elves. Alice-san, Watanuki-san, stood. Chapter 54.3, because, after all, she is a mother. And then, Watanuki Alice-san smiled. Even though her life had just been threatened, in that moment when everyone held their breath. She smiled, calmly, gently, like the warmth of sunlight. For some reason, that smile gave me a sense of déjà vu. It felt like I had seen it somewhere before. Alice-san focused her gaze on us first. "You're the one who pulled me out of the domain, right? Thank you. Your name is Sway, isn't it? And the person behind you looks just like you. Is that your mother? And the elf girl, is she your girlfriend? Fufu, that's lovely. Ah, yes. Grr. Yes, that's right, puppy. You're part of Suikuan's family too. It's okay, I understand. Komachi and I were the same. Bark. Then, even though I was conscious, my body wouldn't respond. I couldn't even open my eyes, so I'm not completely sure if I matched the names to the right faces. You must be Meishel, and Meishel-san. And the girl over there is Mayako. That's right, isn't it? Could you also introduce the three who just arrived? Mayako-san. Ah, my name is Amishi Aquano. I'm Yuzuriha Silkia, progenitor-sama. Mmoata Pure, at your service. Though my blood is far removed from the 6 founding families, I am unworthy to stand before your honored presence. Amisha-san and the others. Moata-san, ever the conservative, seemed as stiff as if he were in front of a feudal lord. He bowed his head, almost ready to prostrate himself flat on the floor. But to him, Alice-san gently shook her head. While lowering it, she spoke, still kindly. Please don't say such sorrowful things about your blood being distant. You are all our descendants, after all. Ah. And then, I realized it. The source of that déjà vu. Where I'd seen that expression before. It was Mother. Alice-san and Mother looked nothing alike, their facial features, their apparent age, their height, everything was different. Yet they were similar. That gaze, that smile, that gentle presence. It was the same expression Mother gave me, the face of a mother looking at her child. Of course, Alice-san had her own personality, too. She seemed to be a much more easygoing person. Still, 1800 years really is a long time. In Japan, that'd be like the Yamatai Kingdom, right? Like Himiko-sama waking up or something. Did you just compare yourself to Himiko? It's kinda lonely making jokes without a partner to bounce off of. Color-san instinctively quipped at Alice-san. But Alice-san, still not able to recognize her, just shrugged as if to cover it up. Yet even so, we all saw it. Color-san's response was so quick, as if they'd been doing this for years. They call us the progenitors, but you know, the first elves were just 12. Or was it 13 people? Something like that. Alice-san turned her gaze back to Amisha-san and the others, her mind reaching back to the distant past, 2,000 years ago. Moata, you mentioned the 6 families earlier. Yeah, it was the 6 of us and our families. We were all ordinary humans who, one day, after a certain event, became elves. As a race, we really were few in number. Still, if you didn't count the time she was frozen, this happened only 200 years ago. 200 years, a long time, yet still vivid in Alice-san's memory. For the sake of the future, we needed to grow our numbers. I was sick as a child and couldn't have babies. But when my body was remade after becoming an elf, I could. I was so happy. So happy. Alice, really. I wondered because the name Athanak Watanuki was still around. Color-san leaned forward urgently. It seemed this was well known among their old comrades. Our lifespans were longer too, so I had, 15 kids. About 3 times more than that girl. The devil's wedge hardly showed up anymore, and they all grew up healthy and strong. That child. A third of 15, that meant 5 children. Hey, 4 seasons san. Yeah. Our transformation didn't just bring misfortune to the world. She remembers. Alice remembers us. Color-san and 4 seasons san leaned into each other, their voices trembling. So I looked at the 2 of them. Wait just a little longer. I'll definitely bring you back together. Of my 15 children, 1 took on my family name, and another took my husband's. The rest founded new families. The others, the ones you call the progenitors, they did the same, having lots of children and raising them. Their lifespan didn't pass down, though, so they didn't live as long as we do. I had to say goodbye to many of my children. Until the Demon King returned. Well, I'll save that for later. But then, Alice-san's distant gaze slowly returned to the present. What I want to say is, Meishel. Called by name, Meishel-san lifted her head slowly from where she'd been staring downward. Alice-san smiled at her, then continued. Mayako, Emishi, Yuzuriha, Moata, and Karen. Let me see your faces clearly, my dear children. One by one, she spoke the names of the elves, their descendants, cradling each name as if they were precious jewels. With a mother's smile, Alice-san spoke. It's been 1800 years, so maybe I seem like a distant figure to you. But still, you are the proof that we progenitors lived. She stepped forward, a glimmer of joy and delight in her movements. Listen, Meishel. Don't say you're empty inside, or that you have no meaning. Don't say there's no purpose to your being born. Just the fact that you're here, that you were born. That makes me so happy. Truly, deeply happy. She gently stroked Meishel-san's hair, comforting her dazed expression. Mayako. It's incredible that your direct line has continued all this time. You can feel the weight of history and all the hopes and dreams carried within it. But like I said earlier, all elves started with us. No matter the family name, no matter if you're not my direct descendant, you're all precious to me. You too, Mayako. And you, Moata. She embraced the sobbing Mayako-san tenderly and gave a gentle pat to Moata-san's trembling back. Emishi, Yuzuriha, Aquano, Akano. Could that be Nakono? And Silkia. Maybe Shirakoa? The pronunciation has changed a bit, but it's fascinating that your surnames have survived. Let's talk more later. She patted Emisha-san and Yuzuriha-san lightly on the shoulder, and finally turned to face Karen. Karen. Yes. It's strange. Even after 2000 years, you still carry a familiar resemblance. What's your surname? Kwaioi. Kwaioi, huh? That sounds like a newer family name. It's derived from Kinue. I blurted it out before I realized. Really? You know the origin? No, it hasn't been passed down. But due to certain circumstances, I happen to know. That girl. Karen is a direct descendant of the Kinue family. I see. For just a moment, Alice-san's face clouded with curiosity. But she quickly smiled again and gently caressed Karen's cheek with a look of affection. Then it makes sense she has his features. I guess you could call it a reversion to an ancestor. But if that's the case, it's kind of unfair that you don't look anything like me. What? Before Karen could ask what she meant, Alice-san gave the answer. The ancestor of Kwaioi, Shuichi. Kinue Shuichi. He was my husband. The Kinue and Watanuki families both came from the two of us. Then, yes, that means you're my child too. By blood. I instinctively looked at Color-san and Four Seasons-san. They must have known. They exchanged glances filled with deep emotion, their eyes shifting between Alice-san and the stunned Karen. Author's note. Those transformed into elves by the aftermath of the Grand Magic consisted of Watanuki and 5 others, plus their 7 family members, a total of 13 people. Watanuki and Kinue were not the only ones. The others had also married or had children by then. These 13 became the foundation of the 6 progenitor clans. Among them, the 6 who were originally Japanese were especially affected by the magic, granting them longer lifespans. Therefore, the term progenitors often specifically refers to these 6. Chapter 54.4. I have something I want to show you. Now then. Honestly, there's still a lot I don't understand. But first, let's deal with Meishel and Mayako. Alice-san released Karen's cheek and turned her attention firmly to the two at the center of the chaos, Meishel and Mayako. Meishel. This is no good. It's too painful for me. Alice-san held up a small vial of poison, twirling it lightly between her fingers. At some point, she had taken it from Meishel's hand without him even noticing. He looked at his empty palm in shock. Offering him a wistful smile, she continued. I can't fathom your life. That's why I won't give you simple advice. I'm not a god, I can't just snap my fingers and fix everything for you. So, Meishal, you have to decide what happens next." Her words seemed distant, almost cold. Yet her eyes overflowed with compassion. "It's you. It has to be you. You don't have to be bound by your parents." Meishal's eyes widened in realization. "No matter how much I care for you, no matter what your real parents think of you, you still have a future. And you have the right to decide it. You can decide it. I raised my children telling them that. So I'll say the same to you." She stroked his hair, then embraced him, like a mother would her own child. "Meishal, even if your real parents don't bless your life, I will bless it. I want you to be happy. So please, I beg you, live strong." "But I raised a blade against progenitor Sama. I plotted the fall of a nation. These sins cannot be forgiven." "What kind of mother doesn't forgive her child's mistakes, silly boy? A mother. And if there is such a person, then she's not a mother at all. Just toss that away." Alice-san gently released him. Meishal sank to his knees, but his face didn't show despair or emptiness, nor was it twisted by anger or hatred. Instead, he looked as though a burden had been lifted, as if a fog had cleared. "Mayako." Alice-san stepped toward Mayako next. Her eyes narrowed with determination. Then, smack, a sharp slap landed across Mayako's cheek. "I am glad that our bloodline has continued, that our feelings have been passed down. But that's not something I want at the cost of making others suffer. Your methods have strayed far from the path. You made a mistake. That's why I'm scolding you. Because you did this for me, I must scold you." Ah. Mayako's eyes began to cloud with despair. Her entire life, her purpose, was being rejected by the very person who had inspired it. The darkness threatened to consume her completely. "But then, I won't say you did well. But you've come this far, and the path you've taken, the efforts you've made, use them for good from now on. Not for the progenitors or the families, but for the future of the elves. So that all of our children can live happily, with smiles on their faces. You can do that, can't you? By the way, which lineage are you from?" "My family, Vueda. We are branch supporters of the Ajisha line." "Ajisha? Oh, Suekuan. Do you know them?" "Yes, the Agata family." "Ah, Ito." Alice-san's face lit up with amusement at my response. She turned back to Mayako and gently patted her head. "Mayako, your ancestor. He was twisted, sharp-tongued, but also incredibly kind. I believe one of their grandchildren married one of my children. So that means you and I are connected by blood, too." I share blood with progenitor Sama." "That's right. So, you can do this, can't you? You carry not only the Agata blood but mine as well. If you take pride in that, then don't focus on progenitors, main branches, or lineages. Be proud of your own blood. Live a life that honors that pride." Yes, I am. Deeply sorry. There. Good girl." Mayako sank to her knees, trembling. Of course, the sins committed by the bloodline purists couldn't be undone. But at least, it felt like children with Meishal's fate wouldn't be born in the future. No doubt Alfheim had countless problems like these. Things were twisted and fractured, and the real challenges were only just beginning. Alice-san would surely become a pillar of support moving forward. Yet, as much as I sympathized with this country and its elders, there was something more urgent for us right now, something we needed to do tonight. I glanced at Chocola. Sensing the cue, he let out a soft whine. Bark, bark, bark. "Oh, what's the matter, pup? You look just like your ancestor. Haven't changed in 2,000 years. Practically a Siberian husky." Alice-san reached down to pet Chocola. I seized the moment, slipping my phone forward, the memo app open and ready. "Chem, what's that device?" It seemed Alice-san came from a slightly earlier era than me, unfamiliar with smartphones. Yet, her words trailed off as she saw the Japanese on the screen. "I have something important to show you. It's related to how I know about Kinue-san and Agata-san. If possible, I'd like it to be just you and us." She nodded silently. Then she turned to the elders once more. I want to see how this country is doing and how everyone is living. But it's already late. Let's do it tomorrow. In the meantime, Suekun, will you tell me about Japan? She turned to me, giving a quick wink as if to say, is this okay? Sui, I've been thinking. Progenitor Salma is really sharp. Yeah. She handled that tangled mess so effortlessly, Karen whispered, and I smiled wryly. In my heart, I apologized to Amisha-san and the others. Sorry, but this can't wait. Chapter 54.5. That, I understand. There. All right, I'm satisfied. Thanks, buddy. Bark. With that, the elders left the room, leaving just our family, Alice-san, and Color-san and Four Seasons-san. The first thing Alice-san asked for was to pet Chocola. Back in Japan, my partner had a strict policy of not letting anyone outside the family touch him. But since we returned to this world, that pride had softened. Now, he'd grudgingly allow it with a well, I guess it can't be helped attitude. It wasn't that he'd gotten timid, more like his heart had grown bigger. Everyone loves you, you know. Bark. Cooin. Still, after getting attention from someone else, he always needed a reset by cuddling with family. Once freed from Alice-san, he trotted over to me and nuzzled close. I scratched under his chin, and he let out a contented whine. Okay, I'm counting on you to keep watch. Mother, please. Bark. Of course. I've also soundproofed the room. Chocola and Mother left the room together. The conversation we were about to have couldn't be overheard. Mother had coated the room's interior with a thin layer of ice, turning it into a makeshift soundproof chamber. Your mother's magic is amazing. It rivals that of the progenitor elves. Yeah, I'm proud of her. Alice-san turned to me, her eyes narrowing as her gaze sharpened. That aside, just how much do you know? And where did you learn it? You seem to know more about interdimensional transfer than I do. There are some circumstances. Interdimensional transfer is currently called the boundary fusion phenomenon. Every time it happens, people seem to arrive from different eras and countries. But let's save that for later. I pulled out my smartphone. That looks impressive. What kind of device is it? A smartphone. Do you know about cell phones? A cell phone? That's one. Seriously? Where are the buttons? Well, we'll get to that, too. Alice-san's Japan was 20 or 30 years before my time. She didn't recognize a smartphone but knew what a cell phone was. Still. Please look at this. I selected a photo from the album and held it up before her eyes. It was a picture taken that day. A forest landscape captured by Mint. The camera had caught it, something mindless had observed it, an existence of the hidden world. Is that a photo? A fairy? Wait. You saw it, didn't you? You did. Alice-san blinked, puzzled not only by what was in the photo, but by something else. Behind her, in a space that should have been empty, a presence emerged, now detectable. Before I could say anything, she spun around as if jolted. Ah. Standing there, illuminated by the magic lamp, were two figures. They looked like children, maybe 11 or 12 years old. Both wore oddly styled dresses, delicate wings sprouting from their backs. They weren't the figures Alice-san remembered. Four Seasons-san's expression was tense. On the other hand, Color-san shrank back, trembling in fear. Despite all their longing for this moment. Now that the reunion was here, they hesitated, unsure of what to say. How should they start? What words could bridge 2 millennia? Of course, they looked different now. And, more crucially, they didn't remember their names, the names they had when they were human. Even with their memories of 2,000 years ago mostly intact, their real names remained elusive. Yet. No, because of this. Before the hesitant Color-san and Four Seasons-san could speak, Alice-san did. No way. Karuko. An. Toshiya. Karuko-san. And Toshiya-san. Those were Color-san and Four Seasons-san's. Why? It felt like 10 heartbeats passed. Color-san's lips trembled as she whispered. How do you know? Eyes glistening with tears, a trembling hand covering her mouth, her voice breaking. We We've become like this. Everything's changed, our age, our appearance. We're not even human anymore. And we can't even remember the names we had back then. So, how do you even remember? I just do. Alice-san smiled. Tears filled her eyes, but she still smiled. Of course I know. You're my best friend. My dearest, closest friend. How could I not recognize you? No matter what you look like, no matter what's changed, I'd always know it's you. Color-san took a step forward. Alice-san took two. Four Seasons-san gently nudged Color-san, making it 3. As they drew closer. Ali, see. Is this real? It's not a dream, right? Maybe it's a reward for everything I've endured in the domain. But now I feel guilty. Everyone who died before us. Not only did we survive, but this. Alice. Karuko. I wanted to see you. I've wanted to for so long. For 200 years, I wished you were there. When I had my children, I wanted to tell you more than anyone. I became a mother. And with every birth, I thought you became an aunt. I just wanted to share that joy with you. To tell you face to face. But, Alice, you. Don't cry. I'm crying too. Karuko-san finally threw herself into Alice's arms. Alice-san caught her and held her tight. No more words were needed. Wah, ha. Like children, they sobbed. Two friends reunited after 2 millennia and 2 centuries apart. I can't take it anymore. Karen buried her face into my shoulder. Her body shook, warm with quiet sobs. I wasn't any better, my vision blurred, the world fading in tears. Thank you, Suekuen. Thank you so much. Four Seasons-san smiled at me, tears streaming down his face. I could only nod, unable to speak. Section. Karuko-san buried her face in Alice-san's chest, weeping uncontrollably. Tears fell from her eyes, dripping down Alice's chest, soaking it. But those clear droplets didn't turn into jewels. I think I knew why. Because these weren't tears born from the grief of a fairy lost in a hidden realm. They were the tears of a human reunited with her best friend. Chapter 54.6, Filling in the Gap. And then, Color-san and Alice held each other, crying together for a while. When they finally calmed down, Four Seasons-san also embraced her, sharing in the joy of reunion. At last, they turned back toward us. There's so much to catch up on, but if we start now, we'll never stop. Suekuen, really, thank you. It still feels like I'm dreaming. Alice-san wiped her swollen red eyes and smiled. It's fine. Considering where we are, it's understandable. Yeah, that's true. This was Mayako-san's mansion. Although we'd arranged for privacy, we couldn't stay here forever. We could ask Watanuki to come to Ter-Na-Nog. In fact, I'd love for her to visit. But it's probably impossible right now. Yeah, we can't just leave the elves alone. Four Seasons-san and Color-san said, a hint of regret in their voices. Right. I need to watch over my distant descendants for a while. And I want to honor Mayako and the others, who are so happy for us. Alice-san shrugged, then nodded. Heh, you've really grown up. You never used to say such responsible things. Haha. 200 years will do that. But you haven't changed much for someone who's been alive for 2,000 years. If you can say that after seeing what I look like now, I'm impressed. You haven't changed either, Watanuki. It's nostalgic. Same to you, Toshiya. Still standing back and looking smug, just like always. She got you there, Four Seasons-san. I'm defeated, I admit. The air between the three of them was warm and serene. Their playful banter felt so naturally friendly that it brought a smile to our faces, too. If only this moment could last forever, I thought vaguely, watching them. But then Alice-san, as if remembering something, spoke up. By the way, I can kind of guess why Karuko and the others turned out like this, but I have no idea about everything else. Suekuen, you seem to know the story. Could you explain? Ah. Oh, right. I smiled wryly, wondering where on earth to begin. Section. After some hesitation, I decided to explain everything from the beginning. I told them how, 2,000 years ago, 4-season-san and color-san had used a grand magic and, as a result, turned into fairies, losing most of their memories. How they'd lived carefree lives until recently. Then, how by chance, we had begun to perceive them in their fairy forms. How color-san struggled to break free of the Tokawaka castle and, in the process, we discovered they were originally Japanese. And during the trouble with the Void Forest, the side effects of magic resonance allowed them to recall fragments of their old memories. How we traveled to Alfheim, learned Alice-san was still alive, and, against all odds, achieved this miraculous reunion. And that brings us to now. Phew. That's incredible. By the time I finished, Alice-san had her mouth half open, smiling in amazement. Wow, Suekuen, you're the MVP here. The fact that a Japanese transmigrator was involved feels like fate. I was just as surprised when I learned 4-season-san and color-san were Japanese. Now that you mention it, Karuko's dress does look kind of like a school uniform. You caught on to hints like that. It's fascinating that time and place don't matter with these transfers. What era did you come from, by the way? Heisei. No. It was no longer Heisei. Seriously. It seemed they transferred over about 26 or 27 years ago by Japan's calendar. If they were middle schoolers then, their birth years must be around the same as my dad's. With a 2,000-year gap in this world's timeline, it was hard to keep track. Alice-san looked reflective when she learned Japan had transitioned from Heisei to Reiwa. 4-season-san and color-san spoke with guilt in their voices. That's why we didn't know a demon king still remained, or that you fought again, or that Agata and the others lost their lives. We didn't know anything until we got here. We're truly sorry. Even now, we can't remember what we were doing 1800 years ago. After we reincarnated, we probably spent centuries rebuilding our consciousness and creating Ter-Na Nog. It's okay, really. But Alice-san just smiled brightly and brushed it off. Yeah, I went through some tough times, and there were so many moments I wished you were there. But more than that, we were content. Just knowing that Karuko, Toshiya, and your children were out there somewhere, living happily. That thought alone made me want to keep going. The pain of losing you was nothing compared to the strength I gained from thinking about you. All of us felt that way. In the end, though, tears welled up again as she stroked Color-san's head. I wish I could talk about this forever. With those words, Alice-san cast a regretful glance toward the door. It happened almost at the same moment. Bark. What is it, Chocola? Bark. The door opened just a crack, and Chocola slipped through the gap, trotting over to us and giving a single bark. His tail wasn't wagging, he was here to deliver a message. Then, from the hallway, my mom's voice rang out. Suekuen, Emishi wants to know if you're finished talking. Her tone had a theatrical touch, as if she were playing a part. I see, I hadn't realized how much time had passed. Yeah, it's probably time. Honestly, I'm super sleepy. Even though time was frozen, I was still in the middle of a non-stop battle with the Demon King. Ah, that makes sense. Alice-san, Color-san, and I exchanged glances. As much as we wanted to keep going, this had to be the end for tonight. Suekuen, do you want us to wait a little longer? No, it's fine. Let them come in. Alice-san, please rest for now. We can talk about everything else after you wake up. We'll be watching from Ter-Na Nog. We can come here anytime, and we'll always be by your side. There's no need to rush. At my and Color-san's words, Alice-san nodded with a smile. Then, she set her lips in a firm line and spoke with a serious expression. You're right. We have plenty of time. And to make sure we keep that time, we need to deal with the Demon King. Let's talk about that tomorrow. Chapter 55. The Prehistoric Demon King. Chapter 55.1. First, we need to eat. Alice-san slept for a full 2 days after that. Apparently, her exhaustion had reached its absolute limit. It made sense. The moment time froze for her, she had been in the middle of a battle with the Demon King. Her physical state was still connected to that point. From what she said, she'd barely gotten any sleep, had barely eaten, and had completely depleted her magic power. Which meant that when she finally woke up, she was famished. Apologies to the Council of Elders, but this was my time to shine. Section. Of course, Mayako-san and the others also wanted to welcome Alice-san with a grand feast. But I pleaded to let me handle her first meal after waking up. The elves already knew that Alice-san was Japanese, one of those transported to this world due to the boundary fusion phenomenon. They also knew she was from the same homeland as me. I was worried they might start prying into how she turned from a human into an elf, but surprisingly, no one questioned it. Or rather, no one found it strange. When you think about it, the people here know nothing about Earth or Japan. The idea that Earth has no elves, beast folk, or dragons is simply not a part of their reality. So, to them, a person from another world appearing in the form of an elf didn't seem odd at all. I really wanted to question that logic, though. Oh well. It's probably better that they don't learn about Four Seasons-san and the others altering the world. In any case, my request to give Alice-san a taste of our homeland's food was granted. While we waited for her to wake up, I prepared diligently, and 2 days later, the moment finally arrived. Is this real? It's real. And so, here we were. Alice-san sat at the dining table, staring in stunned disbelief at the dishes laid out before her. We were at Amisha-san's residence. According to Mayako-san, whose aristocratic sense of propriety was very much intact, the residence of one of the 6 founder clans was the proper place for the founder herself to stay. Thus, she had been moved here upon waking up. All of this is real. It's real. I nodded in response to Alice-san's question. This was the expression I had been waiting to see. On a flat plate, there was white rice. In a soup bowl, miso soup. Alongside that, chilled tofu and salted salmon. A traditional Japanese breakfast. I had some friends do all the work for me. Of course, those friends were Four Seasons-san and Color-san. They, especially Four Seasons-san, could open a hole anywhere in the world through Tur-Na Nog, as long as there was a connection to the place. The door set up in my home garden served as a fixed coordinate. By asking him for help, we managed to get things like pre-cooked rice, miso, and kombu from our pantry back home. Sidira provided the salmon and soybeans. Publicly, we just said, we packed these because we wanted them. Good thing we did. Explaining salmon or tofu wouldn't mean much to the elves anyway. Alfheim's markets did sell fish, even if they were freshwater varieties. With some ingredients from the market, I prepared a simple but heartfelt meal. Four Seasons-san and Color-san quietly watched from the side of the room. Alice-san straightened up, her face serious. Her lips trembled slightly as she pressed her hands together. Itadakimasu. She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of rice. Closing her eyes, she savored it, chewed, and swallowed. Ah! A smile, tinged with tears. I never imagined a day like this would come. She took a sip of miso soup. It's been so long since I tasted miso. The dashi is perfect. A bite of the chilled tofu. Ah, real tofu, with soy sauce. Incredible. Then she tasted the salted salmon, pairing it with the rice. It's delicious. Really. Thank you so much. Wiping her tears, Alice-san exhaled and looked around sheepishly. I'm starving and this feels so nostalgic, so I kind of want to just dig in. But it's a little embarrassing, so. Can I have some privacy? Of course. There's more if you want seconds, so just call us. Feeling a warmth in my heart, we all left the room together. Except, of course, for Four Seasons-san and Color-san. Section. Eventually. 20 minutes later, after consuming 3 packs of pre-cooked rice, 2 bowls of miso soup, and 3 servings of chilled tofu, Alice-san finally murmured a gotcha-susama. Completely full, she sprawled out on the guest room sofa. Ah, that was the best. I'm so satisfied. This rice was part of your supplies back home, right? You transferred the whole house when you came here, didn't you, Suekuen? Yeah. A house with a garden and chocola too. Bark. I see. Having Chocola-chan with you must have been reassuring. Absolutely. Foo-foo. You know, your ancestors were really reliable too. Bark. Alice-san's eyes softened as if remembering the Siberian husky that had once been with them when they crossed over. Did you miss the taste of home? Mayako-san asked, her voice tinged with worry. Alice-san gave a wry smile and shook her head. Mayako, I'm also really interested in the culture you've built here. I know it's a bit early to talk about this, but for lunch, I'd like to go out and eat in the town. And for dinner, I'd love for you all to prepare something for me. Of course. Please feel free. Mayako-san's face lit up instantly. Karen whispered to me quietly. She's good at handling people. Yeah, she really is. The elders were gathered in Amisha-san's mansion, their faces unified by one expression, happiness at seeing their progenitor content. Mayako-san, Moata-san, Amisha-san, Yuzuriha-san, even Meishel-san, who had attacked Alice-san 2 days ago, shared the sentiment. Such was her magnetic presence. After all, she was the origin of a bloodline that spanned 2,000 years. Alice-san nodded at the reverent elders, then took a deep breath and straightened herself in her chair. Now then, I've slept well, and my stomach is full. As those words left her lips, everyone, including me, noticed it. Her aura had shifted. Gone was the casual, approachable demeanor. In its place was a presence both dignified and commanding, crisp, cool, and filled with authority. This must be the face of the progenitor who had led her people for 200 years. Alice-san surveyed the room with a confident smile. All right, tell me. The one who was trapped in that domain with me, the last Demon King. What state is he in now? And what's the situation in the world? We've delayed it long enough. It's time to settle this. Everyone held their breath. At that moment, we all understood. To Alice-san, that Demon King wasn't a figure from 1800 years ago. He was here, he was now. Her battle wasn't over yet. Chapter 55.2, and then, a status briefing. The place where the Demon King's castle once stood is now called Divine Will's Broth. It consists of 3 regions, the Void Forest, Helheim Valley, and the Malignant Sea. The task of breaking the magic power crucible in the Void Forest was assigned to Athenak. No sooner had the meal ended than the briefing for Alice-san began. Everyone who had knowledge, including me, worked together to relay the current situation. But Athenak's current condition is as I explained earlier. I see. The ruins of the Enmiri kingdom. It's the Void Forest now, isn't it? When we were deciding how to watch over that area, it was my suggestion that Watanuki take charge. The children agreed, of course. But I never imagined the entire region would become such a dense forest. It must have been hard to keep watch inside there. Alice-san listened, nodding, then gave her thoughts on the information. Hearing events from 2,000 years ago spoken of so casually by someone who was there felt strangely surreal. Alice-sama, we truly have no excuse. To leave everything to Athenak was entirely due to our negligence. We lacked the consideration required. Mayako, raise your head. I don't want to blame you. Neither the progenitor, me, nor the descendants, you, are obligated to carry the weight of these 2,000 years. It might sound irresponsible, but we all acted according to what we believed, what we thought was right, during our own time. The outcomes are just the sum of those actions. Yes. Thank you for your kind words. As for me, I just hope the children who left the forest are living happily. It seems Suekuin and the others have worked hard and resolved the issues. But there's one who was left behind. Dolce. I want to meet her. I want to apologize. Her words of not carrying the burden were betrayed by the regret in her voice. Dolce's isolation had undeniably been caused by Athenak's malice, and Alice-san, too, probably found it painful to hear about the uglier aspects of her descendants. That's why I smiled. Once everything's settled, please meet her. She has no family, and your presence will surely be a comfort to her. I see. I hope that's true. Moving on. In Helheim Valley, fairy dogs Siu Sith, Chokola's kin, inhabit the region. As for the Malignant Sea, it's guarded by the dragons. But since these areas belong to other countries, we don't know much about their current state. I'd like to meet Komachi and Fen's descendants too. But they've probably gone wild by now. Though, looking at Chocola, it's hard to imagine. Buck. My dad picked him up as a pup. Even back in Japan, I just thought he was a regular dog. Honestly, I still think that now. Bark, bark, bark. I know, I know. You're strong and brave. I ruffled Chocola's fur as he barked in protest, calming him down. Alice-san watched us with gentle eyes. Komachi originally belonged to the Higuchi Toshiya's family, Uncle and Auntie Higuchi. She ended up here in this world with us. It was sad for her, but we were all comforted by her. Just petting her was enough to heal our hearts. I understand. It was the same for me. Higuchi, her. You have the same surname as our neighbor, Four Seasons-san. That's a funny coincidence. Though, it'd be wild if they really were their kids. No way. As I scratched under Chocola's chin, Mother added, I've been to Helheim Valley before. About 21 or 22 years ago, when my husband picked up this little guy. It's not a vast place, and there weren't as many mutants there as in the Void Forest. Bark. Quoo. Ignoring Chocola melting under Mother's petting. That was where the Demon King's castle in the Gajut Union stood. It wasn't a huge fortress, so what Viol said makes sense. Compared to that, the Enmiri Kingdom's castle was massive. That's why we directly asked the kids to keep watch there. Alice-san's insights were invaluable. The vague outlines of Divine Will's broth were finally taking shape. Well, the valley and forest seem fine for now. Especially with the forest, Suikuen, your satellite? Or familiar? That's seriously impressive. It was reassuring to know our approach had been the right one. Having her approval gave us confidence. But at the same time, so the dragons are still guarding the Korigia archipelago. The Yato clan, huh? I wonder how they're doing. I want to see them, but I don't know if I have the face for it. When the conversation shifted to the malignant sea, a shadow fell over Alice-san's expression. No, rather than the malignant sea, this is more about. Did you know someone among the dragons? Yeah. A friend. Or someone who used to be a friend. I want to talk to everyone about that today. She closed her eyes for a moment, straightening her back, adjusting her posture, and taking a deep breath. Finally, perhaps to steady herself, she glanced at Color-san's face before speaking. Alice-san began her story. 2,000 years ago, when we arrived in this world, we formed bonds with the dragons during our fight against the Demon King. I, in particular, became very close to one of them. She'd often let me ride on her back as we soared through the sky. It was a lot of fun. Her voice was filled with nostalgia, yet tinged with sorrow. What should have been a joyful memory seemed to weigh heavily on her. She was a female dragon of the Yato clan. She later married a male dragon from the Fafnir clan and had a child. What? I couldn't help but utter a sound. Did she just say Fafnir? That clan name? If I didn't mishear it, then. I watched over them for about 10 years. Eventually, their child left to find a home of their own. Around that time, our battles against the Demon King were intensifying, and we lost touch. We only met again 2 centuries later, after we thought peace had returned to the world. Alice-san's voice grew tight. Her fist clenched. She spoke as though forcing the words out, each one laced with pain. That child was G-Dia of the Fafnir clan. My friend's hatchling, who used to be so adorable, became a Demon King. He'd been captured in a hidden fortress we hadn't discovered, enslaved by the remnants of some nation. That child was the last Demon King, the one trapped with me in the delayed area. Hearing that name, a chill ran down my spine. A name that struck like a premonition. I couldn't shake the feeling that he, my friend G-Liz, was connected to this somehow. Chapter 55.3, to the tragedy of 2,000 years ago. So then, that Demon King was, yeah, my friend's son, in a sense. Alice-san's words were a shock in more ways than one. The dragon from the Yato clan who had once been her ally, who then married into the Fafnir clan. If dragons even have a concept of marriage, I thought, and bore a child named G-Dia. That dragon left the nest, but eventually, he was turned into a Demon King, probably 200 years after that. No, from our perspective now, 2,000 years ago. It was likely the work of some remnants of our enemies. We were fighting against most of the world back then, so we never knew exactly who was responsible. By the time we found him, those who had enslaved him were long dead. So, when you found that fortress, the Demon King was the only one left? Yeah. Mayako-san, speaking for the elves, asked hesitantly. Did Progenitor-sama have to fight against so many people back then? Alice-san nodded, giving a small, slightly fierce smile. The world was on the brink of collapse. Almost every nation was at war, creating artificial demon kings, what you call rare existence, as weapons. We went around destroying the production facilities, forcing the wars to end. But of course, they hadn't stopped at just destroying demon king fortresses. Through a grand magic that reshaped the world itself, the Higuchi family, Four Seasons Sans family, transformed into fairies, effectively resetting civilization. Not only did the wars end, but everything else did, too. The nations of that era vanished, forgotten by history, and a new world began. Alice-san didn't seem inclined to explain all of that, though. She simply gave a meaningful glance toward us and Color-san. It must have been around that time, right before the war ended, that he was captured and locked away in the fortress. And before anyone realized it, he had been turned into a demon king. Alice-sama, may I ask a question? Karen's voice trembled with uncertainty as she asked. I heard that in the modern era, dragons and humans don't become mutants. Was that different 2,000 years ago? Or is our current knowledge wrong? She was probably thinking of Pochi and Chocola. Deep within the Void Forest, near our home where magic power crucibles are prone to form. If any creature could potentially become a mutant, that environment was dangerously volatile. Bark! Kuan! Karen crouched and tightly hugged Chocola, who was beside her. Alice-san shook her head. It's okay. What you're worried about won't happen. Humans and dragons, social creatures, almost never turn into mutants. That was true even back then. But that's precisely why those factories should never have existed. Almost never. Meaning, they had to be separated from their families, stripped of reason through drugs and magic, and have their minds shattered. Then, they'd be exposed to high concentrations of magic power for long periods. Only after all that would humans or dragons turn into mutants. If you push any creature that far, they'll mutate. And they did. Those bastards went that far. The temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. A surge of immense magical power radiated from Alice-san. Freezing, blazing, raging, an amalgamation of fury and sorrow. An overwhelming and tragic magic power that was terrifying to behold. The Demon King had been asleep for ages. I don't know if it was due to the forced process or his final shred of sanity. But by the time we found him, everything was already too late. I recalled the Demon King isolated in the District 0. A grotesque creature resembling a dragon twisted into something insect-like. But of course, it resembled a dragon. It was a dragon, what remained of one. Dragons. Those noble, intelligent, gentle creatures with kind eyes. I thought of G. Liz's family. The children, Mine Orc and G. Ness. Living peacefully with the Lamias. Different in form, but no different from us, a happy family. We all fought desperately, just to let him rest in peace. But he was strong. We'd been away from battle for so long, and we felt for him. Agata, Shirakoa, and my husband all died. Alice-san looked at Four Seasons-san and the others with a pained expression. The two nodded solemnly, their thoughts drifting toward their former brother and brother-in-law. Wajima and Nakono worked together to weave the spell. Both of them were deeply aligned with the dark attribute. While I kept him occupied, they deployed the delayed realm and froze time, taking me with it. I don't know how much of that's been passed down in this country's history, but for me, it feels like everything continues from that moment to now. And then, having finished her story, Alice-san let out a deep breath. The immense tension of her magic power eased, and she looked over us with a smile. At some point, Color-san had come to her side. Offering comfort, she hugged her friend tightly from behind. Alice-san nodded slightly, placing her hand atop Color-san's arm. Well, personal feelings aside, you mentioned that the barrier is starting to break, right? That means we must defeat the Demon King here and now. She turned her gaze to me, her eyes steady. Whether by fortune or fate, here with us is someone who managed to pull just me out of the delayed realm, an incredible feat. Suicune. Yes. Your dark magic is probably stronger than both Wajima and Nakono combined. And from what I see, there are mages here who rival, if not surpass, me. Vile-san and Karen. No. Her gaze wasn't just fixed on me. It encompassed all of us. Of course. Yes. Bark. Yes. Chocola. That means you, too. As Mother, Karen, and Chocola nodded, Alisan smiled. A fragile, almost pleading smile. I know I'm letting my emotions get in the way. But please, help me defeat the Demon King. Help me bring peace to G-Dear. My friend's dear child. Of course, for the three of us, the answer was already clear. Of course. After all, that's why we came here. Please, let us help you. Chapter 55.4. We weren't uninvolved, either. After discussing battle tactics, covering the Demon King's abilities, attributes, and countermeasures, we disbanded for the time being. The idea of facing a rare existence born from a dragon was daunting. Could we even stand a chance? Despite our fears, Alisan seemed to believe we had a shot. She planned to rest her body while formulating a strategy, which we would review and execute if feasible. Everything fell into place quickly, and the battle was set for 2 days later. 2 days. That meant the day after tomorrow. Honestly, I wasn't ready. I knew we had to stop the Demon King and genuinely wanted to. If I imagined someone like Minork-chan or Ji Neskuin transformed into a Demon King, just the thought made me want to scream or break down in tears. Yet fear and uncertainty still gnawed at me. Even that fledgling chimera was terrifying, and now we faced a fully matured Demon King, a dragon, no less. Would our magic be enough? Could we actually win? And then something happened to heighten my unease. G-Liz. After our meeting with Alisan, I asked G-Liz if he knew anything about Fafnir clan's G-Deer, the dragon who became a Demon King. His reply came after a short delay. I'll look into it. 3 hours later, another message followed. I'm coming to you now. In a frenzy, we enlisted Emisha-san to seal off the North Barrel port. After waiting for 3 more hours, as the sun dipped low in the evening sky, we saw a dragon's silhouette in the distance. G-Liz was approaching at a speed far beyond anything he'd shown when he first carried us. Section. That Fafnir clan's G-Deer was my great-great-grandfather. Seriously? Those were his first words after landing at the port. My vague suspicion had been correct. G-Deer was his kin, after all. Can you tell us more? Hold on. Give me some water first. It seemed he'd been flying full throttle. His breath was ragged. Here. Thanks. Half a day of flying non-stop really takes it out of you. Karen stepped forward and conjured a large sphere of water with magic. G-Liz plunged his head into it, gulping down the enchanted water. I couldn't help but wonder. Isn't he going to drown in that? Bark, bark. Chocola, G-Liz isn't playing around, you know? Wait, do you want to dive in, too? Woo-woo. I'll make a smaller one for you later. Be patient until then. Kuan. Bark. It's not a toy, so don't drown, okay? Phew. I feel alive again. That was even better than Helen Mountain spring water. Thanks, Karen, and you too, Heavenly Beldono. You chilled it, didn't you? It's special. You came all this way for us. So. It's true. Yeah, no doubt about it. When the water sphere had shrunk to about half its size, G-Liz seemed refreshed. He shook his head vigorously to scatter the droplets, folded his limbs, and settled his belly on the landing platform. Then, he continued. I asked my grandpa directly. He said his great-grandfather's name was G-Deer. It's not just someone with the same name. Dragons aren't as numerous as humans. Any male from the Fafnir clan with the G prefix is undoubtedly my kin. If we're talking about 2,000 years ago, the only question is whether anyone remembers the name. And, according to Grandpa, his grandfather bore that name. I see. So your grandpa never met him, either? No. My grandpa's father, my great-grandfather, was separated from his father when he was just a hatchling. He returned to the sky long ago, so all Grandpa knows is second-hand. Liz paused, his face clouding over. Apparently, my great-grandfather was captured by humans when he was too young to remember. When I connect that with what you told me, Sway, it all makes sense. Then, Dear-san was forced into it because his child was held hostage? Karen's voice trembled. Probably. But it was so long ago. We dragons were affected by that grand magic, too. Great-grandpa's memories of that time were hazy, so that's all Grandpa could tell me. Liz's voice was tense as he answered. Dear-san was a friend's child to Alice-san, an elf progenitor. When I heard this, I thought of mine Ork-chan and Neskuan. I did, too. My great-grandfather was likely made into a demon king with his child as leverage. It's heartbreaking. A heavy silence settled over us. Liz folded his wings, curled his tail, and raised his head solemnly, his gaze drifting skyward. Kuan. Sensing his sorrow, Chocola approached and rubbed against his foreleg. Liz's eyes softened as Chocola licked his claws gently. Oh, I'm fine. Did I worry you? Bark. Foo-foo. You're kind, Chocola. Bark. After pressing his nose gently against Chocola's, Liz turned back to me. It's one thing with my grandpa, but a great-great-grandfather feels so distant. I've never even met my great-grandfather. But when I told Grandpa about this, he asked me to see it through. See it through. You, Liz? Yeah. Grandpa's too old to fly far anymore. My father's retired, living somewhere far west. So I'm the youngest and most capable of my bloodline. I couldn't read dragon expressions as easily as human ones. It's not just because Grandpa asked me. I want to see this through. I have to see it through. As a dragon, I want to witness what happened 2,000 years ago and pass the story on. If my ancestor hadn't sacrificed himself, I might not be here today. But even if their appearances differ, things like magical wavelengths, subtle nuances, and the tone of his voice made it clear what Liz was feeling. We're friends, after all, I could tell. If my ancestor's tragedy now threatens the world, then as his descendant, I should be the one to stop it. But against a rare existence, my strength alone isn't enough. That's why, Sway, I need to rely on you. However, he spoke with the pride of a dragon, the humility of a friend, and a steadfast resolve. He wasn't ashamed to bow his head to a human much younger than himself. When the time comes, take me with you. I might be more hindrance than help, but I'll do whatever I can. Could you ask the elf progenitor for me? Yeah, I will. I wasn't strong enough to deny that conviction. But at the same time, don't worry. I'm going to block every attack. With you there, Liz, I'll fight even harder. And I'm not so weak that I can't protect my friend. Chapter 55.5 Calming Our Spirits and a Peaceful Night. It was decided that Liz would participate in the battle against the Demon King, but the question remained, where and how would he spend the time until then? After discussions with various parties, the solution emerged. Karen offered her land in the Kwaioi Forest, located in District 2, as a temporary residence for the dragon. Initially, Liz had modestly proposed returning home and coming back on the day of the battle, but Alice insisted he stay. To devise a solid strategy, she needed to understand his magical wavelength, abilities, and the unique traits of dragons. However, staying indefinitely at the harbor wasn't feasible, so Karen's offer resolved the issue. The sight of Liz moving from the harbor to District 2 naturally caused a stir among the citizens. The streets buzzed with excitement over the dragon's arrival in the elf nation of Alfheim. That uproar, however, was left to the Elder Council to manage. With Liz settling in the forest, we decided to make the most of the situation. We headed to the city, buying supplies like firewood, food, cooking equipment, and tents. After notifying the inn we'd be away for one night, we set out for District 2, Kwaioi Forest. Tonight, we'd enjoy a long-overdue camping trip. Section. We chose a campsite at the forest's edge, not far from where Karen's manor had once stood. Naturally, Liz joined us. Good thing Four Seasons San brought some miso along. For dinner, We opted for hot pot. Although winter was nearly over, the night still carried a chill, making something warm and hearty the perfect choice. Using Gigi bird, a domesticated poultry in Alfheim, as the base, we added fragrant green vegetables, root crops, and other ingredients to a miso broth. Naturally, the dish started with a rich kombu stock. Receiving the bowl mother prepared for me, we clasped our hands and said in unison, "Itadakimasu." Chocola's portion of boiled meat also had a faint touch of miso, just enough to add flavor. Delicious. This really warms you up. The taste of miso is so comforting. I don't think I can live without it anymore. Bark. Chomp chomp. You didn't have to go out of your way to join me, you know? We wanted to do this. Camping out. Shaking my head at G-Liz, who was tearing into a piece of raw meat with gusto, I replied. Maybe it's because we're in another country, but I find myself missing life in the forest more than usual. Back in Sidera, it doesn't feel this way. I know what you mean. It's strange since we're not even staying here long. Maybe it's because we're apart from our family. I miss Mint, Pochi, and Grandma. Before coming here, I stopped by Sidera. Mint, Pochi, and Seralind are all doing well. So are the townsfolk. Really? Thanks for checking on them. I appreciate it. It's nothing. Once the Demon King is defeated, you'll be able to return home quickly. If they try to keep you here, just say you're leaving with me. The elves seem to respect us quite a bit. G-Liz laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. It was likely thanks to what happened earlier in the day when he met Alice-san. I feel much lighter now. Progenitor Dono said I could be of use too. To be honest, it was weighing on me, having you protect me all the time, Sway. After greeting G-Liz, Alice-san had a long conversation with him before coming over to me, her expression bright as she patted my shoulder enthusiastically. You did well bringing a dragon. This raises our chances of success even more. She had promised to explain the details during tomorrow's strategy meeting, so I hadn't pressed for more. Still, I trusted Alice-san. She had survived countless battles, proving herself an exceptional commander. But don't overdo it, okay? We need to make sure you get back safely, G-Liz. It wouldn't sit well with G Neskuan and the others if anything happened to you. You wouldn't want to face Minar-san's wrath either, would you? She's the scariest thing in this world. Vile-sama, seconds, please. Of course. Suekuan, how about you? I'll take more too. Mother, make sure you eat plenty as well. Bark. You too. Do you want another serving? Bark. Kuan. The miso stew was a hit, and everyone ate heartily. The fat from the Gigi bird had melted into the broth, soaking into the softened root vegetables, while the aroma of green onions filled our mouths with every bite. The food in this country was delicious, but there was something special about the taste of home. It brought a level of satisfaction that was hard to beat. More than anything, I was happy that Mother and Karen seemed to feel the same way about the taste of miso as I did. Gee Liz, how's the meat here? Compared to what you get in the forest, doesn't it taste a little bland? Well, now that you mention it, I suppose it is a bit milder, but I've got no complaints. Eating nothing but forest game would make me too picky anyway. Besides, whether it's wild beasts or livestock, life is life. We should accept it gratefully. When I asked, he took a big bite out of a chunk of beef, narrowing his eyes in satisfaction. For reference, he was working his way through nearly an entire cow, cleaned and skinned but still in one large piece, not yet portioned into smaller cuts. It would last him about 2 meals, which meant we'd likely need another by tomorrow evening. That said, I probably wouldn't be sharing meals with G-Liz tomorrow. Since it was the day before the operation, it would be important to rest properly in the comfort of a bed at the inn. Which is why I wanted to take it easy tonight and enjoy this time with G-Liz. Just to be sure, you don't snore, right? What do you take me for? I think I'll be fine. My wife and kids never mentioned anything. G-Liz tilted his horned head, exasperated by my joke. Chocola, are you sleeping with G-Liz tonight? Bark. Bark. Oh, that sounds great. My scales are hard, but your fur should be just fine. Bark bark. Just don't sleepwalk and crush our tent, okay? What do you take me for? The rest of a dragon is as still as a boulder. Sway, there aren't many ingredients left. I still want to eat a little more. Oh, then let's finish it off with something. We had brought a mix of millet and proso, perfect for making porridge. I decided to use the remaining broth to prepare a hearty zosui, adding some beans to ensure it would be filling. Porridge? That sounds just right. I'm pretty full, so I'll just have a small portion. It's funny how you've always got room for sake. I'll toast some beans separately for a snack. Watching Mother pull a sake bottle seemingly out of nowhere, I couldn't help but laugh wryly. Still, I found myself preparing a side dish for her anyway. I really was soft when it came to my mother section. With Liz, Mother, Karen, and Chocola. We spent the evening laughing together as the night deepened. The forest was quiet and peaceful, and somehow, I found myself hoping that Karen's biological parents, who rested here, were watching over our little gathering. Chapter 55, Interlude, in the Kwaioi Forest, before the graves. Midnight. As her family slumbered, and the dragon's massive form emitted surprisingly gentle breaths, Viol slipped out of her bedding. With a bottle of alcohol tucked under her arm, she walked through the darkness with sure steps and eventually emerged onto a small hill, the resting place of her old friends. She took a deep breath of the cool night air, gazed up at the moon, then lowered herself in front of the graves. Just then, she sensed a presence behind her. Karen. I noticed you were up. Should I not be here? Don't be silly. Come here. Viol smiled and beckoned her beloved adopted daughter. Karen stepped out of the shadows, walked over, and crouched by her side. They sat in silence for a while, facing the two gravestones. Seated behind them, they looked out over the hill's gentle slope. Karen finally spoke, her voice soft. Are you afraid? Of the battle with the Demon King, Viol-sama? Viol placed a gentle hand on Karen's head, stroking her hair as she replied. Maybe, in the past, I wouldn't have been. The past? Yes. Back then, I lived a shattered life. I believed I was stronger than anyone else, and no matter what monsters I faced, I never felt fear. Or perhaps, I didn't know what fear was. More accurately, she hadn't forgotten fear, she had buried it. Because when she was a child, trapped in Muke's estate, she had spent every day in terror. The contemptuous gaze of her parents, that feeling had been unmistakably fear. But after gaining power, leaving that estate, and becoming an adventurer, her confidence in her magic had driven that fear deep into the recesses of her mind. She had ignored it, thinking it was an emotion that didn't suit someone who prided themselves on strength. Then now, it's different. When I found Chocola, when Louis and Exia died, when I took you in my arms, when I gave birth to Suikuen, and when his father, Suikuen, and Chocola were teleported away. Her fingers, which had been gently stroking, stiffened. She realized her hands were trembling. In my reckless life, I found things I cared about. No matter how strong I was, I realized there were things I couldn't do. I couldn't protect everything I held dear, and they slipped away from my grasp. That's when I understood. This is fear. This is what it means to be afraid. The fear she once felt toward her parents in childhood was different, both in its source and its expression. But by learning to love others and accepting that she wasn't invincible, she could no longer ignore the fear she had long suppressed. Karen listened to her adoptive mother's words in silence. Finally, she placed a gentle hand on Viol's back and spoke. Viol-sama, I'm scared too. But maybe. That means we're strong. Scared, but strong? Her gaze turned to the gravestones where her birth parents rested. We have people we want to protect, and we don't want to lose them. That's why fighting is scary. My real mother and father must have been scared during the great outbreak too. Because I was there as a baby. Viol's body tensed as the memory returned. She and Kazutaru hadn't made it in time. They thought no one in the world could match them. They believed they were invincible. Yet in the chaos of fleeing crowds and sealed-off walls, in the face of such trivial obstacles, they had failed. But more than the helplessness or regret, what she remembered most was the image of her friend's final moments. Louis, who died shielding his wife and child. Exia, mortally wounded, cradling her beloved child in protection. My father and mother died protecting me. They protected me. They were strong enough to protect me. And maybe it's because they were scared. Because they were scared, they were strong. The mutants that had attacked were slaughtered. The two had shown more determination than their abilities should have allowed, protecting Karen with their lives. When Viol and the others finally arrived, Exia, on the brink of death, smiled one last time. She smiled, and with a look of relief, she spoke. Please, take care of her. Please, make her happy. You're right, Karen. Ah. That final plea was strength itself. Because she had entrusted her life's purpose to the strongest witch in the world. Then Viol, too, had to be strong. She could not let her friend's strength be in vain. I'm afraid to face the unknown existence that is the Demon King. I'm afraid of losing the things I hold dear. But if that's the case, then this fear becomes a source of strength, doesn't it? I'm scared too. Suekuen, Chocola, G-Liz, and Alice-san, they must all be scared too. Everyone had something precious. Everyone carried their fear, strength, into battle. Viol pulled her beloved adopted daughter into an embrace, holding fast to the promise entrusted by her old friends. Uncorking the alcohol, she gently placed the bottle before the gravestones. Together, they gazed up at the night sky. And you know, Viol-sama, we're already strong enough. Because we've faced so many fears. 13 years ago, we learned what it means to lose. You're right. From that day, until Suekuen and Chocola returned, you and I worked so hard, just the two of us. Never let that despair happen again. Never forget those desperate 13 years of fumbling through darkness for a thread of hope. And take pride in the countless trials overcome. Now, it's not just you and me anymore. Suekuen and Chocola are here, Alice-san and the others too. Even G-Liz is helping. We're unstoppable. Everyone knows the fear of loss. That's why we're strong. We won't lose. Louis, Exia, and Kazutaru. Precious people who slipped from their grasp, yet they, too, had feared loss, and thus, they had been strong. Because they were strong and had protected them, their family was here now. Chapter 56. Caress those cheeks and weep. Chapter 56.1. The time has come. Alice-san conveyed the strategy to us the next day. We meticulously reviewed it, refining and aligning it with our magic, a process that took half a day. Honestly, by that point, almost all our worries had vanished. Because her plan was incredibly pragmatic, meticulously crafted, eliminating uncertainties and wishful thinking. It was grounded in actual combat experience against the Demon King. You could feel the 2 centuries of resolve behind her determination to end it here and now. During the briefing, Alice-san spoke. This isn't a battle. We won't let it become one. We'll end it before it can even begin. She looked around at everyone, then seemed to drift into distant thoughts. After 1800 years, I've found my fortune. That fortune is you. I won't let this chance slip away. I'll give it everything I have to resolve this threat to the world. With preparations complete, we returned to the inn and spent a quiet night together as a family. Strangely, I slept well. I'm sure everyone else did too. Section. And so, on the morning of the operation, after confirming that everyone was in good condition, a state of martial law, the first in 20 years since the Great Outbreak, was declared in Alfheim. The residents of District 2 were evacuated to District 3, and all citizens were forbidden from going outside. Meanwhile, the key personnel gathered in the castle's Grand Hall, standing before the door that led to District 0. We're nowhere near Progenitor-sama, but we've got a huge role to play. Honestly, my hands are shaking. Yeah, but we still have to do our best. We're witches, after all. Rick-san and Noema-san, the twin descendants of Ejisha, said this, nodding at us. Alongside them were elder council members like Mayako-san and Moata-san, those proficient in magic who would serve as the last line of defense, a shield in case of emergencies. Alice-san clapped the twins' shoulders with a reassuring smile. Don't worry. No matter what happens, we won't let the main body escape, mutants or not. Your magical wavelength is a lot like my old friends, your ancestors. Have confidence. Yes. The words of the progenitor clearly had a powerful impact. Being told they resembled their ancestors only made it more poignant. Rick-san and Noema-san, moved to the core, straightened their posture with determined expressions. Alice-san continued, addressing each of the support members one by one. She asked their names, their lineages, and offered encouragement while meeting their eyes, tying each of them back to progenitor Sama. She's really good at this. Truly impressive. Kuan. What? I'm not cut out for this sort of thing. Bark. Oh, but Suekuan, your wedding speech in Sidera was wonderful, wasn't it? While I was being comforted by Chocola, Mother smiled gently at me. That was for a happy occasion, though. Your father was skilled at negotiations and diplomacy. I wonder if that's a strength Japanese people have, leading others like that. Alice-san's skill comes from 2 centuries of experience. But yeah, education back home probably covered more of that. Speeches, debates, and class representative duties, things like that. Of course, it depended on individual strengths, so not every Japanese was naturally good at these things. But there was a difference in foundation between those who received such training and those who didn't. In this world, schools typically covered reading, writing, arithmetic, and magic. Only merchant or noble children received formal instruction in leadership skills. As we chatted, Alice-san returned. All right. Let's go. Yes. Me, Karen, Mother, Chocola, G. Liz, Four Seasons-san, Color-san, and Alice-san, making us 8 in total, the team set to face the Demon King. Emishi, Yuzuriha, Meishal. We leave the city to you. Understood. We'll ensure everything runs smoothly. Though I am confident nothing will go wrong, should it happen, we will not allow any casualties. They were responsible for coordinating the citizens under martial law. Hajime-san stood solemnly beside Amisha-san, while Meishal-san's eyes shone with unwavering resolve. May fortune be with you. And so, with their battle cry at our backs, we followed Alice-san as she pushed open the doors to the grand hall. Beyond lay a concrete chamber, District 0, where the Demon King was sealed. The entrance wasn't wide enough for G. Liz's massive form. But, will this be enough? Alice-san traced a large circle with her right hand, and smoothly. The wall was cut out along the trajectory, steel beams and all. She kicked the severed wall inward, creating an entryway. It was a cutting spell utilizing fire, water, and wind attributes in tandem. Even though we had witnessed it yesterday, her masterful display of magic left us all in awe. Following Alice-san, the entire group, including G. Liz, stepped through the opening. For the first time in days, we faced the Demon King again. A creature with the visage of a dragon, or perhaps an insect shaped like a dragon. When I first saw it, I was filled with horror. Now, knowing its origins, I only felt pity. So this is my great-great-grandfather, right? G. Liz's murmur was flat. He didn't seem shaken. Perhaps he was just suppressing his emotions. G. dear. He was the son of a dragon who was my friend. Progenitor Dono's friend was from the Yato clan. To think I share blood with those stubborn folks. Even after living so long, there's much I don't know about myself. The mighty dragon let out a deep sigh. His eyes held a mix of sorrow and compassion. Great-great-grandfather. Because you risked yourself to protect our ancestor, I stand here today. I'm proud of you. And that's why I can't let you destroy the world. G. Liz bowed his head in respect. Seeing this, Alice-san declared boldly, "Let's begin." Suekuan, Karen, please. Called forward, Karen and I stepped up. Before the Demon King, we would be the first to strike. Ready, Karen. Anytime. I drew the magic sword Radil and took my stance. Karen nodded and began chanting her spell. The White Jade Tower's fog, reflected in the calm spring sea. Chapter 56.2, Strike the Wake-Up Bell. Ready, Karen. Anytime. I drew the magic sword Radil and took my stance. Karen nodded and began her incantation. Sharpen the waves. Embrace the tempest. Ascend to the heavens. Sink into the night. It was a spell only she could wield, one that calmed the flow of all magic and nullified its attributes. A magic cancel designed to dismantle the causal delay barrier trapping the Demon King. But, of course, simply releasing the barrier and freeing the Demon King wasn't part of the plan. Alisanne's strategy involved multiple simultaneous actions. Consciousness. The duality that defies the seasons. Unconsciousness. The crossroads where color hesitates. Humbly as violets, cycling through the eternal night. The sound of bells echoing through clear skies continues to ring within the void even as dawn breaks. Overlapping with Karen's chant, I began to activate my own magic. And then, spring, choose. Remain forever young, cradle gently, doze, rest, sleep, and die. Stacking reason, red fire, blue water, green wind. 1. The sacred peak perceives an apex of white. 2. The scattering blooms hear a tremor in the extreme. A voice followed behind us. Mother, too, had begun to weave her spell. Karen Tutoria Kioyu. Sway Hateno. And Viol Muker Hateno. The magic of all three of us surged into the atmosphere, shaping itself in distinct forms. Neither Karen, nor I, nor even Mother shortened the incantation. A complete, formal chant, executed with flawless precision, transformed magic power into a perfected circuit. Determine the calm. In the interstice of the hidden world, let the flutter of wings stroke, strike, rend, and kill. Combine the three, hasten, and race forward. Begin in night and continue to morning. Blue and red aligned, explode. Like an echoing round, the words of power concluded in perfect unison. Calm spring's hues, overwhelming night's hues, and heavenly bell's hues spread through the space. At the same moment, Chocola, standing beside Mother, let out a low growl and braced himself. In other words, the first assault was led by the 4 members of the Hateno family. We would be the ones to strike first against the Demon King. I raised the magic sword Redil, the signal to begin. The white jade tower's fog, reflected in the calm spring sea. A radical change laments the night that should not have been. The violet shrieks, causing the heavenly bell to resound. In an instant, the mist descended. A composite spell of wind and water, a pure white haze enveloped the Demon King. The causal delay barrier that had sealed him for 1,800 years was crushed by magic, its attributes nullified, all reduced to calm. The first to resume movement were the mutant insect spawns frozen around the Demon King. Small and insignificant on their own, yet with dozens of them obeying a simple directive, the continuation of that ancient command to fly and rampage, they sought to unleash chaos. But they wouldn't succeed. Not with the Heavenly Bell Witch and the Fairy Dog Cu Sith, mutant slayers, here. Contradictory magic, flaming ice shards, shattered into countless projectiles, blazing as they burst forward. Bark. Chocola, wrapped in light, dashed forth. Their speed outmatched the insect spawn's wings and even the Demon King's awakening. Why? Because I was here. Lament of the night, acceleration of time. Unlike Light of Dawn, which we used to save Alisanne by bypassing events with causal compression, this spell fast-forwards the flow of cause and effect, boosting speed. It consumed less magic than Light of Dawn but required delicate control. From my father's magic sword Redil sprouted thin black chains. These chains didn't reach toward the enemy, they extended to allies, coiling around Mother's arm, Karen's wrist, Chocola's hind legs, and the rest who were still waiting. These chains, made of pure magic, had no mass to impede movement. Yet they effectively transferred my magic into their bodies. Because the magic flowed directly through these chains, it wasn't affected by Karen's magic cancel. Everyone's movements and reflexes, already enhanced, now surpassed the speed of sound. The mutated insects, just beginning to take flight again, were shot down before they could even flap their wings. Bark. Chocola, transformed into an arrow of light, cleaved an insect's body in half. Bam! Mother's bullet pierced another insect, incinerating it in the same instant. And the corpses didn't explode. Karen's magic was at work. By collapsing the magical power within, she flattened the raging attributes. The phenomenon where the corpse's magic would surge into crystal crucibles and detonate simply couldn't occur. Meanwhile, the Demon King remained motionless. He couldn't move yet. Our accelerated actions meant less than 0.1 seconds had passed since the barrier was lifted. But more importantly, he still couldn't adapt to the resumed flow of time. Alice-san, who had been sealed in a similar barrier, lost consciousness from the shock of being pulled out. She had slept for over half a day afterward. During the first hour, she said, she couldn't even open her eyes, her body too unresponsive. When the causal delay breaks, 1,800 years worth of time crashes upon the body all at once. Alice speculated that the shock scaled with the body's size, magic power, and the complexity of brain functions. I can't say for sure about the mutants spawned by the Demon King though. She told us yesterday. But the Demon King's body is massive, and his magic power is overwhelming. Even without rationality, his brain must still be bigger than an insect's. So, at least for a moment, maybe 1 or 2 seconds, there should be an opening. 1 or 2 seconds. Our strategy was to fully exploit that gap, seize the advantage, and end the battle in one swift, relentless surge. Maintaining my time acceleration magic, I let go of Riddle's hilt with my left hand and raised my arm high to signal. Words were too slow. The motion, faster than sound, reached its target instantly. A presence stirred behind me. Now, it's your turn, G-Liz. Chapter 56.3, After the Roar's Tremor. We have to restrain the Demon King before it fully awakens. The day before the operation, Alice-san explained the plan to us. First, I would accelerate the team's time with my magic. At the same time, Karen would deactivate the delayed causality barrier. As soon as the transformed mutants start moving again, Mother and Chocola would handle them. And then, next, the Demon King will be unable to move for 1 or 2 seconds due to the 1800-year time lag. Let's assume we have just 1 second of leeway. We'll use that second to extend the delay to 5 seconds. G-Liz-san. It's your power we need. G-Liz looked uncertain. Can I really do it? In theory, maybe. But the Demon King, my great-great-grandfather who turned into that, can he even be considered a dragon anymore? But Alice-san declared with certainty. It pains me to say this, but the Demon King definitely has dragon essence, a dragon's soul. I can say that with conviction after feeling that magic directly. Even if its form has deteriorated beyond recognition, even if its attributes have become an incomprehensible mess. At its core, it's G-Dia. It was G-Dia's. Recalling her old friend and his son, she bit her lip, clenching her fist tightly. Then, after a brief downward glance, she lifted her face. She looked straight at G-Liz. That's why it will work. Give it everything you have. Dragon's Roar. Section. And now, at my signal, G-Liz, descendant of G-Dia, a member of the Fafnir clan, took a deep breath. Then, he opened his mouth. Oh. A thundering roar shook District 0. It was the primal scream of a dragon, imbued with magic power. Said to carry not just 1,000 miles, but 10,000 over walls, across mountain ranges, through the sky, resonating across the entire continent. Yes, a chant. Though a scream, it carried a strange melody. It pierced the ears yet felt oddly soothing. Deep enough to make one flinch, yet so delicate it invited surrender. Dragon's Roar, an ancient magic exclusive to the dragon race, which uses wind element magic to project one's magical power through sound. Its primary purpose is to check on the safety of family members. Anyone who hears the roar of a blood relative responds almost instinctively. There's no time to think. Even if they are asleep, they will wake and reply immediately. This is a behavior ingrained in the dragon's genes. For dragons, who live exceptionally long lives, it is not uncommon for parents and children to go hundreds of years without seeing each other once they leave the nest. Sometimes, they don't even know where their kin live. Because of this, the custom of answering a roar eventually became an instinctual habit. From the sound's wavelength, dragons can pinpoint the caller's location, as well as determine their health and even lifespan. And hearing it for ourselves. That roar, though thunderous, carried an immense gentleness that struck our hearts. Goosebumps rose in awe, and our chests swelled with emotion. Yet, no, because of that. The Demon King, a former dragon, now moments away from resuming its rampage after a second-long gap caused by 18 centuries of time lag, halted in response to Liz's roar. To be precise, it wasn't frozen in place. It was trying to answer. The call from a distant descendant, its great-great-grandchild, triggered its instincts. It wanted to say, "I am here. I am still alive." But it could not. The creature's head, twisted beyond a dragon, could no longer produce a voice. It lacked vocal cords in its throat, had no tongue in its grotesque mouthparts, and its chaotic, corrupted attributes prevented it from weaving magic. It could not channel its magic into wind and sound. Yet its instincts, the dragon habits still lingering in its body, tried to roar back. My chest tightened. The pitiful way it froze with its head lifted skyward was heartbreaking. For Liz, its kin, it must have been even more painful. Bark! Bark! Chocola barked with fervor as he fought off the mutants. Moved by the sound, even if he didn't understand the complexity of the situation. He was always sensitive to the emotions of others. "Oh, oh, oh." Behind me, my friend's voice shook even harder, his cries growing more sorrowful and resolute. This was no longer a call to check on his bloodkin's safety. It was a desperate plea, a way to let his ancient ancestor before him know that his descendants were here, alive, by his side. Liz's roar proclaimed, "Your kin is here, right beside you. Your will lives on in us. So please, at the very least, find peace." Suekuen, Toshiya, Karuko. Alisan's command came out choked with tears. Gritting my teeth, I rushed forward, following Alisan as she charged ahead. How long would the Demon King remain paralyzed in response to Liz's roar? No one knew. Alisan estimated 5 seconds, but it could be more or less. That's why we had to execute the next move, the final push. This was the most critical part of Alisan's plan. To defeat the Demon King without fighting. In other words, to end everything before the enemy could fully awaken. Bereft of shelter, lamenting fate. A chant began to echo. I knew that incantation well, though it wasn't coming from me. Sever the ties, pierce the core. Behind Alisan, beside Kalasan, stood a small figure with 2 pairs of shimmering wings, the fairy king with the appearance of a young boy. Once, he was a human who had transmigrated to this world, a Japanese named Higuchi Toshiya. Among his companions, he had been the most skilled in dark element magic. Even after transforming into a fairy through forbidden magic, his affinity remained unchanged. 5, 7, 5. Bend and return, crushed, soaked. Sing as night deepens, the moon fades, and between here and there, stagnate and wither. Because I had taught him the spell structure, and with Kalasan supplying magic power, he could now invoke a spell as complex as causality delay. From his outstretched hand, a glittering powder, like luminescent scales, scattered into the air. Unlike the black chains I manifest, these glimmers reflected 4 Season Sand's own mental imagery through magic. The moment the powder reached the Demon King's body, the Fairy King cried out, "Suekuen, I'll borrow your magic." Shinku Teitai, Retreat into the Deep Night. Chapter 56.4. Wield the Blade of the End. Suekuen, I'll borrow your magic. Shinku Teitai, Retreat into the Deep Night. It was a binding wedge of luminescent scales from the hidden world. The Demon King's movements stopped, his body frozen in place by the shimmering powder, trapped in the posture of an incomplete dragon's roar. While the delay domain manipulates space, Shinku Teitai affects an individual. This meant we wouldn't get caught in it and could attack unilaterally as long as the spell held. This was the bottleneck of our plan. The time acceleration magic I was currently maintaining for everyone was an extension of causal attraction. It consumed immense magical power and demanded tremendous concentration. I couldn't sustain it indefinitely, nor could I operate complex spells simultaneously. To advance the plan to the next phase, I had to release it. Alisan gave me a nod, her eyes signaling, "Do it when you're ready." I steeled my limbs, drew a deep breath, and shouted with all my might. Releasing. Everyone, get ready. 3, 2, 1, 0. The causal attraction spell dissipated, and the time that had accelerated for us returned to its normal rhythm. This meant our advantage in speed was gone. Until now, 1 second for the Demon King was 10 seconds for us. But from this point forward, even with 4 Season Sans Shinku Teitai in effect, it was more like 1 second for the Demon King to our 3. Gu. Ua. An overwhelming torrent of chaotic magic power burst forth from the Demon King, a wild surge like a typhoon, a wildfire, and an earthquake striking all at once. We were fully prepared, and still, it's this intense. The causal delay wasn't failing, Demon King's time was definitely stretching. Karen's magic council was also diligently calming the raging torrents of magic as soon as they spread. Yet, it wasn't enough to negate everything. The chaotic wavelengths of Demon King's magic were interfering with our spells. Karen's nullification couldn't quite keep pace with Demon King's relentless outpouring of magic. The effects of Shinku Teitai were weakening, and though 4 Season San was giving it his all, the moment his concentration wavered, the spell would likely break. I infused 4 Season San's glittering scales with the trait of indestructible to reinforce them. Even so, it still wasn't enough. And to make matters worse, new mutants emerged from Demon King's back, a dozen or more of them. They had survived the 1800-year cocoon and now hatched into freedom. The causal delay was fully focused on halting Demon King, leaving the mutants attached to him unaffected. Chocola. Bark. Mother signaled Chocola, and he responded with a sharp bark. As the two braced themselves, I shouted not to Mother, not to Chocola, but to the final member of our party. Do it. Color-san. Section. 8 of us had joined the fight to defeat the Demon King. Alice-san, me, Karen, Mother, Chocola, G-Liz, 4 Season San, and Color-san. Each of us had a clear role and a reason for being here. Of those, Color-san's task was the most crucial. At my command, Color-san gave a small nod. With her eyes closed, she spread her wings behind her, a shimmering halo of light, and activated her magic. Everyone, take this. All things, 4 seasons, O flower, cling to change. It was a miracle of combined attributes. The name of her magic eye had always been color, a light that held hues of gold, silver, black, and white. This color magic eye doubled our magical output. It was the very essence behind the fairy's drop. Even when she was human, this had always been the only spell she could use. Yet, despite being just a single card, its power was unmatched, a joker that could overturn the entire battlefield. In game terms, it was like an ultra-powerful MP regeneration buff. No matter how enormous the spells we cast or how deeply we poured in our magic, it replenished the moment it was used. This geyser-like amplification made all our eyes glint with sharper resolve. Stack it. The mist of the White Jade Tower is reflected in the calm spring sea. First, Karen suppressed Demon King's raging torrent of magic with a fiercer, more devastating spell nullification. Here we go. The scattered violets caress the heavenly bells. Bark. Garururu. Next, Mother launched spears of ice laced with flames. Chocola, a streak of light, darted through the mutants, tearing into them without mercy. He pierced, scorched, and shredded the insects, sending them crashing down. Oh. G-Liz unleashed a dragon's roar infused with even greater magic power, a cry of defiance hurled at Demon King. Channel magic power into the spell. I'll reinforce it with immortality. I'm good to go now. 4 Season Sans Shinku Teitai stabilized, halting Demon King's movement once more as he had begun to stir. Hurry, Alice. I can't hold this long. Wha? I know. Suikuan. Right. And so, Alice and I broke into a sprint. When violets bloom, and then they wither, a heavenly bell, shining in the starry sky, sits still. In the pre-dawn hours, the ancient temple rings. We chanted in unison. Alice's subject was her own spell. A slicing magic of triple attributes, fire, water, and wind. My role was to imbue it with reason lead, fire red, water blue, wind green. Mix the three, need and play, beginning in darkness, ending in twilight. A causality-forcing spell that ensured the outcome I desired. Even a minor wound would turn fatal. My most powerful strike yet. The stagnation mocks the fleeting beauty of the night. Let's finish this. The Queen's croquet ground. Alice-san's arm swung down like a judge pronouncing a death sentence. And Demon King's torso was cleaved in two from shoulder to hip. Chapter 56.5 Farewell, until we meet again. Alice-san's magic, the Queen's croquet ground, created an invisible blade by weaving together fire, water, and wind. Like the Queen of Hearts from whom it likely drew its name, it could sever anything in its path. Its killing power was immense, though its range was pitifully short, much like my own instant death spell. The rush toward the end is mocked by the night, a timeless observer of folly. It had been decided from the start that, when the time came to deliver the final blow, it would be the two of us. Alice-san would slash, and I would connect that wound to certain death. The remaining challenge had been how to close the gap, how to get us close enough to land the hit. The plan was crafted by working backward from that goal, and in the end, we had executed it perfectly. That first and final strike was unleashed. But we couldn't afford to relax. Not yet. Not when the battle was still unfinished. Even as Alice-san cleaved the Demon King's torso in two, and I tethered the wound's causality to death, the torrent of magic power continued to rage. If anything, it surged even more violently, like a candle's flame flaring just before it extinguishes. We had to endure this. If I failed, if I lost the thread of causality leading to death, the Demon King's monstrous vitality would heal the wound again. Or worse, he might transform further, becoming an abomination even beyond the visage of a dragon. We had to end it. We had to kill him. Hold on. Sway-san. Sway, you can do this. Color-san shouted encouragement, while Karen cried out desperately, her voice trembling. Both of them were pushing their magic to the limit. Color-san's MP regeneration spell and Karen's magic nullification were the only forces holding the Demon King's raging magic in check. Whether Alice-san's strike could reach its mark, whether it could end this, depended entirely on me. Whoa! Without realizing it, I screamed. The pendant on my chest grew hot, and I knew Karen's earrings must be the same. This was the layered effect of the fairy's droplet and Color-san's own spell, amplifying our power. The Demon King's overwhelming magical energy weakened ever so slightly. The thread of causality I was weaving grew just a little thicker. That faint shift in balance was enough, it opened the path. Take this. Eventually, pouring every ounce of my magic power into the spell, I tore through the raging storm of magic surrounding the Demon King. And at the end of that struggle, in the moment when I finally bound the thread of causality to death, with my eyes shut tight, I saw it behind my closed eyelids. Section. Hey, Alice. About this little one. Yeah, so cute, right? Squeaking away like that. This is the first dragon hatchling I've ever seen, so it feels extra special. I want you to give it a name. What? Me? Seriously? Foo-foo. Seriously. My husband and I talked it over. If someone is to name it, we agreed it should be you. You've become our friend, fought alongside us. And this child, born in such circumstances, is surely destined to become a symbol of friendship between dragons and humans. Don't you think a name from you would be fitting for the new era ahead? You're right. The war will be over soon. We'll make sure of it. I want this little one to witness not the ugliness of human conflict, but the joy of people living together in harmony. All right, I'll name it. Thank you. That said, of course, the name must follow our traditions. Since it's a male, the name should begin with G, marking my husband's lineage. G something, right? How about G? What a beautiful sound. Does it mean anything? It's from the language of my homeland. Well, English, actually. It means dear or beloved. Beloved. Oh, what a wonderful name. What do you think, little one? Pai. Pai. Foo-foo. It seems the little one likes it too. Great, I'm glad. Nice to meet you, G. You're probably going to live on long after I'm gone, aren't you? So, when that time comes, I hope you'll be able to say you had fun. Let's play a lot from now on, okay? When you grow big, let me ride on your back. In the meantime, while you're still small, you can ride on my head. It's a promise. A new life, connecting dragons and humans. Our dear, beloved dear. Section. The insect-like lower body dissolved into particles, crumbling like sand. The mutant spawn that had been endlessly emerging from its back had lost their nest and would no longer be born. As for those that had already hatched, they had all been annihilated by Mother and Chocola. Cooin. But Chocola, who would normally wag his tail and nuzzle me, begging for praise, now only quietly pressed against my feet. I crouched down to stroke my loyal companion's back, unable to tear my eyes away from the scene before me. The thread of causality leading to death had been severed. The wound would not heal. With its body cleaved in two, the Demon King's life had come to an end. From the severed wound, the lower body melted away. Then, the upper body followed, disintegrating into fine particles. The Demon King, this surviving rare existence, left behind no corpse. It was the same with the Chimera of the Void Forest and the visions from 2,000 years ago. At the end of their rampage, after their magic wreaked havoc, their bodies disintegrated into dust finer than grains of sand, vanishing entirely. It was as if this disintegration was the price paid for exceeding the natural order. Alisan knelt, cradling the Demon King's head, now the only part of its body left intact. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I made a promise, and I couldn't keep it. I'm sorry," she whispered, sobbing, her fingers gently caressing its face. That face, resembling a centipede's head, no longer seemed like an insect to me or to any of us. Damn it, this is unbearable. In her arms, even the head began to dissolve, fading into emptiness. It dissolved, disappeared, and left not a single speck of dust behind. "Who?" G-Liz roared, a cry that echoed 3 times. In response, a sound, tender and beautiful like a melody, reached us from afar. Though separated by the walls of the castle, it felt as if it came from beyond the sky. Not just me, everyone understood. It was the reply of G-Liz's kin. The bloodline of the Fafnir clan, G-Liz's grandparents, parents, mine Ork-chan, G-Neskuan, and perhaps even mine Arsan. All of them were answering G-Liz's roar together. "We are here. We are living well in this world. We carry on the bloodline you passed to us. So please, rest in peace." Alisan stood, closing her eyes as she looked up at the azure sky of her memories. Then she spoke. "To the heavens, let the thoughts of my beloved fosterling soar. Dissolve into the infinite skies and remain with us for eternity. G dear, my precious child. Farewell. Until we meet again. Let's play together once more." This was the funeral of a dragon. The very same words G-Liz had spoken for my father. Into the blue heavens, the soul took flight. Carried by the dragon's roar. Surely dreaming of carrying Alisan on its back, playing joyfully once more. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 57. And so. Chapter 57.1. Bid farewell to the now empty room. For a while, Alisan stood silently in place. Her eyes closed as if in prayer, her thoughts reaching out to the sky. By her side was her closest friend, Color-san. She neither spoke nor touched her, simply remaining by her side in silence. A little farther away, Four-Seasons-san watched over the two of them with a gentle gaze. Behind me, Mother was held tightly in Karen's arms. I couldn't see Mother's expression. She buried her face in her adopted daughter's chest, her body trembling slightly. Karen wrapped her arms firmly around her adoptive mother's back, closing her eyes with a faint, comforting smile. G-Liz appeared to be observing a moment of silence. He lay low with his limbs folded beneath him, his head lowered. He remained still, cloaked in a solemn atmosphere. Perhaps he was letting himself linger in the echoes of the roars returned by his family. And so, Chocola. Bark. I sat down on the ground and stroked my loyal companion's back with my whole body leaning into the motion. Cooin. Chocola didn't act overly playful. He simply let out a soft whimper, absorbing the weight of my emotions. This overwhelming, uncontainable feeling that made me want to scream. This battle. I wasn't really one of its key players. For Alisan and her comrades, it was the resolution of a 2,000-year grudge. For Mother and Karen, it was a fight of retribution for Louis-san and Exia-san. For G-Liz, it was a ritual to bid farewell to his ancestors. Everyone had their reasons for fighting, and their victories had meaning to them. But for me, I had only brushed against those reasons, lingering on their outskirts. Not a bystander, but not quite a participant either. I stood in a strange position, connected yet distant, watching over everyone. And because of that, I couldn't help but feel this way. Because my own sense of fulfillment was faint, I found myself thinking about all that they had lost. Jidia-san, Louis-san, Exia-san. Those who had passed, and the losses their deaths had brought. These were all connected to this very moment, continuing into the future, and surely they weren't meaningless. Yet, if tragedy could be avoided, that would always be preferable. I want the people I care about to live, to smile in happiness. That's what truly matters most. There was another reason I felt this way. It was, well then. Alice-san broke the silence, addressing everyone. It's about time we get going. Mayako and the others are waiting outside, and we've restricted the citizens from leaving their homes. We need to let them know everything's been resolved without a hitch. The time for silent reflection came to an end. Color-san, Four Seasons-san, Mother, Karen, and even G-Liz, each with their own thoughts, nodded to Alice-san and began walking toward the exit. No one looked back. The battle was over. Swallowing any lingering regrets, we moved forward toward the future. Section. In the end, the reinforcements who had no chance to fight instead welcomed us back with resounding cheers. The martial law in the elf nation of Alfheim was lifted, and the elves returned to their daily lives. Soon after, discussions about the future, the management of the nation itself, began. Alice-san and the elders stayed behind in the council hall to handle it. I thought they could have taken at least a day off, but apparently, politics didn't allow for such luxuries. As for Color-san and the others, they returned to the fairy realm of Tur-Na-Nog to replenish their magic power. Even so, they would continue to watch over Alice-san, likely reuniting with her by evening. And as for us, we rode on G-Liz's back toward the forest of Kwaioi. The purpose was to report to Karen's biological parents at their graves. Louis, Exia. It's done. Standing before two gravestones side by side, Mother began to speak. Karen stood next to her, while Chocola and I stayed back to watch over them. G-Liz, unable to sit on the narrow hill, waited partway down the mountain. Sorry about that. I don't know if you'd call it revenge, but I doubt you two were holding any grudges to begin with. So, let's just say it's settled. Mother's tone was casual. She wasn't here as our mother but as their friend, standing before their graves. And don't worry about this country. Emishi and Yuzuriha will handle things well. They wouldn't want to disappoint you too, after all. A sharp, slightly jaded girl with a bit of a twisted personality. Before she became my mother, when she had just opened her heart to her lover and friends, she was vile Muker. What remains now are just the promises we made to you two. But her voice softened, the tone lowered. It became calm, filled with affection, and solemn. She spoke as a grounded, strong woman who had realized what she must protect. Vile Muker Hateno. Have you reunited with Kazukuan? You must have, right? But as for me, it'll still be a long time before I join you over there. That's why I'll keep my promise. Look, Louis, Exia. Your daughter has grown up to be so wonderful. Mother gently nudged Karen forward, encouraging her adopted daughter. Karen smiled faintly, though I could only sense it from her back, and crouched down, tracing her hands over her parents' gravestones one by one as she spoke. Father, Mother, I'm happy. I'll surely keep being happy. So, watch over me, okay? Uncle, you too. The earring shimmered in her ear, a mark of her real parents, the holes they had pierced for her, now adorned with Color-san's tears. The bracelet on her wrist glimmered, the final gift her father had given her. Watching this scene, I thought to myself. Only in my heart, I spoke. Louis-san, Exia-san, whose faces and voices I've never known. But I do know the promises you made with my parents. I'm with them too. With Chocola, Pochi, Mint, and Grandma Seralind. With neighbors like Four Seasons-san, Color-san, G-Liz, and the people of Sidera, like Bird-san. And with this girl's old friends who live in this country. It's not just Mother. Together with everyone, especially me. We will keep your promise. Until the very last day, the very last moment that comes, we'll make sure your daughter's happiness never fades. Section. Eventually, the two of them turned to me, smiling. Sorry to keep you waiting, Suekuen. Today's a free day now, so what do you want to do? With father and mother right here, I probably shouldn't say this, but honestly, all this political stuff in this country, I couldn't care less. I just want to get back home and see Mint and the others. I feel the same way, honestly. But unfortunately, we've still got reports to hear and things to take care of. Looks like we won't be heading back for a few more days. To the two of them, I broached the subject. Taking out my smartphone, I checked the calendar as I spoke. About that. Actually, there's something I'd like to talk with you about. Chapter 57.2. The cleanup began amidst the aftermath. From the very next day, the era of transformation began in the elven nation of Alfheim. Of course, this wasn't some kind of civil unrest. It was the dawn of peace and the promise of a new beginning. Alice-san and the Elder Council had already started working immediately after the memorial for Dia-san. By the time we woke up from a sound sleep, the gears of change were already turning. Upon waking, we were promptly briefed on some of the decisions that had been made. First, the political system. The Elders' Council was to be dismantled. In its place, a republic would be established, with representatives being broadly recruited from the populace. The audacity of this shift left me astonished. However, Alice-san herself would not be directly involved in politics. It seemed that Mayako-san and the remnants of the old bloodline faction had fervently pleaded with her, saying, "Please guide this country." But Alice-san firmly declined. She explained that she was nothing more than a relic of the old era, someone who had narrowly escaped death. It was not her place, as an elder clinging to life by chance, to bear the weight of the people's present and future. She assured them that she would offer advice if they ever found themselves lost or in trouble, but insisted they must steer the course themselves. With this, they were persuaded. Alice-san had been working tirelessly for over 2 centuries since her arrival in this world. Surely, she deserved some peace and quiet. Though, it seemed her lifespan was far from over. From what I gathered, the progenitor elves appeared closer to being fairies, beings of another realm, than to humans. As for the soon-to-be-dismantled Elder Council, of the 6 members, Emisha-san and Yuzuriha-san were to remain as part of the new assembly. Being direct descendants of the progenitors, they held natural sway over the people and were recognized as ideal leaders due to their moderate views. Currently, they were swamped with the task of reaching out to foreign nations. Emisha-san's daughter, Hajime-san, had also been drafted to help, leaving her utterly overwhelmed. The other 4 members, on the other hand, would step away from the public stage. Mayako-san, as the leader of the bloodline faction, took responsibility by choosing to retire. She planned to dedicate her life to atoning for the victims of her faction's ideology. Whether the day would come when those she had wronged forgave her remained uncertain. Yet, with Alice-san's encouragement, her eyes shone with determination. Moata-san has decided to descend to the surface and explore the outside world for a while. He plans to loosen his rigid mindset, refine his skills, broaden his perspective, and, if possible, support the nation as a warrior in the future. With his abilities already at a witch class level, he's likely to make a significant impact as an adventurer. I wonder if he'll ever visit Sidera one day. Meishel-san, on the other hand, was asked to remain in the new council, but he declined, saying the weight of his failed attempt to assassinate Alice-san was too great. While that incident was never made public and no legal punishment was imposed on him, his sense of guilt is overwhelming. He intends to atone for his crimes by dedicating himself to the country as an ordinary citizen from now on. Finally, Kunazi Onagiya. The old man who threatened us was dismissed from the Elder Council and placed under house arrest. Unlike the others who resigned, his removal was a direct dismissal. Apparently, he had committed numerous other misdeeds, including involvement in the assassination of Kwaioi during the past civil war. There was no room for debate. All his authority was stripped away, and he'll now spend the rest of his days confined to a room in his mansion. Considering the number of people who hold grudges against him, Not being sent to prison might actually be a harsher punishment. After all, prison bars offer some protection from revenge. Ah, by the way, I did undo the Shinku Teitai spell after everything was resolved. He was left in a daze. Honestly, though, it's his own fault. It might seem cold, but I just can't bring myself to forgive this man. That said, transitioning the country's politics to the new council is still a ways off. Emisha-san, Yuzuriha-san, and even Mayako-san, Moata-san, and Meishel-san will all be busy tying up loose ends for some time. Alice-san also seems quite occupied. Soon, they plan to publicly announce her existence to the citizens. I'm sure it'll turn into a grand celebration. Section. As for Alice-san herself. So tired. Suekuen, tea. Here you go. Dodging her mountain of duties, she showed up at the hotel where we were staying and threw herself onto the sofa. Ah, so good. Barley tea is the best. You could have used a glass, you know. She guzzled the barley tea straight from the 2-liter bottle, which Four Seasons-san had fetched from our pantry, with unrestrained enthusiasm. Then, she studied the bottle in her hand, a nostalgic look crossing her face. It's been a while since I've had this. Looks more dented than I remember. I'm not familiar with the old ones, but maybe it's for environmental reasons. Makes sense. Things sure do change over 20-something years. In our house, we brew barley tea in a kettle and reuse empty mineral water bottles as containers. Normally, we wouldn't take them outside the forest, but for Alice-san, we made a special exception, just like with instant rice and miso. I thought 2 liters might be too much, but at this rate, you'll finish the whole thing. Barley tea is one of those drinks you can just keep sipping, especially when it's been over 200 years since I've had it. How about you two, Karuko and Toshiya? We're Suesan's neighbors, you know. He shares it with us sometimes. What, really? Lucky. Alice-san kept sipping straight from the bottle, occasionally offering it to Color-san and the others, though they didn't seem to mind. It was probably natural for them to share drinks like this back in their time. When you finish the bottle, Four Seasons-san, could you take care of disposing of it? Make sure no one in this world sees it, though. Of course. Can I leave it in your kitchen for now? Sure, we'll handle it from there. No worries, I'll probably finish it all while I'm here anyway. Chocola-chan, do you want some too? Bark. Haha, guess not. Chocola turned his head away from Alice-san and curled up beside me. His attitude seemed to say something like, I'll acknowledge you as a comrade, but don't expect me to wag my tail. Meanwhile, Alice-san watched him with a fond smile, as if she found his aloofness endearing. Then, all of a sudden, she turned to me with a question. By the way, Suekuen, about tomorrow. It seems they want to introduce me to those direct descendants of the progenitors. Naturally, Karen will be invited too, but how about you and Vile-san join as well? It's just a casual meal, so no need to feel pressured. Ah, I'm sorry. I can't make it. Please have Karen bring Mother along instead. As much as I appreciated the invitation, I had prior commitments. Oh, why not? Because Chocola and I won't be in this country tomorrow. Bark. Not in this country? That's right. Alice-san tilted her head in curiosity. I stroked Chocola's head and explained. We're taking a quick trip home. Tomorrow is my father's death anniversary. Chapter 57.3, that day, March 12th. In this world, the concept of anniversaries seems to hold little weight. Holidays, of course, but also memorial days such as the anniversaries of a loved one's passing. Here, it's customary to remember such occasions seasonally, celebrating or offering condolences when the thought comes to mind. For instance, my birthday is April 20th, but last year I spent that day traveling back to the forest from Sidera by lizard carriage. We celebrated only after I returned home. So, perhaps I don't need to dwell on specific dates too much. After all, the discrepancy between the calendars of Japan and this other world isn't even clear. While we know that 13 years have passed since our transmigration, how that translates to the exact number of days is uncertain. Adopting the customs of this world and commemorating events seasonally seems like a reasonable approach, and that's what I intend to do eventually. However, March 12. That day remains an exception. It was 1 year ago, in the evening. We had plans to celebrate my acceptance into university at a slightly fancy restaurant. I'd just received a message, "I'm leaving the office now." I was in the middle of changing into something more formal to match the restaurant's dress code when an unknown number called. March 12th. I faced that day once again, though now in a world far removed from where it all began. Section. And so, evening arrived. Thank you, G. Liz. I know I asked a lot. Think nothing of it. I, too, wanted to see the faces of my family. G. Liz gently lowered Chocola and me from his back in the garden of my home, deep within the void forest. A warm smile graced his features. A death anniversary, you say? An intriguing custom. To we dragons, who live for so long, it feels all the more peculiar. But hearing of it instills a certain solemnity. He cast his gaze toward the corner of the garden, where my father's gravestone stood, then closed his eyes softly. Are you sure about leaving Heavenly Beldono and Karen behind? Yeah. It's not a tradition they're familiar with. They told me it's fine to do the 1-year memorial prayer together as a family after I get back. Honestly, they were being considerate of me. 2 days ago, after reporting the defeat of the Demon King at Lewis-san and Exia-san's graves, I brought up my father's death anniversary. In the end, it was decided that Chocola and I would return home with just the two of us. Mother had said this. We don't really have the custom of observing death anniversaries. But to truly reflect on that day, it's probably better if Mother and Karen aren't there. So, just you, Chocola, and Father. The 3 of you who live together over there spend the day as a family. I see. Then I shall visit my family as well. I'll return tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you. With those words, G. Liz soared into the sky. Chocola and I watched his massive wings disappear into the distance, and then, in the now quiet garden, we exchanged a glance. Come on, Chocola. Bark. At my prompt, the 2 of us turned on our heels toward the front door. It felt almost like that day, the first time we came to this house. Section. It's so quiet. Bark. This was normal for us until a year ago, wasn't it? Kuan. Our home, after about a month away, was understandably devoid of the usual lively atmosphere. It wasn't the day we were transferred to this world that came to mind, but the days before that when we lived in town. The layout, the furniture, everything about this house is different from the one we had back then, but Chocola and I would always wait in that same kind of quiet for Father to come home. And yet, it never felt lonely, because we knew he would return. We believed it without a doubt. Just wait a little longer, okay? Bark. I stood in the kitchen and began to prepare a meal. The ingredients were ones I'd brought from Alfheim. Fried drumsticks of Gigi bird, stewed and fresh vegetables for side dishes. Miso soup. It was a modest meal, but no different from the ones we used to eat back there. I made enough for 2. I plated the food, warmed the rice, and filled the bowls before setting everything on the table. My portion, Father's portion, and a dish of dog food for Chocola. Itadakimasu. I clasped my hands together, picked up my chopsticks, and moved to take a bite only to murmur softly, "You know, Father." Chocola didn't touch his dog food either. He just stayed still, silently watching me, or maybe the empty seat at my side, where the food sat untouched. It didn't have to be a restaurant. It didn't have to be some extravagant meal out. It would have been fine to have our usual dinner together, even for my acceptance celebration. If it was just something I made, something we all ate together, like always, that would have been enough. The words trembled as they left my mouth. 1 year. An entire year had already passed. If only you could come back, Father. That's all I ever wanted. A year had gone by. I'd reunited with Mother and Karen, gained Pochi and Mint as part of the family. Grandma, everyone in Sidera, the dragons and fairies of our neighborhood. Lively, noisy, joyful, happy, so very, very happy. And yet, I miss you. Father, I miss you. So much. Tears streamed down, dripping onto the table. I should eat, but I couldn't. I wanted to eat together with Father and Chocola, just like I'd planned when I cooked this meal. But looking at the empty seat beside me only drove the truth home. He's gone. He's still gone. Bark. Bark, bark, bark. Suddenly, Chocola barked, his nose pointing toward the kitchen, as if alerting me to something. I turned, my tear-blurred vision barely able to see, and then I saw it. Not through my tear-clouded eyes, but through magic. By the cupboard, a figure was busying themselves, stocking it with an abundance of provisions. A familiar silhouette, unmistakable. The back I'd seen all my life since I was little. All right. Having finished putting away the groceries, he dusted his hands off and muttered to himself. That's everything. Sway's going to be so surprised. That voice, too, was just as I remembered it. They won't want for anything now. There's even more supplies than before, and I bought good shampoo and conditioner. I hope Viol and Karen will like it. Father. I knew. This was only residual memory, a scene etched into the magic power of our home, a memory from back in Japan. My unrefined magic, in the days immediately following our transmigration, had matured over the past year in this other world. Battles in Alfheim had honed my abilities to the point where I now unintentionally triggered clairvoyance, a spell allowing me to see the past. It was so vivid, so strong, that even Chocola could see it. Father turned, his gaze sweeping across the room. He looked around with a nostalgic fondness, as if cherishing the home of those days long past, as if seeing our family through the veil of memory. And then, though he couldn't possibly see me, though it was impossible for him to know, his eyes settled on the table, the sofa, and then on Chocola and me. Past memories linger in magic power. If it's Sway, perhaps. Straightening his posture, Father smiled. He met our gaze and smiled. Sway, Chocola. Yeah, it's okay. Mother is here. Karen is here. And I'm here too. Yeah. I'll always be with you. Always, together. The past vision ended. Father's smiling figure, with his fist extended, faded away, leaving my tear-blurred vision a mess again. Bark. 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 You saw it too, didn't you? You saw him. Kuan. You heard him, didn't you? He said he'll always be with us. Always together. Bark. Chocola jumped into my arms, and we clung to each other, crying our hearts out. But these tears, unlike before, weren't born of sadness. Section. So, you know, Alice-san woke up. There's another Japanese person here now. Finally, Chocola and I began our meal with Father. Fried chicken, stewed vegetables, miso soup, salad, and dog food. The same familiar dishes, just like back then, the ordinary meals of the Hateno family. While Chocola devoured his food, I talked to Father, sharing my stories. Instead of school happenings, I told him what had been going on in Alfheim. The Demon King was incredible. But it was sad too. Alice-san and the others seemed to be struggling. Still, in the end, they looked ahead. There was so much to tell. So much I wanted to share. I also reported to Louis-san and Exia-san. I told them I'd make sure Karen would be happy. I bet you once made that same promise to Mother, didn't you, Father? The world had faced a crisis. And while I wasn't directly at its center, I had been close enough to witness it. And Alfheim's political system is changing. I think it'll be okay now. But right now, none of that matters. Whether I was directly involved or not, everything I experienced, everything I saw, everything I touched and became a part of, if Father could listen and accept it as part of his son's life. And you know, after that, then being able to share it with him meant something. It was proof that I was building my life. That day, 1 year ago, March 12th, the phone call I got while changing into my uniform, ready to go to that fancy restaurant. A year had passed since then, and now, after crossing that year's threshold, I could truly believe it. We're together. You came back. You came back to us. And you know, welcome home, Father. Chapter 57.4. A renewed resolve to face the world. After spending a night at home, we returned once more to the elven nation of Alfheim. On the way back, we stopped by Sidera. It had been about 10 days since we last saw Mint, Pochi, and Grandma. Though our stay was brief, only a few hours, I caught Mint as she dashed toward me, let her smother me to her heart's content, hugged Pochi's nose and stroked it, and listened as Grandma praised me, saying, "You've done so well." Though I couldn't meet Bird-san and the others, who were out in the forest, I was able to see Lila-san, Tomo-san, the Novium couple, and Dolce-san. Seeing Lila-san looking so lively nearly brought me to tears, not that I'd admit it to anyone. I'm truly glad that old man has fallen from power. G. Liz, who escorted me and Chocola to the departure point, planned to visit his grandfather and parents on the way. He intended to report to his grandfather that the spirits of their ancestors had found peace, thus concluding his responsibilities. And so, welcome back, Suekuen, Chocola. Welcome back. With our spirits somehow lighter, we were greeted by Mother and Karen as we re-entered Alfheim. I'm back. Bark. We didn't plan to stay long. Honestly, my role here was already over, but even so, I had to see things through to the end. Section. They're going to bring this castle down to the ground. Later, during dinner, we were invited to a restaurant by the Ajisha twins and Hajime-san. As we enjoyed the delicious meal, they told us about this surprising plan. Yes, though not immediately. It's something for the future, Rick-san added, following Noemi-san's nod. It seems that the magic keeping this island afloat is beginning to show signs of wear. Much like the barrier that once sealed the Demon King and Progenitor Sama. Hajime-san explained in detail. That sounds serious. Well, it's not something that will happen overnight. According to Progenitor Sama's assessment, the magic should hold for another 200 years. But after that, the levitation will gradually weaken, and in another 100 years, the island could crash to the ground. What will you do about it? Karen asked, her mouth full of beef stew. Stop that, it's bad manners. We'll have to find a way to bring it down gently, Hajime-san replied, as if it were the only logical conclusion. We can't just abandon this island. More importantly, we can't let something this massive crash into the wrong place. That's why we're asking the continental nations to cede a piece of land. When the time comes, we'll carefully set the floating island down there. Won't that cause territorial disputes? We're not sure yet. However, the Republic has already expressed a willingness to cooperate. Apparently, the Fatimas made the arrangements. Fatima, one of the 6 clans, descended from Wajima-san, one of the progenitors. About 500 years ago, they left this country for the surface world and now govern an autonomous territory within the Republic. It's been a long time since we elves of Alfheim parted ways with them. But perhaps they've always known about the state of this country. Exactly. Maybe they've been maintaining ties with the outside world all this time, preparing for a moment like this. What the Ajisha twins were suggesting was surely just a convenient dream. Even so, I wanted to believe it was true. That their actions weren't driven by political calculations or an intent to exploit vulnerabilities, but by a genuine concern for their homeland. If that were the case, it would be ideal. That depends on faith. Cough. It will be dependent on Father and you. This isn't just someone else's problem for you, Rick and Noemi, though Karen's involvement is debatable. Hajime-san's serious gaze swept over everyone at the table. The 2 young witches from Ajisha nodded solemnly, making it easy to pretend I hadn't noticed her earlier slip of the tongue. Karen, on the other hand, puffed out her cheeks, perhaps feeling left out. Chempich. I'll contribute in my own way. Let me know once you've secured the land. I'll flatten the terrain enough for this island to sit on. We'll help too. Bark. Of course. We've done plenty of land clearing in the forest. Fufu, it sounds fun. Karen's suggestion quickly gained support from me, Chocola, and Mother. While Rick-san, Noemi-san, and Hajime-san looked a little strained, I was confident we could pull it off if we went all out. Well, that's a matter for the future. The point is, this country's relationships with other nations are about to change. Hajime-san resumed eating, trying to divert attention as she put another piece of meat in her mouth. This country has to start looking outward. The Demon King we sealed away has been defeated, and the global threat is over. But the castle will inevitably fall to the ground someday. We can't keep living in isolation up here, detached from foreign countries and carrying on as we always have. So, for that purpose, that is. Her tone seemed somewhat rehearsed, or rather, tinged with guilt. Her gaze kept darting toward Mother. Error. So that's why you invited us to dinner. I see now. Emishi really goes out of his way, using his children like this. Mother sighed, as if she'd pieced it all together. No. This wasn't Father's idea. I did this on my own. Father's still undecided, and I just couldn't stand by and watch. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Mother chuckled at the sight of Hajime-san flustered and panicking. After exchanging glances with me, Karen, and Chocola, she spoke. As the Heavenly Bell Witch, I will testify to the nations. I will declare that the core of Alfheim held an ancient demon king whose threat was unparalleled, a true danger to the world. The 3 members of the Hateno family, who were involved in the subjugation, will serve as witnesses. Furthermore, the release of the progenitor elf from their seal is not a fabrication but the truth, verified by my son, Sway Hateno, through his magic. Teach, thank you so much. I see now. Seeing Hajime-san bow her head deeply, we finally understood. It wasn't enough to merely reveal the truth. After all, even within Alfheim, the existence of the Demon King and Alice-san was a closely guarded secret that most citizens were unaware of. If they suddenly announced, by the way, we've been sealing away a monstrous threat and protecting the world, the other nations would hardly respond with gratitude. More likely, they'd furrow their brows and dismiss it as a desperate fabrication to excuse their island's potential crash. That's why credible testimony from a trusted third party was essential. And if someone like Mother, the world-renowned Heavenly Bell Witch, Viol Elamukere Hateno, took on that role, it would provide immense support. Her direct involvement in the subjugation only made her testimony more compelling. Honestly, I don't want to involve you kids in politics, and I'd prefer to stay out of it myself. But if we don't do this, things could get even messier. At the very least, I can give my testimony, Mother said with a wry smile, taking a sip of wine. Karen and I exchanged glances, nodding with identical expressions to hers. We don't mind helping. It'd be a problem if this country disappeared. Crops like millet, sorghum, and corn from Alfheim seem pretty useful for cooking. It'd be great if they could keep producing them as always. I want to protect the view from that hill where Father and Mother's graves rest. As long as the island is safe, I don't think it'll change even if it descends to the surface. Thank you, both of you. Don't worry, I'll make sure you don't get caught up in any unnecessary troubles. Besides, I doubt anyone would dare challenge my testimony, Mother said with a faint, chilling smirk. Hajime-san visibly paled, seemingly realizing for the first time just how formidable an ally she had enlisted. But Mother wasn't interested in throwing the world into chaos. It wasn't just about Alfheim, this was for everyone on the continent. For people like the farmer we'd met recently, who lived quietly and smiled peacefully. That's the kind of world we wanted to see. In any case, with the testimony of the Heavenly Bell Witch and her family, many matters were swiftly resolved and began moving in a favorable direction. Other nations, including the Sorks Kingdom, acknowledged the truth of Alfheim's situation and recognized their unsung efforts in averting a global crisis. Offers of aid began pouring in as acts of gratitude. And so, after allowing some time to pass, 2 days later, we finally prepared to return home. Chapter 57.5. Next time, we'll visit just to relax. And so, the day came for us to leave the elven nation of Alfheim. We returned to the same North Barrel port where we had first arrived. The sky was clear, the breeze warm, a perfect day for flying. Hajime-san, Amisha-san, and the Ajisha twins had come to see us off. Thank you for coming all this way to see us off. There wasn't another soul in sight. Amisha-san had taken the initiative to close off the port for us. Additionally, are you sure about this? Not meeting with Progenitor-sama? At that moment, Progenitor-sama's triumphant return, a parade to announce Alice-san's survival and homecoming, was taking place. All the citizens' attention was focused on that spectacle. We're fine. It's not like we'll never see her again. Besides, being surrounded by that many people would be way too embarrassing. Truth be told, we'd also been invited to join the parade. They wanted us, the ones who rescued the progenitor and helped defeat the Demon King, to march alongside her. As the Heavenly Bell Witch and her son, as well as Calm Spring Witch, the orphan of Kwaioi, they asked if we'd be willing to be introduced as heroes who saved the nation. We turned them down in an instant. I mean, come on. More than that, I just want to go home and see my family. Right, Chocola? Bark. I adjusted the strap of the backpack slung over my shoulders as I patted my tail-wagging dog. The bag was stuffed full with souvenirs. I see. Take care on your journey home. You all take care too. Give my regards to Yuzuriha. Mother lightly tapped Amisha-san's chest with her fist. Meanwhile, Karen exchanged a farewell hug with Hajime-san. Hajime, stay well. If you feel like it, come visit Sidira sometime. I will. I've realized that if I'm to succeed my father, I need to see more of the world. When the time comes, I'd love to. Ijisha's twins, you're planning to visit Sidira too, right? Yeah. Once things settle down here, we'll get back to adventuring. Hopefully before summer rolls around. Sway-san, tell Bird-san and the others we said hi. Of course. Next time, come visit our house directly. You're asking for a lot. But I suppose we'll have to grow that strong. After all, it's our generation that will have to shoulder the nation's challenges from here on out. I shook hands in turn with Rick-san, Noema-san, and Hajime-san. And then, a dark shadow appeared in the distant sky, gradually growing larger as it approached. A dragon with majestic wings had come to pick us up. We'll come visit again. Next time, without any trouble, just a peaceful, relaxing trip. Suikuen, no, Sway Hatano Dono. This country will never forget its debt to you. We will strive to make this a place where you can visit freely, without hesitation. That formal farewell was so typically Amisha-san. I chuckled softly and waved as I climbed onto G-Liz's back. Thank you for everything. See you again. Section. Let's go home. Tomorrow we'll bring. Kuraruru. Kiu. Bark. Bark bark. You're really leaving already? You could have stayed a bit longer. It's been a whole month away, after all. I'll visit again when I can. Mint stretched her legs out on the top of the wagon, singing happily. Pochi, excited to be harnessed again after so long, was brimming with energy. Chocola joyfully ran circles around Pochi. And there we were, loading up our belongings as Bird-san and the others watched us with amused smiles. When we returned to Sidira, Mother and Karen were immediately tackled by Mint, who squealed with joy as they hugged her tightly. Pochi growled excitedly and received a kiss in return. Grandma Seralind patted Mother on her head, and though she looked embarrassed, Mother didn't resist. We decided to head straight home from there. Did you forget anything? Nope. Grandma, I'll count on you for that thing we talked about earlier. Of course. I'll contact you as soon as I secure a property. I had asked Grandma for a favor. Just a small house would do. It was something we'd need for the future. With Cliché-san's connections, it would likely be found in no time. Everyone came to see us off. From Grandma to Bird-san, Schnee-san, Cliché-san, Lila-san, and Tomo-san, along with the Novium couple, Noah, Parker-san, and Dolce-san. Bird-san stood in front of me as their representative. Rick and Noemi sent us a message, so we've got a rough idea of what you all accomplished in the skies. But an ancient demon king? That's just beyond anything we can imagine. Honestly, with not just Ain-san and Karen, but your name too, it might echo across the continent from now on. Yeah, about that. Honestly, that kind of attention is a bit much for me. Figures. But Bird-san, noticing my confusion, grinned broadly. And his next words were exactly what I needed most. Still, there's one thing I can say, Sway. I'm just glad you made it back safely. That's all that matters. That's enough. Yes. The lizard carriage began to move. Make sure to contact us when you get home, all right? Grandma smiled, waving gently as she saw us off. See you. You've done well, with everything. Schnee-san raised one of his folded arms in a slight gesture, while Cliché-san added his thanks with an uplifted hand. I'll take care of the negotiations with the kingdom. You can count on me. Thanks for the curry recipe. I'm making it tonight. Noah and Parker-san called out in booming voices. Safe travels. Next to Spirudia-san, who shouted after us. Novyum-san silently nodded with a warm smile. Mint-chan, please come back again. Yeah, let's play lots next time. Tomo-san and Lila-san waved at Mint, their expressions tinged with a hint of sadness. And then, amid the clatter of carriage wheels on the cobblestones, I couldn't quite make out the words. But Dolce-san said something to us before bowing deeply. We had already sent her the message. The awakened progenitor was one of Dolce-san's direct ancestors, and she had expressed a strong desire to meet her. It's been a while since we've ridden a carriage. Pochi, we're counting on you. Kuraruru. Hey, Mint, what happened in Sidera while we were away? Mufu. You know, play with everyone. Oh, but Tomo's new invention, secret. Wait, what? That's not fair. Oh, right, Skylark Pavilion gave us some milk, Chocola. We'll have it at tonight's camp. Bark, 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 bark. Together with my reunited family, we continued through the forest. Feeling the early spring breeze on my face, I couldn't resist leaning out of the carriage. Chapter 58, Peacefully, Toward the Future. Chapter 58.1. After a month away, we returned to our beloved home. After my father's first death anniversary, I decided to adjust to the rhythms of this world. No longer clinging to specific dates, I began marking occasions broadly by the seasons. But when I glanced at the calendar, the miraculous coincidence was impossible to ignore. March 21st. Exactly 1 year had passed. It was on this day a year ago that Chocola and I ventured into the mountains, guided by the map on my smartphone. We pushed through the trees, climbed the slopes, and discovered this house. And today, after a week-long journey from Sidera, we arrived in the depths of the forest. Mint, first say, I'm homie. As the block wall of our property came into view, Mint leapt from the carriage, her small feet pattering as she dashed forward. With a nimble hop, she cleared the gate. I'm home. Father, we're back. Her triumphant declaration echoed through the air on March 21st. And so, the Hateno family returned to their cherished home. Section. Mother and Karen immediately knelt before Father's grave, recounting all that had happened in Alfheim. While they offered their report, I set about unpacking our travel gear. Mint wants help. What I do? Then, could you open up the porch for us? On it. Kuan. You don't really have a task, so just sit and stay, alright? Kyun. We parked the carriage in the yard and began unloading the luggage. Travel gear, bags of family clothes, and supplies we had stocked up on in Sidera, all carefully unloaded until the carriage was empty. Once done, I headed to the pasture to remove Pochi's harness. Thanks for your hard work on the long journey, Pochi. You did great. Kuraruru. Chocola, go play with Pochi. Bark. During our brief return earlier, we had checked the surroundings, so everything around the house should still be in good condition. The pasture was as it always was, with the grass we had cut before leaving now regrown after a month. I'd also reopened the dam to the watering trough, so the buckets would already be full. Don't bother Pochi if he wants to rest, okay? Bark. Returning to the yard, I took a moment to survey the rest of the property. The vegetable garden, while not in terrible shape thanks to my magic, it still needed some care. The English garden seemed fine. Four Seasons San and Color San had tended to it while we were away. They'd been busy splitting their time between here and the other place. I'd have to think of a way to thank them. As for the weeds in the yard and maintenance around the well, those could be tackled gradually whenever we noticed them. Suekuan, I'm ready. Let me help bring in the luggage. Thanks. Let's start by moving everything into the living room. Bark. Oh, what's up? Pochi, are you feeling tired? Wafu. Patting Chocola, who had wandered back into the yard, I said, I'll go boil some water. The bath. Karen's face lit up with excitement. Chocola's pretty dirty, too. Looks like today's bath will be quite the event just to scrub off the travel grime. Chiaro. Chocola leaped away with a yelp, as though regretting his return, while Mint, bubbling with energy, piped up. Sway, anything help with? Okay, then can you head upstairs and open the balcony doors? We need to get some air circulating through the house. On it. Giggling, Mint dashed off happily. Watching my lively family, I couldn't help but smile. Bark. It's funny, isn't it? Just a year ago, it was only you and me. Back then, I couldn't figure out why there was even a house in a place like this. And then, bam, Isekai time. Bark. You saved me from that wyvern, fought off the shock bear, and Karen came rushing to our aid. Then we got the house powered up, reunited with Mother. But you know, the thing I think about most isn't any of that. It's the first night. Back then, it was too risky to go outside. There was no electricity, just darkness, and a strange moon in the sky. I remember worrying about what would happen next, how long the emergency food would last. And you, Chocola, you stayed right by my side through it all. I'll never forget the feeling of holding you close as we fell asleep that night. Not in this lifetime. Alright, let's get that bath ready. Bark. And you're getting a proper shampoo today, Chocola. Don't even think about running. Cool. Gah. No excuses. If you're not clean, you're not coming inside. It's been a year. My second year in this new home will be with my family by my side. With them, I'm ready to take bold steps into the future. Section. The next day at noon, we celebrated the first anniversary of our return with a feast. Karen and Chocola, brimming with enthusiasm, had gone hunting and brought back a Gugalan boar, a wild creature native to the Void Forest. After preparing the meat, we turned the ribeye into massive steaks. The meal was rounded out with cheese-laden pizza, sautéed vegetables, and a creamy potato salad made from round yams. It was a hearty and extravagant spread. Since the weather was so lovely, we ate outside in the yard. The chill was gone from the air, replaced with a warm, pleasant atmosphere. The surrounding forest was vibrant, the plants bursting with life, their fresh green leaves gleaming under the sun. Spring was fully here. After the meal, we enjoyed a relaxed tea time. Mint and Chocola raced around the yard, Pochi leisurely grazed on grass, Mother immersed herself in a book, and Karen and I sat side by side on the porch, gazing at the clear sky. By the way, wasn't it supposed to be about a week? As Karen kicked her legs playfully, resting her head on my shoulder, I casually asked. Karen lifted her face and nodded. They said it'd take about a week, maybe 10 days. Should be soon. I see. So, it's about time. Whether it was mere coincidence or some subconscious premonition, as soon as we started talking about it. From the garden's far end, where a small path led to the gazebo, figures emerged. A petite pair, 4-season-san and color-san. And behind them, a tall, poised woman with black hair swaying in a ponytail, a bright smile on her face. She waved with one hand as she called out. Hey, Suekuin, Karen, just like I promised, I'm here. Through Tur-Na Nog, connecting the elf nation of Alfheim and our place, Watanuki Alice-san had arrived at our home. Chapter 58.2, Here's today's treat. Wow, it's really turned into a forest, hasn't it? And right in the middle, there's this lone Japanese-style house. It's such a strange sight in so many ways. Alice-san, who had come to our home via Tur-Na Nog, looked out over the surrounding forest from the garden, speaking with a sense of wonder. Meanwhile, Alice, Hanaikada, and others, Grandma? Not quite. She's more like a friend of Dad and Mom, but she told us to call her Onisan. Onisan? But she feels so familiar. We immediately liked her. You, Mint, too. When met Grandma, liked her right away. In one corner of the garden, Mint was frolicking with the fairies. From the snippets of conversation I caught, it seemed Alice-san had become their Onisan. Apparently, their way of existence was similar, which sparked a sense of familiarity and helped them bond quickly. Or perhaps, from 2,000 years ago, some faint memory still lingered in their hearts. Back when they were children of 4-season-san and his wife, Alice-san must have held them in her arms. Thank you again for your help with the Teiku issue. Knowing you're here makes this place feel secure. The familiar I've sent into the sky will keep functioning even after I'm gone. Eventually, Mint and the others will take over, and one day, the scar on this land will heal, won't it? Yeah. Judging by the state of the magic power flow, it'll probably take another 200 or 300 years. At most, 500. By then, this forest won't be an uncharted magical wilderness anymore. 200 years, or 500. My thoughts wandered to that distant future. Would this place one day be cleared by human hands, transformed into a town? Would our home crumble, decay, and sink beneath the earth? Well, no point dwelling on it. Eras come and go, that's just how it is. What matters more are today, tomorrow, and the days we're living now. Bark, bark, bark. Ha ha ha, Chocola, so fast. Ooh, I won't lose. Playing tag like a bunch of kids. So childish. Here you go, Pochi. Your flower wreath is finished. Kururu, was it a bit too small? It only fits up to the tips of your horns. Fufu, they're so lively and having so much fun. I'm glad. Really glad. Alice-san watched the fairies, her expression on the verge of tears. She had lived in a distant past and awakened in a distant future. Yet the time she would spend now was today, the present. Like us, she would take each day one step at a time. By the way, Alice-san, it's a bit early, but dinner, do you have time? Can you stay and eat with us? Of course. I've already taken care of my errands in Alfheim. Honestly, I felt a little bad about imposing, but I've been craving Japanese flavors so much. What's on the menu tonight? Alice-san grinned mischievously, her excitement clear. In response, I gave her a deliberately mysterious look, just enough to spark her anticipation. It's a secret. Look forward to it. Section. Okay, for tonight's meal, I'll have Karen and Mint help me out. I'll do my best. Mint do best too. And so, about 2 hours later, Karen, Mint, and I stood in the kitchen, raising our fists together. All right, let's do this. Oh, you. Meanwhile, Mother and the others were keeping Alice-san company. As the setting sun bathed the English garden in warm light, they enjoyed tea and a leisurely chat. This was partly because, if they saw the cooking process, they'd immediately figure out what we were making. First, I'll chop up the onions. I'll handle this part since it stings the eyes. I took the onions we'd bought in Sidera and began finely chopping them. I set aside about a quarter of them and sautéed them lightly until translucent. In the meantime, Mint, I'll have you knead this. From the refrigerator, I brought out some ground meat. It was a blend of boar and beef, prepped earlier while making lunch. Without a meat grinder, I had minced it by hand with a knife. Thanks to the incredible sharpness of Kanagi, the task was surprisingly easy, and the meat was minced to perfection with little effort. Do you remember what I showed you earlier? Karen, keep an eye on her, okay? She'll be fine. Mint can do it. Do my best. First, we added salt to the minced meat and mixed it until it became sticky. Then, we added the sautéed onions, breadcrumbs, a raw egg, and milk, kneading it all together. That's it. Squeeze the meat in your hand like this. Grip, release, grip, release. Like this. Grip, release, grip, release. Perfect. You're doing great. Karen had learned the recipe from me before, and it seemed she was turning into quite the capable teacher. Mint, though clumsy with her small hands, was giving it her all. Is this good now? Next, we'll stir it in circles. Let's do it together. While the two of them worked on the filling, I moved on to another task. I took the remaining 3/4 of the minced onion and added it to a pot, letting it slowly caramelize until golden brown. Then, I stirred in some spices, followed by water and yogurt. We needed to use up the eggs and dairy products we bought in Sidera before they spoiled. This recipe was perfect for that. As the mixture began to boil, the fragrant aroma of spices filled the kitchen. Turning off the heat, I covered the pot and switched to the frying pan to sauté some vegetables and mushrooms, carrots and shimeji. This time, I kept the ingredients simple. Sway, look. How is it? Oh, it looks great. The center is nicely indented, and the air's been worked out. Sway, sway. I pat the meat, then squish squash with hands, and plop plop. That's amazing. You did a great job, Mint. You're so skilled. Mufu. Foo. It's all thanks to my teaching. You're both awesome. Now, let's wash our hands, okay? I added the sautéed carrots and shimeji to the pot and began simmering the mixture. Meanwhile, I heated butter in the frying pan and started cooking the meat patties. After browning one side on medium heat for 2 to 3 minutes, I flipped them over, lowered the heat, and covered the pan with a lid. Soon, the pot began bubbling, and the distinct aroma wafted from the kitchen, through the living room, and even beyond the house. For Alice-san, it must have been a nostalgic scent, stirring memories of home. Suekuan. This smell. Before long, Alice-san burst out from the garden, slid open the veranda door, and knelt on the floor, leaning in eagerly. Her eyes sparkled like a child's, and seeing her reaction brought a smile to my face. It was just as I'd hoped. That's right, Alice-san. The sweet onions and spices melded perfectly with the carrots and shimeji, creating a richly fragrant curry. The hamburger steaks, now fully cooked, oozed clear, savory juices when pierced with a skewer. Curry and hamburger steak, each was already a masterpiece on its own, but together, they became something even greater. I nodded at Alice-san and proudly announced the name of the dish. Tonight's dinner is Hamburg steak curry. Chapter 58.3 Bonding, Memories, and Laughter. Before long, dinner was ready. The table was adorned with Hamburg steak curry, salad, and a selection of prepared side dishes and pickles. Once everyone was gathered, we said in unison, "Itadakimasu." The first voice to echo through the living room belonged to Alice-san, who groaned in delight after taking her first bite of curry. With tears welling up in her eyes, she clutched her spoon like she was offering a prayer, her face aglow with joy. "This is amazing. I can't believe I'm eating curry again. Fufu, yes. We owe Sui-san for this, don't we?" Next to Alice-san, Color-san smiled warmly, her eyes soft with affection. "Whoa, spicy, but it might be tasty. Yeah, it's kind of addictive. Such a complex flavor. Fascinating. H. This level of spiciness is nothing to me. Now, no need to rush." Four Seasons-san, watching the fairies with a gentle smile, chimed in soothingly. Since adding Color-san's family and Alice-san to our usual group made the sofa too cramped, we had to improvise. I dragged out a foldable table and chairs from storage. Japanese-made, with collapsible legs. Mother said she didn't recognize them, so they must have been something father had prepared in advance, anticipating I might someday bring guests to the house. The fairy family and Alice-san used the table, while the rest of us stayed on the familiar sofa. "If it gets too spicy, have them sip some lassi," for Season-san. "Got it. Thanks." Along with tea and juice, I'd prepared lassi, a classic accompaniment to curry. Made from yogurt, sugar, milk, and a splash of lemon juice, it helped mellow the spiciness. "This is so good. And Hamburg steak curry. What a combination. Mint-chan, did you make this?" "You." Mint did squish squash and pat pat. "I see. You did a great job. Maybe that's why it's even tastier, with such a nice shape." "Mufu." Mint puffed out her chest with pride at Alice-san's compliment. She had grown more accustomed to strong flavors recently and was happily devouring the curry, even though this time I hadn't added any apples or honey. Of course, I'd kept the spiciness mild for the fairies, just a touch hotter than sweet curry. I've had Hamburg steak at restaurants in the royal capital, but perhaps it's because Mint made this one. It tastes even better. "Really? Mother, is it yummy?" "Yes, very. You did a great job helping out." "Ahihi." As Mother had pointed out, Hamburg steak already existed in this world. The name was still Hamburg, so someone who had transmigrated here must have introduced it at some point. After all, the recipe itself is quite simple. "Karen, thanks." Mint looks so happy. But Mint did well. I just watched. Even so, it was true Karen had subtly helped with the final touches. The Hamburg steaks were all perfectly uniform in size. Not long ago, Karen had struggled to shape rice balls into triangles, but now, tasks like this, or even basic prep work, had become second nature to her. She was getting skilled at peeling vegetables too. Perhaps it was time to have Novium-san forge a knife specifically for Karen. The reason Karen had been putting so much effort into learning to cook. My cheeks warmed as I imagined it, but I decided to blame it on the spiciness of the curry. Make sure you drink plenty of milk, too. We've got to use up what we brought back from Sidera. Bark. Chocola was happily devouring his dog food, now topped with milk. His muzzle was completely white, so I'd have to wipe it off later. I wonder, does Chocola's food tastes good? Don't be silly, Bonfire. Dogs taste things differently than we do. Just like how the grass Pochi eats wouldn't taste good to us. Same idea. Wait, Drizzle. Have you eaten grass before? I have not. Of course not. Even if Pochi looks like he's enjoying it, you don't have to eat it to know that. Watching the fairies banter noisily, I smiled. Then, Alice-san spoke, her tone nostalgic. Hey, Karuko. Do you remember? Back when these kids were still little, we talked about wanting to eat curry. I'm sorry. I don't. In contrast, Color-san's face clouded over. She probably didn't remember. Though both Four Seasons-san and Color-san had regained many memories since we first met, not all of them had returned. The toll of being the core of a grand magic was immense, and, more than that, 2,000 years was more than enough time to bury countless recollections in the past. Even so, Alice-san simply smiled at Color-san. Smiled and spoke. It's okay if you don't remember. I'll tell you. We talked about it, you and I. About wanting to eat curry again. About wanting our kids to try it. And now, our dream has come true. Look at them. They're so happy, enjoying their meal. Eating curry together as a family and laughing. Isn't it wonderful? Yes. Yes, it really is. Her words were light, considerate, not pitying or sorrowful, despite the lost memory they shared. She simply told the story, choosing to be present, to stay beside her. Even though the details are hazy for me, one thing remains vivid, the wish. I wanted the children to know about our homeland. That desire is burned into me. I understand. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to recreate those beautiful cherry blossoms. I was so happy to see them again, after all this time. The two exchanged warm smiles, and Four Seasons-san, watching them, gazed at them with quiet affection and satisfaction. The scent of curry filled the air, bringing with it a sense of nostalgia, as mints and the fairies' laughter added a tender harmony to the scene. Hamburg steak and curry, it's a classic combination, especially beloved by children. The fairies, mint, and the adults watching over them. Amidst the rich aroma of spices, their lively chatter, and the warmth of family, the evening passed joyfully around the dinner table. Chapter 58.4 Night falls, and tea is served. The lively dinner eventually came to an end. Mint and the fairies, likely tired from all the excitement, soon grew drowsy. Mint retired to her bed in the garden, while the fairies returned to their realm, the Nog. With the children gone, the living room grew noticeably quieter, allowing us to breathe out a contented sigh. Mother and Karen brought tea. It was our household's original herbal blend, made from fragrant herbs gathered in the forest. The flavor was slightly unique, but Four Seasons-san and the others had grown accustomed to it. Even Alice-san, after inhaling its aroma, took a sip and looked visibly relaxed. This is delicious. Did you make it, Suekuen? No, Karen did. She experimented a lot to perfect it. I see. Drinking tea made by my descendant. What a luxurious way to spend my twilight years. Hearing that from you, Progenitor-sama, makes me happy too. Despite Alice-san's youthful appearance, seemingly in her early 20s, she had lived for over 2 centuries. She had borne many children, seen her grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and had even outlived many of them. It was no wonder her mindset felt more akin to someone enjoying their old age. By the way, how was traveling through the Nog? Did it go smoothly? Yes, no issues. It seems my body is closer to that of a fairy than an elf. This time, Alice-san had entered the Nog through the portal Four Seasons-san had opened in the elven nation of Alfheim, exiting through the gateway anchored in our garden. Technically, this method of travel isn't meant for humans. The Nog is a kind of otherworldly realm. Crossing between it and this world involves a process akin to boundary fusion phenomenon. While traveling back and forth using the same coordinates poses no problem, Exiting from a different location than where one entered carries risks. Specifically, one's existence edges closer to that of a fairy. If someone were to repeatedly use the Nog as a shortcut to various locations in the mortal world, their existential foundation, their footing, so to speak, might shift to the other world. Eventually, the world would recognize them as a being belonging to that realm. That's why we had avoided using Four Seasons Sans portals to travel back to Sidera from Alfheim, and why we've decided not to rely on this method unless someone's life is at stake. It's a rule we'll uphold moving forward. On the other hand, Alice-san's existence was already closely aligned with the otherworldly realm, and she seemed unbothered by the notion of fully transitioning into a fairy. For her, becoming completely fairy-like would be no big deal. I think my place from now on will be the same as Karuko. I mean, color, in Nog. That said, I can't completely retreat there just yet. There are still matters to handle in my homeland. Her expression was bright and free of hesitation. What's Alfheim like these days? Judging by the atmosphere, I don't think things will take a turn for the worse. What I need to focus on more is maintaining the right distance with them. I want to help where I can, but if I get too involved, it might disrupt the power balance between nations. If they start using progenitors for political leverage, that could become a problem. I need to tread carefully. At this, Mother seemed to recall something and spoke up. Oh, by the way, I got a message from Fauntia, Queen of Sorks. The Queen. What did she say? Is it something you can share with us? Yes. She said, I had a stroke. Oh. Though I've never met her, I could easily imagine the scene when the news reached her. Then again, when it comes to the Demon King issue, I was the one who meddled, so the responsibility lies with me, not Mother. I could feel a cold sweat breaking out. Bark. It's nothing. Come here. Bark. Sensing my unease, Chocola gazed at me with concern. I spread my arms and scooped him up to hide my nervousness. Sorry, Chocola. I didn't mean to worry you. Is that all the Queen said? Yes, that was the entire message. I'm sure she has plenty of questions she wants to ask, but it seems the royal family is also trying to avoid politicizing me. They're holding back. Still, I guess they couldn't resist sneaking in a little complaint. It's fine, Suekuen. Don't worry about it. It's the job of important people to have a stroke under pressure. That's definitely not in their job description. Technically, I'm a citizen of the Kingdom of Sorks, too. Reflecting on this with that in mind, I couldn't help but think I may have overstepped, especially when I magically restrained a foreign politician. That one might have been too much. I just hope it doesn't escalate into an international incident. Kuan. My hand, stroking Chocola, faltered awkwardly. Alice-san, watching this exchange, burst into laughter. Don't worry. I doubt any trouble will come your way. For Alfheim, securing their territory is their top priority, so stirring up unnecessary complications wouldn't be in their best interest. Especially considering they tried to threaten you, it's a blunder on their part. To the outside world, it'll remain a simple story. Alfheim issued a quest to adventurers, and those adventurers completed it. It just so happened that one of those adventurers was the Heavenly Bell Witch, who provided key testimony about the Demon King. That's all there is to it. As I listened, I reflected on her words. Alice-san, as the progenitor elf who lived 2 millennia ago, was likely a figure so influential that even national leaders couldn't ignore her. Her importance surpassed that of any royal lineage, making her an unparalleled symbol of authority. Beyond that, her first-hand accounts could revolutionize historical studies. Alfheim would need to play this negotiation card with care, prioritizing peaceful resolutions. They had to ensure that no one felt shortchanged and that all players in the game gained maximum benefit. Alice-san herself understood her value deeply. She cooperated where needed but ensured her influence wasn't exploited. At critical junctures, she would gracefully step back, leaving no lingering discord, aiming for a peaceful fade from the stage. That was likely a skill honed over 200 years, a political technique she developed while navigating survival, having once been a middle schooler from another world, deceived and manipulated by nations. That said, Progenitor Dono, it would be unfair to place the entire burden on you. I'll put in a good word with the Sorks royal family, though I'll keep it within reason so it doesn't trouble our family." Mother gave Alice-san a playful wink. Mother, too, having endured political battles as the Heavenly Bell Witch, had her own way of handling things. I trusted she would navigate it skillfully. That's a relief. Personally, I'd like to finish all this and start exploring the world. Hopefully, I can wrap things up in the next 20 years or so. When that time comes, you can use the doors Four Seasons has set up. Over the past 2 millennia, they've been established all over the place. You can travel anywhere instantly. Ahaha, it's really like an anywhere door. Amazing. Suekuin used that exact phrase too. I don't remember much about that anywhere door, though. Even if you don't consciously remember, you recreated it unconsciously. It's ingrained in every Japanese's heart. By the way, the voice actor probably changed since the time Alice-san watched. I've only seen reruns with the earlier one. No way, seriously. Even amidst serious topics, the conversation occasionally drifted into lighter territory, keeping the mood relaxed. The night passed in this gentle manner, as everyone quietly envisioned what lay ahead. Chapter 58, Interlude, Sork's Royal Castle, the Audience Chamber. Indeed, your petition has been duly heard. We shall convey it to the relevant parties. However, they seem to favor avoiding fanfare. Do not place too much hope in the outcome. The faint fatigue in Queen Faunch's voice was evident as she recited what had become a rote response. King Shaps, seated on the throne, wore an expression utterly devoid of emotion. Yet, it was not the stoic mask of royal dignity, but rather a profound and overwhelming resignation. The departing mage, who had earned the distinguished title of sage within the royal capital, bowed deeply before exiting. However, it was unlikely that his request would ever see fruition. In the audience chamber of the royal castle in Sorks, the capital of the Sorks kingdom, the king, queen, and prime minister collectively heaved a faint sigh. That concludes today's petitions. There are 3 more scheduled for tomorrow, however, reported the young prime minister idle, his own tone echoing the same weariness as the monarch's. There's nothing we can do about it. Yet, we cannot simply dismiss the loyal subjects who turn to us for aid. I'd personally like to issue a proclamation to put an end to this. Don't be absurd. That would be tantamount to publicly announcing the incident in Alfheim. You're right. Their complaints revolved around the influx of recent petitions from mages. Specifically, requests for an audience with Sui Hateno. A year ago, his name had been all but unknown, even within the capital, being the son of the Heavenly Bell Witch and Viscount Hateno. But as summer arrived after the rainy season, whispers began spreading within certain circles about the young man who had invented a seasoning called granulated consomme. By autumn, he was recognized more broadly as a co-creator of Noah's Night Cloud, a confection that had taken the capital by storm. Up to this point, the interest in him was primarily from shrewd merchants, and dealings could be handled through the intermediaries of the royal family and Sidera village without requiring direct contact with the man himself. However, what he accomplished from winter through spring had irrevocably altered the narrative. He installed a magic power crucible observation device in the Void Forest. He rescued the progenitor elf imprisoned in Alfheim and defeated an ancient demon king. These were no mere commercial achievements, they were the feats of a hero. Naturally, both events were still classified information. While the former had become common knowledge among the locals in Sidera, the latter remained a tightly guarded secret known only to the upper echelons of the continental nations. Yet, as is often the case, secrets have a way of slipping through cracks. The mages petitioning the throne were no ordinary citizens. Many were high-ranking dignitaries within the kingdom. Those who had caught wind of the secrets through their own means rushed to the king in droves. "Please, grant us an audience with Sui Hateno, the illustrious son of the great heavenly Belsama. We yearn to witness even a glimpse of his magical prowess, said to rival even his mother's." Even without lifting their faces, it was clear from the glittering eyes of the petitioners, kneeling and gazing at the floor, that their desire was fervent. After all, titled mages are all, without exception, seekers of the unknown in magic. And yet, even for court magicians of the highest caliber, the fact that they resorted to pleading with the king for a meeting was proof that they were not truly exceptional. Taking advantage of being alone with his adoptive parents, Idle allowed himself to grumble softly. If they're so desperate to meet him, they should resign from their posts and head to Sidera themselves. If they wait there long enough, he will show up eventually. You shouldn't speak that way about those loyal to our kingdom. Fauncher chided gently, though her expression also carried a tinge of concern. Still, the fact that they hope to achieve their ambitions while remaining confined to the capital does reflect a certain naivety, doesn't it? Most of the petitioners are titled oracles, with a few sages sprinkled in, but not a single which has deigned to appear. Attaining a mage's title is a monumental honor in and of itself. Even the lowest rank, priest, guarantees a lifetime of security and stipend. Advancing to 8 trigrams seer or beyond to oracle means securing a position at the heart of national affairs, and becoming a sage speaks for itself. It could be said, then, that as mages climb the ranks, they inevitably become entangled in worldly affairs. Many cling to the power and wealth they acquire as a byproduct of their growth, unwilling to cross the threshold into madness. This is true even for more than half of those titled sages. But those who attain the ultimate title of witch stand in stark contrast to the rest. A witch bows to no one. They are unshackled by power or wealth, driven solely by their singular pursuit of magic. Once they have set their path, they proceed unwaveringly, without a single glance to the side. Even the famed Sub-Zero witch Ceralind Mukare, who dedicated most of her life to the kingdom, had no particular regard for the title of court mage. Her service was merely incidental, her loyalty stemming only from the fact that the one she loved happened to be a member of the royal family. Despite being the head of the Royal Institute of Magic, Ceralind Mukare had never hesitated to throw herself into adventure activities. She had even resigned her position without a second thought to become a subordinate of her niece. Presently, she roamed the frontier lands on her own, a far cry from the expected behavior of a Marquis family matriarch. As it stands, while she's accompanying Prince Nope, even Parkasama has gone to Sidera to meet him. Whether they hold the title of witch or are comparable to one, such individuals cannot be restrained by the likes of us. Idle shrugged, prompting Fauncher to furrow her brows. Indeed. In our kingdom, it feels likely that someone like Quiet Storm Sama might take an interest, assuming the rumors reach her, that is. Let's just hope Viol Dono doesn't get upset. While they don't dislike each other, their personalities clash something fierce. King Shap sighed in worry. That one holds her son dear, just as we do. But unlike us, she isn't bound by royal obligations and has no qualms about being utterly ruthless. Even if approached under the guise of academic interest, what might happen should someone approach young Sway out of mere curiosity? There's no need to worry on that account. Fauncher replied, her lips curving into a faint smile as she shook her head. Even if someone makes it as far as Sidera, Sub-Zero-sama is there to receive them. Furthermore, those who can enter the forest itself are exceedingly rare, even among witches. While Quiet Storm Sama is among the world's foremost scholars of magical theory, she is a creature of the desk, not the wild. The forest will remain beyond her reach. Then let us take solace in this. As long as those lacking the required prowess limit themselves to petitioning the royal family, we are in the clear. We have granted Heavenly Beldono permission for her deer hunts and asked her to stay within our borders. The royal family serving as her buffer is merely a necessary expense. Do we agree on this, Your Majesties? The Prime Minister's words, though practical, carried a note of indulgence toward his adoptive parents. King Shaps and Queen Fauncher exchanged weary but amused smiles, nodding in agreement. Regardless of everything, from inventing condiments to creating a signature dish for the capital, becoming an apparent guardian of the Void Forest, and storming Alfheim to perform feats worthy of history books. Sway Hatano's escapades had often left the royal family near fainting in shock. In fact, the lattermost venture had actually caused Fauncher to collapse on the spot. Still, he had done nothing wrong. On the contrary, everything he had achieved had brought tangible benefits to the kingdom. If the royal family had to endure a little mud on their faces to support him, so be it. And so, with renewed resolve, they decided to back the Hateno family, however they could. Section. A little later, the third prince's fiancé, stationed in Sidera, would soon write a letter in astonishment after tasting a dish called curry, taught to her by Sui Hateno. This event would, in turn, lead the kingdom's famously Epicurean first princess, Unia, to throw a tantrum and demand a visit to Sidera. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister would look skyward and mutter, "What am I supposed to do about this?" Chapter 59, The Season's Turn. Chapter 59.1, Morning Walk. After a sound sleep, I woke up feeling refreshed. Maybe it was because most of the troubles surrounding Alfheim had been resolved, or perhaps the milestone of a full year since returning to this world had given me a renewed outlook. It might simply have been the gentle warmth of spring. Either way, I had slept deeply, for what felt like 8 hours, dreamlessly. Drawing the curtains, the sunlight streaming in was bright but not overwhelming. Checking the clock, I saw there was still some time before breakfast. I washed my face, brushed my teeth, and changed clothes. Stepping out into the garden. Bark. "Good morning, Chocola." Sensing my presence, Chocola peeked out from the stable. His tail wagged furiously as he gazed at me with those questioning eyes, as if asking, "What's up?" I grinned and said, "We haven't been on one since I got back. How about a walk?" Bark. Bark, bark, bark. Although I'd been plenty active traveling back and forth to Sidera and causing chaos in Alfheim, walking was a pleasure of its own, one both Chocola and I cherished. Section. Fufu, Chocola, you look so happy. Bark. His expression's completely different from when he's on a hunt. So relaxed. Awoo. 5 minutes later, when I told Mother I was taking Chocola for a walk, she'd just gotten up herself. "Naturally," she said, "then I'll come too." And so, the 3 of us, Mother, Chocola, and I, set off into the forest together. It's still a little chilly, but the season's turning for the better, isn't it? Yeah. There's no trace of winter left now. Walking side by side, I held Chocola's leash. The grass and trees glistened with morning dew under the sunlight, and the air I breathed in carried the faint scent of new growth. "Oh, heading that way today?" Sniff. Chocola sniffed around, wandering wherever his nose led him. We followed, stopping whenever he paused, letting the leash guide us. Strictly speaking, proper dog training dictates that the owner should set the walking route. It's important to establish the household hierarchy so the dog understands its place below the owner. But Chocola isn't an ordinary dog, and we've spent so many years together. Letting him choose the path won't change our bond at this point. I'm certain of that. Sniff. Bark. Hey, Chocola, no showing interest in caterpillars. You can't eat them, you know. Kuan. Well, I do put a stop to these sorts of things. Chocola, you're always picking up sticks, aren't you? How about this one? Oh, not interested. Mother picked up a branch from the ground and held it out to Chocola, but he just sniffed it briefly before turning his nose away. This guy only cares about sticks he personally deems just right. Once he equips one, he won't give it to anyone, yet when he gets bored of it, he casually discards it. What a whimsical boy. Bark. As we continued walking, the dense trees began to thin, and rocky terrain started to emerge. It seemed we'd left the zone where quality sticks tended to drop. This area. Yeah, it's where they make their den. While chatting with Mother. Bark. Responding to Chocola's bark, a low growl rumbled from within a cave surrounded by underbrush. Emerging from the shadows came a family of saber-toothed tigers, Smilodon. Long time no see. Been away for a while, but I'm back. As I greeted them, the mother Smilodon rubbed her body against me like an oversized cat. Her deep, rumbling purrs resonated as I scratched her neck, her eyes narrowing in contentment. Bark. Bark, bark. Chocola, meanwhile, was pounced upon by the 3 cubs, and they immediately began playing together. The cubs had grown quite a bit since I last saw them. At this rate, they might be ready to leave the nest soon. Considering the lifespan of Smilodons, it'll likely be another year or 2. I see. Their pace is definitely different from Earth's animals. A long childhood, was that a blessing or a curse? For the mother, it meant prolonged protection of her offspring, a tough responsibility in the harsh environment of the Void Forest. But at the same time, it allowed for more time spent together as a family. The gentle gaze Mother cast toward the cubs was the same one she must have directed at Karen and me when we were little. You've got quite a few scars, don't you? Some spots are even bald. The Mother Smilodon's fur bore several scars left by her battle with a mutated Wolpertinger. The injuries had been severe, causing necrosis in some areas. Even though new skin had formed, the fur hadn't grown back. I wish I could have healed you better. Sorry about that. Don't worry, Sway. Those scars are badges of honor for a mother protecting her young. Mother's words carried a quiet warmth, and the Mother Smilodon gave a contented rumble as if to agree. With a roar, the Smilodon let out a cry as if to affirm my mother's words. I see. Take care of yourself. When I stopped petting her, the Mother Smilodon growled softly and disappeared into the bushes with her cubs in tow. Knowing we were back, she might show up again in a few days, carrying meat in her jaws. Bark. Oh, what's up? Are we heading back? Bark, bark. You're right. If we go that way, it'll disturb their hunting. As I gave Chocola a gentle pat, he started back along the path we had taken, and we resumed our walk. Section. Before long, on the way home, as we emerged from the rocky area, Chocola finally decided on the perfect stick and grabbed it in his mouth. Seriously, you. Ara. But as it turned out, it was the same branch Mother had picked up earlier and offered to him. Rejected once and discarded on the ground, now Chocola happily snatched it up, as if proudly declaring, "Look at this great find." Huff, huff. He looks so smug. The stick, just the right length, thickness, and weight, must have been fun to carry. His tail wagged cheerfully as he quickened his pace, clearly pleased with himself. You really are something. You completely ignored it earlier when Mother picked it up for you. It's fine, Suikuen. Next to me, Mother smiled brightly, a mixture of joy and amusement in her expression. With a gentle and thoughtful air, she spoke. That's just how children are, I think. A toy given by their mother and a toy discovered on their own. Even if they're the same, to the child, they're different. To the child, they're different, but to the mother, they're one and the same. I see. If you say so, Mother. It's not just about toys. Lessons, environments, paths we walk, they're all the same. What we inherit from father and mother, we rediscover and make our own. Even today's walking route might have been one Mother had taken during a hunt. But Chocola and I walked this path freely, following our whims, making it ours. Chapter 59.2 Spring will come when the snow melts. When we returned from our walk, everyone was already awake, so we sat down for breakfast. After the meal, the day unfolded in a leisurely fashion. We had plenty of food stocked up. In fact, the ice house still held a significant amount of meat that needed to be dealt with first. For the time being, there was no pressing need to go hunting. On top of that, yesterday, we had gone all out to hunt something big since Alice-san was visiting, so now there was even more leftover meat. Honestly, figuring out how to use it all was going to be a challenge. If it comes to it, maybe I should just give some to G-Liz. Bark. I feel kind of bad, like I'm just dumping our excess on them. Staring at the mountain of meat occupying half of the ice house, Chocola and I let out a contemplative sigh. However, that afternoon, the communication crystal tucked into my pocket began to vibrate, signaling an incoming message from Sidera. When I read the text displayed on it, I let out an "Ah." What's up, Suikuen? Is it about that matter with your aunt? No, it's from Bird-san. And I completely forgot about it. When Mother asked, I held up the communication crystal for her to see. They're starting the Snowmelt Festival tomorrow and invited us to join. It was an invitation to a celebration held in Sidera to welcome the arrival of spring. Section. I'd heard about the Snowmelt Festival before. It was an age-old tradition in this world. When the harsh winter comes to an end and spring arrives, nature's bounty once again fills people's bellies, and trade routes become active. With that, much like Chocola and I had been worrying about earlier, the stockpiles set aside for winter need to be consumed. Thus, a festival is held. Reserves are shared, everyone feasts together, and the new season is celebrated in grand fashion. It's a way to relieve the frustrations accumulated during the frugal winter months and to replenish energy for the hunting and farming that will begin anew in spring. Of course, with advancements in logistics and technology, people no longer face the risk of starvation during winter unless under extraordinary circumstances. Yet the joy of surviving a harsh season and the desire to seize the occasion for some revelry remain unchanged. In Sidera, where people contend with the edge of the void forest, such celebrations are even more significant. In any case, the invitation to join the festival couldn't have come at a better time for us. Let's bring some meat as a gift. Even though it's frozen, the flavor will start to degrade if we leave it like this. Good idea. And so, in the living room, we gathered to discuss our participation in the Snowmelt Festival. I'm in favor, too. I think they'll appreciate it. But we can't all go together, can we? Yeah. If we took the lizard carriage, the festival would probably be over before we even got there. The Snowmelt Festival will last for 3 days, starting tomorrow. Even though Pochi's magical strength had grown since he first arrived, there was no way we'd reach Sidera within 3 days. What should we do? Should we leave 1 or 2 people behind, as usual, and ask G-Liz to shuttle the rest of us? But that felt a bit lonely, and honestly, unfair to whoever stayed behind. On the other hand, we couldn't just leave Pochi alone. And thinking because of Pochi, we can't all go together left a sour taste in my mouth. As I mulled over the dilemma with a furrowed brow, Mother, true to her uninhibited style, came up with a solution. Then let's split into 2 groups and go over 2 days. Half of the family can go tomorrow, and the other half the day after. Problem solved, right? Wait, 2 days in a row? We'll have G-Liz fly us. He won't mind. Section. Sure, that's no problem. And just like that, the matter was settled. Before Karen or I could voice a word of protest, Mother had already pulled out the communication crystal and contacted G-Liz. And in no time, he arrived, bringing his family along as well. Mine Orc, G-Ness. It's been a while, Mint. Chocola. Hey there, how have you been? Bark. Bark bark bark. Mint and Chocola ran over in delight to greet Mine Orc-chan and G-Neskuan, who had dismounted from Mine Arsan's back. The young dragons flapped their wings excitedly, circling around each other in the air. G-Liz, watching his children with a warm smile, readily agreed to Mother's request. I'm sorry for imposing. We're just going there for fun, after all. Oh, don't worry. That's why I'll be taking 1 group myself. The one who addressed my apologetic remark with a gentle gaze was Mine Arsan. Wait, really? You know, I've been a little jealous. My husband often flies off alone with you all, doesn't he? It's not that I have no interest in human towns, and I've always dreamed of carrying someone on my back and soaring through the skies. Besides, this is a great opportunity for the hatchlings, too. Mine Arsan flashed a playful smile, revealing a hint of her fangs, her gaze softening as it landed on the young dragons. If it's with all of you, I'll feel at ease. My husband and I will take turns transporting everyone, so please, bring the hatchlings along. That way, Sway-san won't feel burdened, will you? You're right. That sounds good. I glanced at Mother, who gave me a confident nod as if to say, of course, I planned this all along. Absolutely not. There was no plan. We appreciate it. Mother has this way of being, well, quite uninhibited about these things. Oh no, that's not the case, Sway-san. But Mine Arsan shook her head gently. You see, a mother often holds herself back in these situations. I'm certain Heavenly Beldono initially thought of staying behind on her own, but she probably couldn't resist. She wanted to spend time with her family and enjoy the outing together. Just like me. Before I knew it, Mother averted her eyes and began petting Chocola as if to distract herself. Karen quietly stepped closer to me, a small smile on her lips. Sway, Vile-sama is coming with us. Yeah, you're right. Let's accept the dragon's kindness. And Mother was brave enough to ask for what she wanted, after all. Truthfully, the thought had crossed my mind, too, whether G-Liz could help us out for 2 days. But Mother had taken the initiative to ask G-Liz without hesitation, paving the way for Mine Arsan to offer her own solution. Come to think of it, Minar-san, you seem to chat with my mother quite often. Whenever we visit, at least. Oh, you've noticed? Yes, we mothers have plenty of shared topics to discuss. And we seem to get along well. So, you're mom friends. Mom friends? What a curious phrase. I like it. Heavenly Beldono and I, mom friends. Repeating mom friends with an amused lilt, Minar-san looked genuinely delighted. Liz, observing her, gave us a wry smile and spoke. So don't worry about it. Both Minar and I would like to take this chance to relax and enjoy the human town. Though, of course, feel free to be generous with the meat from your ice house. We've also got fresh meat from the Gugulana we hunted yesterday, not frozen. Oh, splendid. Much appreciated. With a laugh, I lightly tapped Liz's cheek with my fist. And so, it was decided, we would fully enjoy the Snowmelt Festival starting tomorrow. Chapter 59.3, Descending into a Bustling Town. After much discussion, we decided that on the first day, Mother and Mint would go, while Karen and I would attend on the second. Chocola, as an exception, would participate for the entire duration. You're everyone's guardian, aren't you? Bark. Mother and the others planned to meet up with Grandma Seralind and spend the day together. With Minork-chan and G. Neskuan also joining, the group had grown quite large. While no serious dangers were expected, petty theft could still happen in a bustling festival, so I reminded them to stay cautious. The next morning, we saw off Mother, Mint, and the rest as they mounted Liz's back. Left behind, Karen and I spent a relaxed day at the ranch with Pochi. We spread a mat on the grass, read books, played catch, and petted Pochi when he came over for attention. For lunch, we made rice balls and ate them outside. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, everyone returned. Mint, drowsily nodding off in Mother's arms. Mother, looking content as she cradled Mint, along with a sneaky extra, a box of wine she'd brought back. Chocola, showing no sign of exhaustion whatsoever. And Minork-chan and G. Neskuan, curled up and fast asleep on Liz's back. They were awake until just a little while ago, you know? They were so excited to tell Suekuan and Karen about their day. I see. Did you enjoy yourself, too, Mother? Oh, of course. Next year, I'd like to go with you all as well. Mother mused wistfully, already looking ahead to the following year as she concluded the day. Section. The second day. The next morning, we were sent off by Mother, Mint, and Pochi as Karen, Chocola, and I boarded Minar-san's back. Naturally, we brought plenty of meat as a gift. I'll stay here and take in the view of the town. Go enjoy yourselves. Dropping us off at the usual meadow, Minar-san wagged her tail playfully at the children watching from a distance, squinting her eyes in a motherly expression. The town erupted into excitement over the arrival of a dragon different from the usual one. Eventually, a brave little boy approached hesitantly and asked, "Miss Dragon, are you friends with the usual Uncle Dragon?" Minar-san smiled warmly and replied, "I'm his wife, you see." A chorus of amazed cheers rose, and soon other children ran up to her. Perhaps her gentle, maternal smile broke through their initial fear despite the differences in species. And so it goes. All right, first stop is the Adventurers Guild. We should drop off the meat before it thaws. Bark. And with that, our day of enjoying the Snowmelt Festival began. Section. Hey, sorry to trouble you two again today. That deep section meat you brought yesterday was a huge hit. Not just for the taste or rarity, but because you're the ones who delivered it. Folks are even saying it's got some kind of blessing tied to it. As we arrived at the Adventurers Guild, Cliché-san greeted us with a sly grin. Here's today's lot. The labels on the packages indicate the type of meat and the cut. You'll handle the rest, right? Yeah. We'll prep it and sell it. Of course, it'll be in our signature consommé stew. You're using it as advertisement. Clever as ever. Just make sure it's priced so everyone can afford it, okay? Heavenly Beldono told me the same thing. That's because I asked her to remind you. Better safe than sorry. I should have known it was your doing. Can't outwit you, huh? Cliché-san scratched his head roughly but seemed to be enjoying himself. By the way, the whole town's in full swing. What a party! Even on the way here from the meadow, the festive atmosphere was palpable. The decorations weren't as extravagant as I'd imagined, likely because this was Sidera, a place that valued practicality. Less effort for setup and cleanup, especially if it wasn't something useful like food, seemed to be their philosophy. Still, the festival wasn't entirely without charm. Stalls were adorned with ribbons, girls were handing out flowers, and the air buzzed with a festive energy distinct from the norm. When it came to food and drink, though, they didn't hold back. Not only the main street but also side alleys were lined with temporary stalls, as if determined to empty their reserves. Food and drinks of all kinds were on sale, with the prices marked down for the occasion. On our way here, we'd nearly stopped several times, tempted by the vendors' enthusiastic calls. Oh, and sway, steer clear of the taverns. Our guild's idiots are all drunk out of their minds. If they see you, they'll never let you leave. Understood. I'll avoid them. The adventurers weren't bad people, not at all. In fact, they were kind and welcoming. But for today, it was best to keep our distance. I was grateful for their friendliness, but there were limits to what we could handle in one day. You're busy, so hang in there, okay? You're the only one who says that. Everyone else just takes it for granted that I'm running around like a madman. I can't even have a drink until this festival's over. Though he sounded exasperated, the satisfaction on Cliché-san's face was evident. He was likely happy, grateful for having made it through winter, for the arrival of spring, and for seeing the townspeople laughing and enjoying themselves. Bark, bark, bark. Heh, can't wait any longer. All right, Cliché-san, we'll leave you to it. Yeah, have fun out there. After giving Chocola a pat and bowing in thanks to Cliché-san, I folded up the now empty backpack and tied it around my waist. Turning to Karen, I extended my hand. Shall we? Karen nodded happily and clasped my hand in return, swinging it back and forth more enthusiastically than usual. Hand in hand, we stepped into the lively chaos of the festival, the vibrant sounds and sights of the bustling streets enveloping us. Chapter 59.4 The Resonance of Festive Voices. Walking through the bustling streets, Karen and I held hands. It wasn't until we bought some candied fruit that I realized this was a date. Hey there, young man, you and your cute girlfriend seem to get along well. Here's a little extra on the house. The vendor added 2 small candies to our purchase with a grin. I glanced at Karen, and our eyes met. Karen turned bright red, averted her gaze, and tightened her grip on my hand. Wait, what? Normally, this would be Karen's golden opportunity to tease me. She'd usually lean in smugly, basking in the girlfriend label, watch me flush crimson, and enjoy the moment to its fullest. That's how it's supposed to go. But instead, still blushing, she looked down slightly, keeping her hand firmly clasped in mine. I was completely thrown off by her unexpected reaction. Bark! Chocola tilted his head in confusion. Thank you very much. We both bowed to the candy vendor before continuing our walk. For a while, neither of us spoke, but the silence between us wasn't awkward in the slightest. Section. Karen, who could flirt at home or in the secluded woods without a care, seemed to have gotten flustered when teased in such a public setting. Surrounded by the lively crowd, she was suddenly acutely aware of all the eyes around us. It made her self-conscious, but after a few minutes of quiet, she seemed to shrug it off with a well, whatever. Soon enough, Karen was happily licking her candy, holding my hand tightly, and clinging to me so closely it made walking a bit tricky. Sway, over there. They have fruit milk. You want some? Chocola would like some too, right? Bark. Bark. True to form, Karen's mood had entirely transformed into one driven by her appetite, which was even heartier than usual today. Let's get skewers too. Chocola would want some, right? Bark. Bark. And bread, stew. Chocola would like those too, right? Bark. Nope, Chocola's not having the stew. Too much salt. And stop using him as your excuse to eat more. Bark. Karen pouted slightly, while Chocola wagged his tail, caught between hope and resignation. And so, with Karen's infectious cheer and Chocola's enthusiastic barks, the 3 of us continued to immerse ourselves in the festival's lively atmosphere. To keep Karen from attempting to conquer every stall in sight, I decided it was time to settle down. The square with the fountain had been transformed into a makeshift food court, with tables and chairs lined up for the festival goers. It was still morning, so there were plenty of seats available. We chose a small table for two and began bringing back an array of dishes from the various stalls: drinks, skewers, stews, grilled fish, bread, a veritable feast. Chocola, hang tight for a bit, all right? Bark. I took out a dog bowl from my bag, poured in some milk, and added meat pieces I'd removed from a skewer. Of course, I had asked the vendor to grill the meat plain, no salt or sauce, for Chocola. Well then, itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. Bark. Chomp. Anticipating this, we'd skipped breakfast. Mother had mentioned the day before that there'd be plenty of food stalls, so it was best to come hungry. Chocola wolfed down his meal, Karen nibbled happily, and I ate at a more typical pace. Though the dishes were simply prepared, the rich flavors of the ingredients were comforting, and I couldn't help but sigh in contentment. The ingredients in Sidera are truly remarkable. Located next to the Void Forest, Sidera could be considered an extension of Divine Will's broth. While its magic power wasn't as dense as the forest's deep interior where we lived, the land was still saturated enough to produce exceptional bounty. The crops harvested here, whether from the forest or Sidera's farms, were prized as high-quality produce across the kingdom. Of course, the festive atmosphere probably added to the flavor. It reminded me of the summer festival father had taken me to once. The simple yakisoba and takoyaki we'd eaten then had tasted incredibly delicious. Come to think of it, could I make takoyaki here? I wonder how octopus is regarded in this world. I hadn't seen any in the dragon village either. Sway. Karen. So this is where you've been. Quite the hearty breakfast, I see. Seriously, you two eat a lot. So, having fun? As I was lost in thought, Noah and Parker-san approached us with cheerful smiles. Good morning, you two. As you can see, we're having a great time. Ho-ha, Noah, Fafa, Parker, Haru, hello. Karen, don't talk with your mouth full. That's bad manners. Chocola-sama, your esteemed self seems quite pleased. Is the meal to your liking? Bark. Compared to when they first met, Parker-san had grown accustomed to the presence of the fairy dog, Chocola. However, as evident from her formal tone of address, some habits remained unchanged. Chocola, for his part, seemed to have resigned himself to the notion of, this is just the way she is, and didn't appear overly bothered by it anymore. You two are up early. Didn't you drink last night? We did, but in moderation. We're not about to follow those adventurers who stay glued to the tavern all night. What about Bird-san and Schnee-san? They're the kind who can't easily decline an invitation, right? Lila and Tomo were there to rein them in. All it took was reminding them that this is their first snowmelt festival as a married couple. What's more important, this or your family? That sorted things out quickly. I see. The scene practically played itself in my mind. Parker-san had a frank, anigo personality that made her approachable, but she didn't shy away from speaking her mind. Combined with her undeniable prowess, there wasn't much anyone could do to oppose her. And honestly, being scolded by a witch was probably enough to make most people quake in their boots. Even I could understand that now. I wasn't completely clueless about this world anymore. Sigh. What's wrong? It's just watching you two stuffing yourselves like this. It's hard to believe you're the world's strongest mage. The world's strongest? What are you talking about? That's my mother you're referring to, isn't it? I guess it can't be helped. Sway doesn't know the common sense of this world, and Karen has no interest in common sense either. Excuse me. Parker-san heaved an exaggerated sigh as she glanced between the two of us before adding, Don't forget about Skylark Pavilion this afternoon. Of course. We're looking forward to it. She was reminding us of our plans to meet up with Bird-san and the others later. It had been a while since we'd had the chance to just relax and chat. Well then, we'll leave you to your feast. See you later. Oh, wait a second. Just as Noah and Parker-san turned to leave, waving their hands in farewell, I called out with a question that had been on my mind. How's Dolce-san doing? Ah. At the mention of the name, Noah broke into a delighted smile and nodded emphatically before answering exactly what I'd expected. Dolce is with Alice Dono. The two of them are having a wonderful time together. Chapter 59, Interlude, Sidera, the main street. The streets were bustling from early morning, and as noon approached, the festive atmosphere and the clamorous calls of vendors transformed the scene into a lively spectacle. Of course, this was nothing like the crowds Alice Watanuki, aka Alice Athanak, remembered from her distant homeland of Japan. It wasn't comparable to the images of Harajuku's Takeshita Street or the Sumida River Fireworks Festival she'd seen on TV. Here, you wouldn't find yourself unable to move forward due to sheer numbers. The atmosphere was far more peaceful. Even so, walking through the throng meant occasional brushes of shoulders, and shopping at a desired store was no small task. Sidera's main street. Alice found herself overwhelmed by the heat, smiles, and energy of the crowd, a faint and somewhat absent-minded smile on her lips. Come to think of it, I never went to Takeshita Street or the Sumida River Fireworks myself. Did I? The words escaped her almost unconsciously. Alice hailed from a prefectural city in Japan. It wasn't too far from Tokyo, reachable by a few train transfers, if she remembered correctly. Or tried to, only to realize how blurry those memories had become. While not as severe as her dearest friend's amnesia, Alice too had forgotten much in the wake of a grand magic's aftermath and 2 centuries of time. Yet, even now, there were things she remembered, things she could never forget. For instance, memories of her closest friends, the days spent with her comrades, the face of her beloved husband, and the children she had carried and brought into the world. Alice had once suffered from an illness in her youth that had made pregnancy impossible. However, after the world's transformation, her body, now that of an elf, had been remade. She still vividly remembered the moment she realized she was carrying a life inside her, how she and her husband had clung to each other, sobbing. Their first child, a son, had been born soon after. Over their extended lifespans, they'd gone on to have 15 children, reveling in the blessing of time. Today, their descendants had flourished to the point of founding a nation, a source of quiet pride and wonder for Alice. Among those children was one who stood out in her thoughts. Her second son, who had inherited the Watanuki family name, a somewhat scruffy boy with dark hair, lively and mischievous. Alice found herself recalling his youthful face fondly. Dolce, is there anything you'd like to eat? So many people. The young girl holding Alice's hand replied, her voice dizzy with awe at the bustling crowd around them. Dolce Athanak. At 14 years old, her age was an uncanny coincidence. It was the same age Alice had been when she was first transmigrated to this world. However, Alice couldn't help but notice the differences. She herself hadn't been this thin, nor this short. To put it bluntly, Dolce's growth was underwhelming. And yet, apparently, this was already a vast improvement compared to how she'd been when first discovered. Dolce, are you not fond of crowds? I don't like them. Makes me feel dizzy. Alright, let's finish our shopping quickly and head back home, okay? Yes. Dolce's anxious face softened just slightly as she squeezed Alice's hand tightly in return. Though their time together had been brief, Dolce seemed to have warmed up to her. Ever since they left the house, the girl had clung to Alice's hand without letting go. In fact, it seemed as if Dolce herself was the one reluctant to part. However, Alice couldn't shake the thought that this wasn't so much trust as it was fear. This child, abandoned by her mother, left isolated in her village, and ultimately discarded by her community, was simply grasping at anything that felt stable and safe. Alice kept these thoughts to herself, saying nothing as they walked hand in hand from stall to stall. She purchased food wrapped neatly in paper, tossing it into a hand-woven shopping bag. By the time they'd finished, they'd acquired more than enough for 2 people to enjoy lunch. At this rate, it felt more like a grocery run than a festive outing, Alice thought with a wry smile. That was when... Oh, Dolce. Hey there, Dolce. How are you liking Sidera's Snowmelt Festival? 2 girls walking from the opposite direction stopped, smiling and waving at Dolce. Ah. Eriri-san, Nago-san. Your friends. Co-workers. From the Consom factory. Alice subtly studied the pair before her. Ariri and Nago, also they were called. Both appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. Their carefree smiles as they looked at Dolce seemed genuine. No mockery, no malice, just honest goodwill. If anything, the curious expressions they now wore were directed toward Alice herself. Dolce, who's this? Dolce hesitated, clearly unsure of how to introduce Alice. On the day they met, Alice had shared her truth. She was the progenitor of the Athanak lineage, Dolce's distant ancestor, and as such, she saw Dolce as her own child. Dolce had seemed both awed and perplexed, her expression caught somewhere between understanding and disbelief. "Nice to meet you. Alice began, preparing to weave some innocuous explanation. She certainly couldn't reveal her true identity as the progenitor of the elven bloodline, not here, not like this. Just as she was about to improvise, "This lady's Dolce's mother." Dolce's voice rang out, clear and unhesitant. Dolce spoke, hesitantly, as if unsure whether what she said was correct. Her large eyes peeked out nervously from beneath her unruly black bangs as she uttered the words. "Your mom. But Dolce's mother, wasn't she?" "Yes, I remember hearing about her." Immediately, the two girls' gazes sharpened, hostility radiating clearly toward Alice. Dolce's mother, her birth mother, was someone Alice had heard about. A woman known for her wanton lifestyle, notorious for stirring up trouble in the village with her constant dalliances. She'd eventually given birth to a child, Dolce, whose father's identity was unknown, only to abandon both her daughter and the village entirely. Alice loathed to think ill of her own descendants, but there was no other way to describe such a person. She was, unequivocally, a scoundrel. But before the girls could say anything further, it was Dolce herself who interjected. No, it's not her." Her voice was calm, devoid of anger or sadness, as if she were merely clarifying a simple fact. And then she explained, plainly, without a hint of negativity. "This lady isn't the mom who abandoned Dolce. She didn't give birth to Dolce, no, but she told Dolce that she thinks of me as her daughter. That's why she's my mom." Does that sound strange? Ariri and Nago, the two girls, listened to Dolce's words. Afterward, they looked directly at Alice, studying her intently, their expressions softening into something tender, almost tearful. "I see. Dolce, that's wonderful." "Yeah, there's nothing strange about it, not at all." Still looking like they might cry, the girls broke into wide, warm smiles. They gently patted Dolce on the shoulder and tousled her hair, drawing a bashful blush from the girl. Though Dolce accepted the affection with a slightly embarrassed air, she never once let go of Alice's hand. Section. "You've got good friends, Dolce. Do you think so?" "Yeah, Dolce likes them too." Soon, after the girls had gone their way and it was just the two of them again, Alice spoke to Dolce. "You know, Dolce, the manor at Nopekuan's estate might feel less lonely. But you're welcome to use the house here however you like." "Yes." With their steps aligned, they resumed their walk toward their new home, a small house in Sidera that Alice had recently acquired. Arranged through Cerelin's connections, the house served as a convenient base of operations. Beneath it lay a fairy's droplet, ensuring that through 4 seasons, they could return there at any time. "There's still a mountain of work waiting for me back in Alfheim, but I'll try to come back as often as I can. We'll go out together like today, or have meals as a family." "Yes." In her left hand, Alice carried a shopping bag filled with food. In her right, she held her daughter's hand. "I'm starving." "Yeah, me too. I'm super hungry." Side by side, hand in hand, they made their way home, their steps perfectly in sync. It was an ordinary scene, a simple one. But for Alice, who had lived a life full of twists, turns, and the passage of unfathomable time, this ordinary moment was nothing short of extraordinary. "Hey, Dolce. What is it, Mom?" Their conversation mingled with the festive clamor of the streets. Yet, in their hearts and their ears, surely only each other's voices could be heard. Chapter 59.5 Amidst the Raucous Fellowship. By the afternoon, the gathering had erupted into a full-blown celebration. In a private room on the 2nd floor of Skylark Pavilion, everyone was waiting. Bird-san, Schnee-san, Lila-san, Tomo, Novium-san, Spurdia-san, Noah, and Parker-san all had made time in their schedules to join us. Despite their individual commitments, they chose to spend this moment with us. The dishes began arriving one by one, carried in by the waitstaff. Even Tomo, usually the cafe's poster girl, was a guest today. Although Skylark Pavilion was technically a cafe, the spread on the table was anything but modest. In fact, the dishes were extravagant enough to rival a high-end restaurant. It turns out the menu had been gradually revamped, inspired by consommé, and the establishment was transitioning into a dual identity, a cafe by day and a restaurant by night. As we all took our seats around the massive round table, laden with delicious food, Bird-san raised a toast. And thus, the feast began. Section. Hey, Sway. Aren't you drinking? Lila-san, her cheeks flushed, asked while holding a glass of wine. She looked at me inquisitively. She's probably only 17 or 18, right? I'm holding off until I'm 20. I'll taste it here and there, but I'm not drinking properly yet. Leave him be, Lila-san. Sway's got his reasons. Besides, isn't it exciting? He's turning 20 next month, right? Yes. Grandma already gave me my first drink in advance. Bird-san stepped in to gently scold Lila-san. Despite her large stature and considerable drinking capacity, Bird-san's refined mannerisms contrasted starkly with her robust image. She sipped wine gracefully from her glass, though she emptied it with surprising speed. Hey, you mean that drink from before? Ah, yes. That one, most likely. Well, when you're of age, come stay with us for a night. Share a drink with all of us. Lila-san referred to her husband as you, but there was a sense of quiet composure in her tone. Section. Speaking of alcohol, we dwarfs love fire spirits, vodka. Strong enough to ignite if you set it aflame. A bit of a good luck charm, really. Remember the one I had you taste when Kanji was completed? Oh, that. I don't know if I'm good with alcohol yet. Something that strong sounds a little intimidating. Novium-san leaned toward me, holding a stein filled with whiskey. Apparently, the stein, a sturdy glass design, was a recent creation from the Blacksmith's Guild. The glassblowers have been experimenting endlessly to create containers suitable for serving consommé. As a result, their techniques have improved significantly, allowing them to craft pieces like this. That's amazing. The colors are so vibrant. Although the glass stein lacked high transparency, it was vividly colored, making it striking in appearance. Spurdia-san took a hearty swig from one such stein as she nodded approvingly. It filled me with quiet pride to think that my suggestion for consommé had sparked a chain of events influencing even the Blacksmith's Guild. Come by the workshop sometime. I'll show you some of the finest glassworks we've crafted. Oh, stop bragging. Those aren't your pieces. They're the handiwork of the younger artisans. The dwarf couple clinked their steins and burst into hearty laughter, their camaraderie lighting up the room. Section. It would have been nice if the Ajisha twins could have joined us. But I guess things are still busy up in the skies. Seems like it. But they mentioned they'd try to wrap things up before summer. As Schnee-san spoke, he stabbed a fork into a steak on his plate. To him, those two were practically apprentices. I'll have to do my best to prepare for their next visit. I've been experimenting with making sweets using the grains Sway-san brought back. Are you using millet? Foxtail millet? Or maybe corn? Tomo asked in her composed tone while pouring wine into a wooden tankard, filling it to the brim. Honestly, how much can this woman drink? Is she some kind of serpent spirit? Come to think of it, those two, especially Noemi, were the ones who got us started on this path. Well, though it did begin with someone's misunderstanding. Oh, do be quiet. If you bring that up, I might have to remind everyone of your vague, wishy-washy behavior. I've never heard of a scout digging their own pitfall to fall into. Their playful bickering continued, just as always. The light-hearted insults they exchanged were wrapped in an air of happiness, causing the corners of my lips to curl into a smile. Section. Speaking of Dolce, she's been doing fairly well at work. Lately, she's even started dining with her co-workers before heading home. That's great to hear. She's been through so much loneliness. Noah spoke softly, a warm smile spreading across his face as he discussed the girl staying with them. To him, it must feel like he's gained a little sister, and it clearly made him happy. She seems to be building a good relationship with Alice-sama as well. If she wants, she can move into the house arranged by Sub-Zero-sama. Though I'd miss having her at our estate. Alice-san will still be going back and forth between Alfheim and here for a while. Isn't it too soon to let Dolce live alone? Even Parker-san couldn't help but worry about Dolce. She might not be connected to them by blood, but it was clear she had already become part of their family. Living alone, she's still hopeless with housework. She's managed to learn how to fold laundry, though. She can wash dishes properly now too. Still clumsy with a knife, though very nerve-wracking. The two of them chatted about laundry and cooking, their royal status momentarily forgotten amidst such a domestic conversation. Section. And, hey, Sway, try this. It's really spicy. I think it's one of the dishes Parker taught Tomo. This red soup. Is it chili? The steam rising from the bowl carried a complex aroma, a mix of herbs, milk, and citrus. It strongly resembled tom yum soup, but… no, I'll eat it myself. Not here, come on. Karen scooped up a chunk of chicken and held the spoon out toward me insistently. The act of feeding me with an was embarrassing enough, but why on earth did she pick something this spicy for it? All right. It is tom yum soup here fufuda. Sway, don't talk with your mouth full. That's bad manners. But this is amazing. Parker-san, wait, Karen, why are you the one saying that? Sway, you've got soup on you. Karen reached out and wiped the corner of my mouth with her finger. That's because you shoved the spoon at me. Then next time, I'll do it better. You do a better too. Alright, here we go, That's what you're fixing? Isn't there something more fundamental to address? She had turned beet red just from holding my hand earlier, yet now she was unfazed, boldly pressing on. Shaking my head at her odd mix of bashfulness and assertiveness, I nonetheless accepted the second spoonful of tom yum soup. This time, the spoon held a river prawn. Its long whiskers flicked, causing some soup to splash onto my cheek. Section. Ga. Huff. Kuan. Ara, what's the matter, Chocola-san? Do you want more? Bark. Fufu, your owners seem to be having a lot of fun. Let's watch over them quietly, shall we? Bark. Good boy. Would you like some meat? Or perhaps milk? Oh, sorry, Tomo-san. Chocola, sorry I didn't notice. Probably milk. He ate quite a bit this morning. Bark. Goodness, you can tell just by looking at him. Impressive as always. I smiled as I patted Chocola's head, who barked energetically in response. The dinner party was just getting started. Chapter 59.6, Spring, Come Quickly. And so, the delightful time passed by. Hey, Karen-chan, want some wine? Just one glass. Karen-san, you're not good with alcohol, so take it easy, alright? Well, just because she's weak doesn't mean she dislikes it, right? Even if she gets wasted, she's got Sway to take care of her. Karen, drink slowly, okay? No, don't chug it like that when you can't handle it. Hey, Sway, what's that snack thing you were talking about? Is it different from a cake? Yeah. It's still just an idea, but if it works out, we might be able to use Sedera's consommé in it. A snack made with consommé? Can't imagine that. Well, if you need help with development, feel free to use my wife. She'll love it. Snacks don't usually go well with alcohol. Wait, they do? Sounds like you're going to stir up the capital again. Honestly, you never fail to entertain. Chocola-chan, how's the milk? Is it good? Bark. Somehow, even though it's the same striped goat milk, the milk here at the Skylark Pavilion seems special. Chocola's reaction is completely different. Tomo-san, is there some secret ingredient or maybe a blend of different kinds of milk? Oh, so even you, Sway, can't figure it out when it comes to food. That's surprising. No, I don't have a chef's refined sense of taste or anything like that. Foo-foo. Hearing that puts me at ease. But it's a trade secret. Hey, Tomo, you didn't put anything weird in it, did you? How rude. A husband doubting his own wife. What nerve you have. Ahihi. Sway, where's Sway? See. She's drunk. I told you so. Why do you always chug your drinks when you can't handle them? Just sip it slowly. Ahaha, she's completely out of it. Karen-chan, you're so cute. Oh, well, can't be helped. Hey, Spoo, check her out for me. Got it. Alright, Missy, stick out your tongue. Yeah, she's drunk, but not so much that it'll harm her. This amounts just her limit, it seems. Ah, I'm so sorry. My Karens. Oh, Sway. Ahihi. Huck. Well, aren't you too sweet? Really, it's adorable. Please don't tease me. Well, isn't it fine? Karen's had her share of hardships with everything in Alfheim, hasn't she? You're the one who needs to support her, Sway. Yeah, you're right. Noah's exactly right. Bark. Oh, Chocola's saying, leave it to me too. Bark, bark. Noisy, bustling. Amidst the festive atmosphere of the Snowmelt Festival, surrounded by Sedera's companions, we spent that day together until late afternoon. Section. And then, Minar-san, thank you for today. Not at all. I enjoyed myself as well. It was my first time being surrounded by human children, but regardless of the species, children truly are delightful. The dragon said this, then spread her wings. Well, I shall return to my hatchlings now. With that, she soared from the garden. Her elegant silver wings were supple and beautiful, a stark contrast to the grandeur and majesty of G. Liz. She disappeared into the crimson-tinged sky. Welcome home, Suikuen. Welcome back. Mother and Mint greeted us as we returned home. However, as soon as they looked at us, Mother gave a gentle smile, while Mint widened her eyes in surprise. Oh my, seems like this young lady got tired. You. Karen like sleepy Mint. You're back. Feels nice. ZZZ. Karen, carried on my back, let out a drowsy mumble, neither quite a sleep talk nor a conscious statement. She had some wine and got a little drunk. Bark. As I offered a wry smile, Mother asked me, well, it can't be helped. Shall I take over? No, I'll carry her to the bed. Shaking my head, I adjusted her on my back. Her slender, delicate body felt so light, yet her warmth was vivid. She reminded me of a cat, somehow. Looks like you had a good time. Hey, Mint said, you eat? That sour tasty thingy? Yeah, I did. I tried the dried apricots Mint mentioned. Really? Oh, when Mint said wanted one more, Grandma bought me, even mine Orc and Gines said like. I see. Did you make sure to thank Grandma properly? Speaking of which, I've never made dried fruits before. Maybe I should try making some with fruit from Four Seasons San and the others. Mint, now whispering because Karen was asleep, was adorably endearing. Bark. Shakola, welcome back too. Oh, Pochi there, see? Want go say hi Pochi? Bark. It looked like Mint wanted to share everything about the festival, but she must have decided to wait until Karen woke up. With that, she dashed off toward the ranch, taking Chocola with her. Keeping her on your back forever will get heavy, won't it? Go lay her down quickly. Yeah. I'm not heavy. Emenya. Mother opened the front door for me, and I climbed up to the second floor. Entering Karen's room, I laid her down on the bed and pulled the blanket over her. A year ago, shortly after being transmigrated to this other world, this room was where I used to sleep. Back then, it was bare, with just a bed, but over the past year, Karen had gradually added things to it. Now, it fully belonged to her. There were items typical of a mage, like a desk, a chair, stacks of parchment, and scholarly books, alongside personal touches, like a dressing table and a stuffed dog. The latter was something Karen made herself after Tomo-san taught her how back in Sidera. She'd said it was a tiny Chocola, modeled after him. Munya. Sway. Yeah, I'm here. Karen turned toward me in her sleep, and I held her hand. She was in a drunkenly cheerful mood. I just hoped she wouldn't wake up with a hangover. Sway. Love you. Yeah. I love you too, Karen. Smiling at her sleep-talking, I responded and patted her head before tucking the blanket around her once more. SUU. Her breathing was soft and serene, like she was melting into a dream. Her sleeping face was peaceful and content. It felt like going to Alfheim had been worth it. So, that's it. A lot of truths had come to light, a lot of things had happened, and somewhere along the way, my original goal had gotten lost amidst the talk of world crises. But my wish had been fulfilled. Good night, Karen. Sleep well. I whispered to her and closed the door to her room. Stepping out onto the veranda, I let the leisurely evening air wash over me, carrying the sounds of Mint and the others playing nearby. Spring, it's calm. Afterword. This concludes Volume 10, The Child's Cry, The World's Tears. How did you enjoy the 2-chapter arc set in Alfheim? Next, we'll begin Volume 11. Gentle days go by. With the global crisis resolved and the major issues settled, it's time to return to a slow-paced life. Nothing much will happen, probably, but please look forward to the peaceful days ahead. End of Volume 10.